in Anambra State, in Oka, that who pays allegiance to Njoko well. So as far as we are concerned, we are intact and we are peaceful. We are united.
Okay.
Yes, Africa is one family.
All right. Well, I want to thank you very much, Barrister Tony Fire. He's the Secretary General of the All Progressive Grand Alliance in Anambra State. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for staying with us. We'll take a short break and find out what Nigerians have to say about the unending insecurity in the country. After that, I'll be giving you my take.
Okay, there's several things to be done, actually, but I'll hammer on one thing. I think one of the reasons these things continue is because there's a lot of impunity. And the fact that, how do you bargain or have conversations with terrorists, with bandits, with badly behaved people? And what government has done over the years is to pander to their ego and pander to their wants and demands. I think that at this point in time, government is supposed to declare war against this group of people. This is a time to let them know that the citizenry is more important than any other thing, than religion, than ethnicity, than anything that is holding them bound. One of the things that government needs to do is to revamp the security agencies to ensure that they are able to do the work that they're doing and to fish out the bad eggs amongst them, because it's becoming very obvious these days that there's a whole lot of intricacies around what is happening with the kidnapping. The other day, a police officer was arrested as amongst the kidnappers. So there has to be some form of, what's the word now? Finding out before employing, or continuous investigations, even about the people within the security forces, so that they can do their work effectively.
Well, it's not only happening in the north, it's happening also in the south. Killings are going on, abduction and kidnappings. It's just a sign of failure of security to a large extent. So what the government needs to do is to beef up security, to put more funding into security, and to look at strategies. I think a community-based security strategy should be the way to go, where the community themselves will be able to protect themselves, will be able to do more surveillance, and be able to do some intelligence gathering instead of relying on forces, security services that are outside the community. I think that is the best way to go. That will go to a large extent in dealing with the situation.
Here's my take. Insecurity has become a regular news item in Nigeria. It's almost becoming a new normal. Every day, 100 or 300 have been abducted or killed, and government will be talking tough. Yet, these occurrences that could have been avoided continue. It's safe to say that our government and security agencies are yet to learn the act of proactiveness, as opposed to being on top of the situation, as they always readily say when they speak to the press. When we hear those words and see actions backing them, maybe we'll start believing that our leaders prioritize our safety over everything else. It's becoming tiring to say the same thing over and over and over again. Why would we use the same tactics again and again, hoping that it works out or gives us a different, output or whatever we desire? Of course, it's time for us to step up our security and stop making these criminals feel powerful. All state governors have to rise to the occasion and put a stop to this violence. I am Mariana Cohn, thanking you for watching. You have a good evening.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amotekun Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
God from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am King November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "But it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osaiwa Mesale. Yes, I'm flying solo here in the studio. But I have Temi Popola and Jennifer Nicholas joining me via Zoom. Hi, Temi. How are you doing?
Hey, Uwa. I'm fine, thank you.
So, how was the Easter celebration? I've not seen you since Easter. Yes, so.
Yes, I've actually not seen you in a while.
You have refused to come to the. You people have all refused to come to this. You have refused to come to the studio now, so there's no problem.
Not like that.
But how are you?
That was good. It was not. There wasn't too much celebration for me. I mean, it was a good time to be on a retreat and just reflect, but I didn't really get to eat fried rice and chicken this time around.
Wow. Wow.
How was your Easter celebration?
Okay, so we've tried to find fried rice and chicken for you. And you didn't show up at our birthday, Uti's birthday party. Well, I was not expecting you anyway.
I was in a retreat. Easter for me was prayer.
That's good. It's good. How about you, Jennifer? How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm okay.
What's good?
I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the studio today. I really wanted to.
I know, but how is mommy and daddy doing? How are they doing?
They are fine. My father is so excited to see me. I've not seen them since December.
Wow.
So, yes. So we need to discuss some urgent matters.
Easter fried rice and chicken.
No, my father doesn't celebrate Easter.
Okay.
So we're together now. Fried rice and chicken for us.
But Jennifer, I hope mommy and daddy will be watching you tonight, though. Will they be watching? Are they watching? So we say hello to them.
My dad is currently in church. I think he's with my mom. Also, I saw them earlier this evening when they got back from work. But they've both gone to church. So, I've been inside working, but they've gone to church. I don't know if they're back yet.
Hopefully they will catch up. Or they'll catch up by the time they get back. All right. So today we have an interesting conversation because we're talking nepotism, government appointments and all of that. We found an interesting picture and we thought to, have a conversation around it. And here's what we found as today's quote. Discrimination is never fair. It's a killer, in fact. Nepotism in places of power is a killer like Adolf Hitler. That's from worldpandit.com. All right, so can we ever get to a point in Nigeria where nepotism is totally eradicated, especially when it relates to government appointments? That's our question tonight. Now, Professor Chris Mustafa Wakobia Jr. is here, my very good friend, to discuss this. But first, let's take a break for what's in the news. You're still watching Ways. Now, the theme for this year's World Health Day is Together for a Fairer, Healthier World. On this occasion, the World Health Organization calls for urgent action to eliminate health inequalities and mobilize actions to attain better health for all and leave no one behind. Health is a fundamental human right, and every person deserves to live a healthy life regardless of their age, gender, ethnicity, disability, economic situation, or employment. And WHO is calling on leaders to monitor health inequalities and address their root causes to ensure that everyone has access to the living and working conditions that are conducive to good health and to quality health services where and when they need them, and to invest in primary health care to achieve health for all by all. I mean, health can never, the role of, your health can never be overemphasized, And this just reminded me, when I was reading this, it reminded me of when we had a doctor that was talking about how a lot of our health challenges can be solved from the primary health centers. And up till now, it seems like the government is not serious in putting the primary health care, up to standard, like building them up to standard. But well, we'll keep on talking about it. It's an awareness day, so we hope that the government is listening and they fix, our primary healthcare centers. All right, so ladies, let me start with Tammy. Do you want to add anything to your health, or you just take your story?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I want to add something. So, health from the perspective of professionals, I just want to chip this in. So, there's usually these things. Thankfully, the conversation is changing now, especially among professionals, where people, don't take their health seriously. They didn't take their health seriously. They didn't take enough rest seriously. And you hear people brag about certain things like, oh, I just slept for 1 hour, I sleep for 1 hour every day, what needs to be done? And it's just like, oh, I sleep for 30 minutes every day, what needs to be done? And people go on and on having such conversations. But then there's now the new perspective that that's not healthy, because you could end up making so much money for yourself and eventually using the money to treat yourself. So it's like you abandon your health, going after money, and eventually you have to treat yourself, and then you have to go after health and spend your money on health. I just said it to understand the importance of taking care of our own health, of having that balance. As professionals, I find that there's a lot, and sometimes we tend to neglect our health, especially when we're doing well, but it's important to take good care of our body. It's important to take good care of our health. I just want to push that in before I take my story.
Go ahead.
So my story says that WAEC may postpone the May-June examination in Nigeria. And now this is according to the head of the Nigerian National Office, Mr. Patrick Aregon. He said that the coronavirus, the COVID pandemic, disrupted the academic calendar, so there's no guarantee that the annual terminal examination will take place, the usual May-June time. It may not hold during the schedule. However, the news says that in Nigeria, so I'm not clear about whether they're talking about a date for the examination in Nigeria or for the examination in the entire, it's a West African examination, and I think we do it at the same time, but the news says in Nigeria. So according to the news, it still says that we should keep our fingers crossed. We'll find out much more much later on, whether the examination is holding May-June or otherwise. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I know that COVID affected a lot. Even if it's held in May-June, I'm not sure the students will be prepared for the examination. So I'm waiting for the final decision, whether or not the examination will be holding, and whether it cuts across Nigeria or just whether it cuts across
West Africa, yeah.
Or just Nigeria. So that's
all right. So Jennifer, what did you find for us in the news today?
Okay, so in Vanguard, they said mixed reactions as federal government extends NIN-SIN linkage. So basically, they spoke to some Nigerians and they've expressed their views on the extension for the NIN-SIM linkage. They spoke to Mr. Thomas Adegoke, who is self-employed, and he expressed excitement at the extension, saying that it had been difficult to get registered due to the crowds at the enrollment centers. They spoke to a Mrs. Vivian Ilechukwu, who said that the extension was appreciated because it will enable her to register her child for NIN to be eligible for JAMB. And they also spoke to a SIM vendor, Ms. Blessing Okon, who expressed disappointment that the extension was putting a hold on the source of her livelihood because nothing will be done except the registration was done. So that's what is in the news today.
Okay, well, it's Nigeria. There's nothing I can do. All right. I'll just go. Because you know what? We were talking today in the group, and I said, at this point, I think I want to start taking soft topics because Nigeria is actually getting me to that point of depression, and I do not want to get to that point of depression because it seems like all the time there's just too many stories, in the news. All right. So, but my story is actually quite a fun one, and I thought to share, because I'm tired of talking old doom and gloom stories. An 8-month pregnant woman, defied all odds to win a gold medal, right, at the ongoing sports festival happening in Benin, And guess what? Taekwondo. So Aminat Idris, who fought in the mixed category, together with her male counterpart, she has surprised fans, and she came out, with the gold medal. I mean, with 8-month-old pregnancy. I said, okay, this kind of woman, if you cannot try her. She just reminded me of the kinds of stories we heard our mothers tell us about, how they would go to the farm, they are pregnant, they'll go to the farm, and they will deliver their baby, remove the placenta, clean the baby, back the baby, or breastfeed the baby and start heading back with no aid, no nothing. So when I saw this, I said, wow, I mean, this is worth celebrating. So congratulations to Amina. She's from Team Lagos, right? So she's from Team Lagos, and she won the gold medal in the female category. Wow, yes, I'm super excited for her. I didn't even know that a sports festival was going on in Edo State. And yesterday we talked about sports. We talked about sports yesterday, the international holiday that getting people using sports as a form of getting people engaged and all of that. So I'm happy that this young lady has won this gold medal, and congratulations again to her. She's a strong woman. I wish I can be like that. Jennifer.
Yeah, this is such a big deal.
Yeah. So Jennifer and Temi, you people have what's it called? There's something that we're going to be watching now when you're pregnant.
Congratulations to her. But is it safe?
You know what I'm thinking? Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, I said I'm happy for her and congrats to her, but I'm wondering if it is safe. I mean, she's 8 months pregnant. Is it safe to be engaging in a sport like that?
Of course. See, if you are sporty, right? If you're sporty, for instance, maybe you used to do whatever it is, sports that you were doing before. As long as I mean, pregnancy cannot stop you from doing that kind of sports. Especially if you're not at risk, if you're not those kind of people that have, difficult pregnancy. Like me, I mean, from month 1 to month 9, I'm jumping all over the place. So if you're actually a very, very agile person, you won't have any challenge, except if maybe there's a medical condition that you need to now probably take a rest and all of that. So there's a standard that she has set for 2 of you. I'm going to be watching out when that time comes.
I feel like this is a big, what's the word now? Like, it's a big challenge because I'm not even pregnant.
That's what I said. I said,
I'm slim, and people just expect that because you're slim, you're fit. And sometimes I'm trying to do, climb up some staircase and I'm breathing like, and then I'm supposed to be so fit. I see people going to the gym and doing so many things, and I'm like, can I do this? So this is like such a big challenge to see somebody doing this.
Well, Temi, thank you for taking us there, because people always assume that skinny people are fit. They are not fit, You have to be sure that you are fit. But
no, it's not true. It's not true.
Yeah. All right, so we'll take a break. Oh, let's just talk Nigerian matters. We'll see you. We'll be right back.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not. Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely bad. This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amotepu Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, nepotism is the practice of showing favoritism towards one's family member or friends in economic or employment terms. One of the most common arguments against nepotism is that the emotional ties between people who are related may negatively affect their decision-making abilities and professional growth, as we can see playing out in Nigeria, especially with the fight against insecurity. Now, someone shared this picture today with me on the appointment of all IGPs since 1999 till date. And under President Muhammadu Buhari, it's very obvious which region he favors. Outside of this, almost all his appointments in other government parastatals seem to almost often favor those from the northern region where he is from. Now, is this constitutional? Is this constitutional? And what threat does nepotism play or pose in any nation, and how can we achieve appointments that is all inclusive? Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So, Tammy and Jennifer, I'm going to bring in our guests in a minute, but I just wanted to hear your initial thoughts. When you saw that picture, what came to your mind? Let me come to Jennifer, then I'll come to Tammy. Jennifer, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yes,
hear. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. So when I first saw that picture, I think the first thing that came to my head was tribalism. And I feel like at this age and time, that shouldn't be the case. We've been fighting these things way before I was born, during our great-great-great-grandfather's time, and even now that we are getting old and we're thinking of giving birth and bringing kids into this world, things like this are still happening. Where is the inclusivity? Where are other people? I'm sure that there are other people that are also very qualified. I don't know the reason behind this, and I would really love to know. I've drawn my conclusion, but at the same time, I still don't, I don't know. I've drawn my conclusion, but at the same time, I still don't want to draw a conclusion. But I will let the guests do most of the talking because I have questions that I need to ask and things that I would love to learn today.
All right, awesome. How about you, Tammy?
Okay, let me just mention something for the sake of people who didn't get to see the picture. I'm not sure if it was displayed here. So from 2016 to 2019, I see here that the IGP is IGP Brian Idris, a Northerner. From 2019 to 2021, we have IGP Mohammed Adamu, a Northerner. From 2021, now the most recent, we have DIG Usman Baba, a Northerner. So that's been since the beginning of the administration of President Buhari. And what comes to my mind is why? Are there no other people who are capable who are from other regions? That's the question that comes to mind.
All right, so let me bring in our guest. Professor Chris Mustapha Nwakobia Jr. is a passionate believer in the possibility of a world free of war, in the evolution of a racism-free universe, and in the deepening of values needful for the enthronement of love, selflessness, and service amongst citizens of the world. He is a lawyer in politics, a prolific writer, a columnist, and a patriot recognized for his extraordinary oratory abilities and uncanny grasp of and analysis of contemporary political and social issues. Now, Professor Chris is always available to lend his voice to issues of national concerns, and we are honored to be hosting him for the very first time, even though he's my friend, on Ways tonight, and he's joining live from Abuja. Thank you so much, Prof, for joining us.
Well, it's pleasure mine.
Thank you so much. All right, so Prof, I mean, this conversation is something that we've had. Both of us, we've had this kind of conversation for years. It's not a today thing, right? And I'm wondering why it keeps happening. Because even during, I think it's only President Obasanjo that seemed to be balanced in terms of appointment when it comes to, government appointments and all of that. He was able to get everybody included. But you see, when different government, different governments have their different styles of appointment, right? But this particular government, right, that's been in power since 2015, time and time again, we see that appointments in government seems to be lopsided, seems to be, favoring a particular region. And why is this so? And is it even constitutional? Maybe we should take it from the point of our constitution before we now take it, maybe, okay, is it even morally right or is it a fair thing to do, given that we are a nation that has so much diverse culture that we have brilliant minds from all over Nigeria. So what does this mean for us, when we keep having this kind of things?
Well, let me say clearly first that when in 2014, 2015, we campaigned to get this presidency on board, we believed that we're bringing to leadership a father, a man who cares, a man who believes in probity and accountability, and a man of integrity. Sadly, as we talk, when we look at how cronyism, nepotism, and if you like, less than proper normative have become the trust of leadership, it bothers you and I. I listened to your other two colleagues when they did their brief analysis of what we're confronted with and what we face. Let me say clearly, that Chapter 2, precisely Section 14 of the 1999 Constitution, provides for federal character. And the reason the Constitution provided for federal character is simply because we live in a multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious society. We live in a country that has tendencies that, if you like, are variegated. And I say this advisedly. We live in a country where you have people who are Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, the Fulanis, and the minorities. And in a nation like ours, what should be the minimum is a true sense of belonging, where the Igbo man feels truly and believes truly that he's Nigerian. The Yoruba man has a sense of belonging. The Jokun, the Tiv, the Gala, the Ibibio, the Idoma, the Fulani and the Hausa, where we live in some kind of confluence, a rainbow coalition, where every tendency has a true sense of belonging. Unfortunately, since 2015, rather than urge and nudge our president to do what is proper, right, and right, people pander to political correctness. And that is why when we talk about the need for effective application of a normative of federal character, don't even forget, Uwa, that we even have a Federal Character Commission. And that's because those who crafted our Constitution and those who created that agency wanted a true sense of belonging for the disparate tendencies that live in Nigeria. Unfortunately, sadly so, since 2015, what we have are predominantly names of a particular sound and vowel, names of a particular tendency and ethnicity, names of a particular clime and religion. And that is why Nigerians are beginning to really worry whether we have a Nigerian president or we have an ethnic president, whether we have a president who cares about the Federal Republic, or we have a president who cares about his people. And let me say clearly, because I know that a lot of people are listening to us. As I talk to you, in 2017, I left the party, the All Progressive Congress, and I am back to that party. But so many of us are returning to the party because we want to correct the anomalies from within. And I think that the time has come for us to call a spade by its name. There is no need pandering to political correctness and, if you like, allowing partisanship to obfuscate our views. I think that the time has come for us to say to Mr. President, the time has come for you to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not the president of a particular section, tendency, religion, creed, or plan.
All right. Tim, you want to come in?
Yes, please. So in defense of the President of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, with respect to the appointment, some people have said that there's appointed certain people to office. These are the people who can vouch for, perhaps these are people who are worked with or people who can trust. And so for sensitive positions, we rather put people who can trust. What do you say about this? What do you think about this line of thought?
Can I get that clearly? I didn't get the last part of your question.
Okay, so some people have said in defense of this action by the President, His Excellency, that such action was taken because these are the people that the President can trust. That these are people he would vouch for. So you rather put such people in positions that are very sensitive, perhaps because they've worked with them before, perhaps because he knows of their testimonials or things like that. So what do you think of this line of argument? Because there's this line of argument that the president is appointing people in certain offices because he can trust these people not to such sensitive issues. So what do you think of this line of argument?
That line of argument derides competency and capacity. It mocks logic and clear thought. It's a bit worrisome to have people make that argument. When you set out to become the president of a federal republic, such as ours, the minimum is that we expect that you're able to have consultants, you're able to have confidants who can traverse the country and get you the best minds from different tendencies and regions. And that's exactly where I disagree with those who think that, oh yeah, he's the president and he has to get people he can trust. No, the very moment you set out to become a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the first thing, the minimum is that you should know quite a lot about the country you want to govern. And then the second part is that you should have people you can trust across we have 6 geopolitical zones, across the zones, who can recommend competent hands, who can recommend patriots and statesmen to you. And then you can vet and see those you can deploy and, if you like, appoint to different positions. But unfortunately, we have a leadership, we have a government that has refused to do justice to these issues. I'll give you another practical instance. The reason the Constitution made provision for federal character normative is because the Constitution understands that, and the draftsmen understand that across the tendencies that make up our country, there is no region, there is no space that does not have competent minds and competent hands. You cannot go to the Southwest and tell me that you can't find a man who can handle the Nigerian police effectively. You cannot go to the South and tell me that you do not have an effective hand that can handle the MPA successfully. You cannot go to the Southeast and tell me that you do not have somebody who can effectively manage the Ministry of Finance effectively. And so you can also come to the North Central to tell me you don't have people who can manage these portfolios. The failure of leadership is the lack of capacity and competency to look at these fundamentals. And that is why when some of us initially left the party and said, oh, we cannot, this wasn't what we campaigned for in 2015. We campaigned for a president who will make the Nigerian estate his territory, a president who will make the Nigerian estate his constituency. And when those appointments began to inundate our press, and you look at it and you have a slant that is northward, so many of us got a bit offended. And some of us left the party. But now it's imperative that when you look at the political demograph, we must begin to effectively critique leadership from within if you want to change our country for good. So I disagree with those who are saying that our president is appointing those he can trust. The president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria must rise above clannish interests. He must rise above ethnicity. He must rise above cronyism. He must rise above nepotism. And I do sincerely think that the time has come for those who truly love him, those who truly care about him, and those who truly care about our country to tell him, no matter how much those who pat his back are telling him, oh, it's okay, so long as Nigeria works. People must begin to speak truth to power and tell him it's not okay. It's only okay when every tendency in Nigeria, every region, every creed and clan has a true sense of belonging.
Okay. All right, Jennifer, I'm going to come to you, but you know what? We'll just take a very, very short break. When we return, I'll come to Jennifer, then we'll take some questions from our audience. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. we go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Now, if you're just tuning in, we want to know what to do to stop or minimize nepotism in government appointments in this country. I mean, it's really sickening. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. And we still have our guest with us, Professor Chris. Jennifer, let me just come to you, take your question, then I have some more questions for the Prof.
Okay, Prof, nice to have you on the show. Okay, so my question is this here. With an action like this, what are the likely implications? Like, in your experience, what do you think this move?
No, let me say clearly that oftentimes when I get confronted with this reality, what comes to mind is a paraphrase of a certain song that the late Anikulapo Kuti Fela sang. He said, "This uprising will bring out the best." My paraphrase is the best. He said, "The beast in us." Across the country, Jennifer, is a call for restructuring of our country. Across the country is a call for justice, equity, and fairness. Across our country is a call for a new normative and a new narrative. And that's because we live in a country that largely has a president that has refused to take the country as his primary constituency. This is the first time since independence where Nigerians are beginning to talk about Fulanization, where Nigerians are beginning to talk about ethnic cards and ethnic tendencies. This is the first time in the history of our country where at the same time, the Yorubas are saying that they want Oodua Republic. The Igbos are saying that they want Biafra. The South are saying that they want their own republic. And then the Middle Belt, the North Central, are saying that they want restructuring. And the reasons are simple. It is because for the first time in our country, we are seeing appointments and appointing protocols that are slanted northwards. We're seeing appointment and appointing protocols that are largely centered on nepotistic tendencies. We're seeing cronyism as an instrument of state. We're seeing things that are otherwise haven't been the lot. Remember that since 1999, we had for 8 years the Obasanjo administration. Obasanjo isn't from the Southeast, but he appointed Anambra State at that point had the highest number of appointments at the federal cabinet. I think it was about 3 ministers or so, and the CBN governor. It didn't matter to him. He went across the country looking for the most competent hands. And then after him, we had Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua wasn't Igbo, but he appointed people who were of different tendencies, and his appointments weren't largely considered nepotistic. Then we saw the Jonathan administration that came, and for the first time in the history of our country, post-Civil War, we had an Igbo man who became the Chief of Army Staff, and several other appointments like that. And then, unfortunately, I say this advisedly, the man that we all wanted and believed was going to transform this country, after having asked for our vote 3 times, the 4th time he became the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We thought that he was going to be the father of the nation and was going to outperform others in terms of inclusivity, in terms of making the Nigerian state his patrimony, his republic, his home, has unfortunately taken us the way of the ethnic card and tendencies. And that's why we have trouble everywhere.
Okay.
And I believe, like my mentor Madiba, Nelson Rolish Lala Mandela would say, that it is never too late to do the right thing. I believe, like the sage Obafemi Awolowo said, that hope is the last milk in the human breast. I believe that we can do the right thing. And I still do not believe that it is impossible for Muhammad Buhari to do the right thing. That is why some of us returned back to the party after having left it.
Chris,
and we're saying that from within, we can correct this anomaly. This president must come back to the people and do what is proper, right, and right. You cannot lead a disparate nation like ours flying the ethnic card or the religious card.
Okay.
So I think that he must do what is right, try to right. Across this country, we have the best minds, we have competent hands. And then if he wants Nigeria to be peaceful, wonderful, united, and beautiful again, he must retrace his steps.
Okay, Prof. So achieving inclusivity, because hearing you speak, given the history from President Obasanjo to Yar'Adua, of course, with the picture that we saw, the appointment and all of that, this thing clearly is tied to a person, right? It is tied to, nepotism is tied to a person. There are some people that they don't have the tendencies in them, you know, to begin to draw only their people closer, while some people have the tendencies to act in that nature. So my question is, should that be the checkmate for any leadership, or what should be in place if we were to achieve inclusivity, regardless of whoever is in power? We do not want to know, because now I might come into power tomorrow and I love everybody. I'm a Nigerian, I do not see my tribe and all of that. I appoint everybody. Somebody else will come into power and says, no, it is only people from my region I'm going to be appointing. We can't keep having this kind of, what's it called, hot today, cold tomorrow, right? We need to have a standard. We need to have a structure. So what must we put in place to have that structure, to have that standard that says, you know what, regardless, this is what needs to be done, and we hold the government accountable. And we will not be waiting for 4 years or 8 years to elapse before we take the person out and look for somebody that will be all-inclusive. We don't have that time. Prof, did you hear me? I think, does it mean I've been talking to myself? Prof, did you hear me?
No, we have.
Oh, sugar. Okay, you heard me, but I don't think Prof heard me. I think we're losing Prof. But let me take a comment.
I didn't hear you clearly.
Okay, because what I was saying, I don't know if you can reconnect Prof, right? What I was saying, Prof, can you hear me now? We're losing him.
Hello?
Prof, can you hear me?
Hello?
Prof, can you hear me? I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I lost you for a time.
Okay, so let me quickly come back. I said that when I heard you speak about the history from Obasanjo all the way to President Muhammadu Buhari, it clearly shows that the tendency is for somebody to have that spirit of nepotism. It is an individual thing. So today I can come into power and get people. Can you hear me? I think he's losing me. Okay, we're having troubles with Prof. Let's try to disconnect and reconnect him back, because this thing for me, I think, is just a personal thing. If somebody is not, but Jennifer and Temi, can you guys hear me too as well, or everybody's out? You see, that's the power of technology.
I can't hear you clearly.
All right, so I think everybody should just exit and come back. Exit and come back. We'll continue the conversation. While they are trying to do that, let me get Ade's comments. Ade says, good evening, ladies. Please ask your guest, why is the police minister announcing the appointment of a new IGP in the absence of our tribalistic president? What's the duty of the vice president? I think the fear of not being well educated is really affecting who now? Affecting him. Regards, that's Ade from the UK. But I think we're trying to connect. Are they back? If they're not back, you know, maybe we should just go on a very short break. I think so. On a very short break, we'll be right back. Let's try to reconnect them back.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where? The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, you going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar? And I said, am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
had that
showing my private
conversation.
parts. I want to put it in.
Thanks for staying with us. So I think we've gotten Professor Chris back and the ladies. That's the power of technology. All right, so Prof, I asked the question about, nepotism being tied to an individual. So if we want to achieve inclusivity in governance, can't we put a structure in place where, regardless of who is in power, you must follow the rules?
Let me say clearly, and very importantly, that if we have a National Assembly that lives true to its constitutional provision, if we have a National Assembly that is less partisan than it is today, if we have a National Assembly that takes seriously its oversight functions, then no president will take for granted the provisions of Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution until, and this is seriously speaking, until we have a nation where governance becomes absolutely responsible and responsive to the people, until we have a nation where the people come before individualism, until we have a nation where responsive leadership takes primacy over partisanship. The National Assembly must save us from such mess where leadership decides to govern with tendentious whims and caprices that do not help for inclusiveness. And I say this strongly. Some people have said that, this call for Biafra, call for Oodua Republic, call for the Middle Belt enterprise, and call for restructuring is because some people were not, did not get appointments. Some have made it so simplistic as saying that, it's all partisan, but it is not. If we had a president, or if we have a president who decides to rethink and do what is proper, right and right, some of these calls would die naturally. And I say this advisedly. The Igbo man in Nigeria wants to live in a country where justice, equity, inclusiveness, and fair play is the order of the day. The Yoruba man wants a country where justice, fairness, and equity is the minimum. The South man wants inclusiveness in a country where his resources fence and takes care of whatever happens in this country. And so does the man in the North Central, in the states of Kogi, Benue, and the likes. They want a country where every person has a true sense of belonging. And unfortunately, and I say this seriously, we have seen, like you noted, I saw the pictures that you put out since 1999, and precisely between 2015 and now, we've had the same zone, the same tendency, the same coloration, the same creed as IG of police. Is that your president saying that we don't have competent hands from the other zones?
Okay,
is that what he's saying to us?
I like what you're saying, Prof. I like what you're saying about competency. I like what you said about competency, because when I put this picture on my status, one of our anchors, Uti, says, she's asking that, is this supposed to be inclusivity or competence, right? That we should almost like saying that most times, are we not, shifting the goalpost or changing where the focus should be? So I now pose the question to her, is she trying to tell me that there are no competent people across Nigeria, across all regions in Nigeria? Because a lot of people have argued that shouldn't it be merit that should be the conversation, right, when it comes to appointments, and I'm saying that in terms of merit, every region have brilliant minds that you can pick from. You just need to look harder to find those minds, right? So, I mean...
Absolutely. Well, let me say this clearly, that I'm from a small town called Ibuza in Delta State.
Yeah.
And in that town called Ibuza, we have competent minds, we have beautiful engineers, we have smart lawyers, we have smart bankers. At some point in our banking evolution, Ibuza alone produced 3 bank MDs. And when people make arguments that are less than proper, when people make arguments that are not properly researched, it bothers me and troubles the carapace of my mind. There is no zone in this country that does not have competent hands.
Absolutely.
There is no space in this country that does not have competent hands. So that argument is not tenable. It's basically partisan than logical. And I think that the time has come for us to tell our president that across the length and breadth of our country, we have competent hands that can do justice to whatever subject and space. We have competent hands that can police this country. We have competent hands that can manage the NPA. We have competent hands that can manage the Ministry of Finance. And beyond the logic or the argument of those he's comfortable with, if they continue to make that argument, then they're not doing great service to the president.
Absolutely.
Because the president of Nigeria should have friends across Nigeria. He should have friends who are Yorubas, Igbos, Hausas, Fulanis, thieves, Idomas. So if they're trying to tell us that a president does not have people outside his space that he can trust, then they're telling us that our president is incompetent.
Of being the president, absolutely. All right, so let me hear your final thoughts. Jennifer and Tammy, quickly, because we ran out of time. Jennifer, let me come to you first. Jennifer, are you there? Did we lose Jennifer again? Tammy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Tammy.
Mine is a question. Oh, can I ask a question?
Quickly, in 1 minute. And Prof, you have to
keep... Is there enough time?
Yeah, we just have 1 minute each.
So in the middle of this conversation, I had thoughts refer many times to leaving a particular political party and being back there. And one thought that has been on my mind, the one question that has bothered me for a while, is as Nigerians, towards 2023 election, what should be priority for us? Is it the political party or the person? Is it the party that makes the person in Nigeria or the person influences the party? Which should we focus on?
Okay, Prof, quickly.
I wish I could expatiate, but I hope you understand my question.
He understands.
Yeah,
Prof, quickly, in 1 minute.
Let me say clearly that I'd rather a country where the person comes first. But unfortunately, our electoral act says that no individual contests an election, that is the political party that fields a candidate. And so until we have an electoral act that allows for competency and individual candidates, until we have an electoral act that even allows for individual candidacy, we still have the parties that as a major contestant in electoral processes. So what do? We have to politic based on partisanship. But chiefly, I think that what we must begin to do as a people is begin to mobilize for the best candidates across parties, indiscriminate of whether the PDP, APC, APGA, the likes. We must look for the best hands, and we must ask for how they present and defend the manifestos of their party. That's what I think, and that's sooner rather than later, we may have a situation where we can present individual and independent candidates in the electoral process.
Prof, you know me, we campaigned very well for this current government, and now we are suffering it. This one that you are telling me that you have gone back to that party, it is you and yourself alone. I'm going to bring you back. I'm going to bring you back for us to talk about that one, because that one is another kind of home that you have opened. You know, we have to talk about that one.
I judge you small. Well, I judge you small. I'm judging you a little.
Please.
A little.
Please, oh,
because we are friends.
I've asked for forgiveness. If you see the way I campaign, you will think that they gave me money to do this campaign.
I know.
Because we all believed that he was, you know, truly going to fight, you know, corruption. And the one thing that we trusted our president with, you know, has been the biggest, you know, in my opinion, the biggest place that he has failed us as a people. So we're just hoping. Chris,
the reason evil triumphs is when good men fold their hands and watch mouths agape and houses akimbo. I think that the first thing we must do is to think about how we can transform the system from within.
We'll try. So we'll bring you back, Prof, to talk about that, how we can transform the system. But it's only you that will be within. I will be outside. All right, so thank you. No way. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Tammy. All right, so Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, and influence lives towards action. And this year, we started our CSR focus on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you are a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handles, as this will be an all-year-round engagement. So tell your friends to keep all eyes on Ways. Now, in case you missed today's quote, this very important quote, here it is again. Discrimination is never fair. It's a killer, in fact. Nepotism in place of power is a killer, like Adolf Hitler. Now, we'll see you live tomorrow. It's our ladies' night out, so we're going to bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy your evening.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Leadership is about influencing behavior and attitude. And there's a proverb or adage that for me depicts the gamut of leadership. You can take a horse to the stream, but you can't force it to drink. And the job of the leader is to get the horse to drink.
Okay, now, Femi, as we come back, you need to explain to me what role daddies play in the kind of level. I mean, that's what you wanted to know, right?
I think daddies need to play a very important role. I'll have to admit that.
It's better for you because you're a father of daughters. In fact,
yes.
In fact, you are correct.
I'm a father of daughters, but you know, I won't say I'm unique, but because I was brought up
if you're unique, say you're unique. You blow your trumpet. Don't allow anybody to take it from you.
Of course, I'm unique. Everybody's unique in their own way. But I was brought up by women.
Hey.
By my mom and my sisters. You know, basically, because. I was only a few months old when my father died. So,
now I know why you're such a great guy.
Yeah, because of that, I have a lot of time for women. I have a lot of respect for them, you know, and I do play my role, you know. And also right now, I'm surrounded by women. You know?
Yeah, in the lounge.
But actually,
so
just to take on what you're saying, I think that the home and the values That's where the real work is done.
That's where true leadership...
That's the first leadership. You see, because you see, if the first people that a child sees leading are its parents.
This is very deep, because if you say that is it, but we cannot...
So the example, so a lot of parents cannot teach their children because they don't know what it is, they don't have it. So there's a gap somewhere where a certain generation didn't get the parenting they needed, so they can't pass it to their children.
What generation would that be? Would that be ours or
it's a lost generation. I don't know. I got it, so I don't know. You know, I
think it's a generation where you see their CV,
yes,
and you don't know which one is their first name, their second name,
yes,
and their middle name.
Yes.
I don't get it.
Oh, you don't?
Oh, no.
I see it all the time. You see somebody's resume, and it's written 3 names, and you don't know which one is his first name or his surname. Because when you're asking for his name, we say, you know...
We pick the one that is most convenient.
Yeah, we just say... And I'm saying, okay, so which one is your first name? Which one is your surname, which is called your last name in some countries? Because English-speaking countries, there is a format that is used. At some point, that was switched in Nigeria. Apparently, it was really
education.
Yeah, so now, and they don't understand that when you write your surname first, ideally you shouldn't be doing. You should either be in capital
or underline it,
They don't even
Usually
know.
Capital. Yes.
And you know those things they may look little, but they bug me.
No, but you see,
I see that why are these young people why can't they just get it?
So tell me, in the past you would say, whose son are you? Oh, yes. Whose daughter are you?
They still ask it.
Your father's name is what is most important. Is that happening today?
In terms of marriage or in terms
forget about marriage, generally.
Even getting ahead in life, a lot of times when you go to places, people want to know, when they hear a name, let's say that's happened a lot. You see somebody and you say, oh, let's say my name is Ifoma Brown or Ifoma something, you know, and someone says, oh, which Brown? Which Brown is that? Yes. Oh my goodness, are you the Brown from... But the first impression they had of you wasn't that, oh, they probably were very nasty or very calm, like, oh my God, all of a sudden. So that means that name opened something for me. So if I have a certain name or I can call some names.
So names matter.
But
what does it have to do with leadership? Because the point is, in fact, I'm nameless doesn't make
some things are conferred on you when you have. So if I show up that I'm a bachelor's child or I'm a big person's child, there's some things that naturally just.
But it also goes back
that's
to
the
the same
influence
character,
of the
because
name.
if your father or mother is known for being a particular type of person, for instance, Dr. Alex Ekweme just died. He died last year. Actually. Yes, his son was my classmate. You never know. Chike was normal. Yeah. We went to FGC Lorraine. He was very normal. But he didn't wear it as an anymore.
No, but we're saying that it's from the family.
Yes, from the family. You know, he had a good reputation, but he didn't make his son feel entitled because he was vice president of Nigeria at the time.
No, teachers can no longer discipline children because of their parents and what their parents insist on. So if your parent insists that you can't sort of face the corner if you're in primary school because, oh, you're this person's child, how do you think that child is going to grow up? Feeling that they don't have to follow the rules.
Yes.
And that's where it starts from. If you can't follow the rules and the regulations, there's a problem. We live in a society, it's anarchy we're in here. So even this leadership we're talking about...
I want to pick Ifoma up on, you were saying parents probably didn't know what to pass on. Yes. And that's why they didn't teach leadership. But you know, with parenting, we all know that it's what they see you doing more than what you say.
Yes.
And that is where the leadership of the parents is the doing.
What do you think the adults, where do you think we've gone wrong? The older people we are adults, actually. I mean, not yet. 21 is not 21.
In Nigeria, in Nigeria, this is Nigeria, so I'm an adult. I think parents forgot to teach some basic knowledge and values. Yes. As little as tolerance. My generation takes tolerance as anything, you know.
Anything goes.
Anything goes.
No boundaries.
You know, no boundaries.
Wow.
And we forget that tolerance plays a very huge role in whatever it is you're doing. So I think parents actually missed few values to teach their children that, hey, a good name is actually better than
silver and gold.
Silver and gold.
No, but if your parents told you that, would you believe them? Tolerance in your family? Well, is it by what they say or what they do?
Yes. Saying words and actions. Okay, action speaks louder than words. But yes, even at that, our parents also missed to show us what tolerance means to a certain extent. Parents older people, adults, because, okay, I'll give you an example. I remember when I was
That's easier.
Yes. I remember when I was
because you're talking above my head.
I was much younger, and then I think we were about 4 people in the class, and then somebody asked for my biro, but I was using it. And then the other person said to me, don't mind her, she's Ijebu. And don't mind, she told the other person, do not mind me, that I'm Ijebu, which means that I'm a stingy person. And flashback
Who told you Ijebu is a stingy person?
That's an assumption. And we all grew up, and it's funny how we were having a conversation, I think about 2 years ago, and one of my classmates was saying, that girl, the girl they said she's Ijebu, she's still very stingy. And I feel like one of the reasons why she still remembered that, she still had a perception of her, is because of what she heard and how she has believed that's the norm. Do you get? Yes, I think all those things that we do as at now is what we've picked from the norm. I mean, you don't give what you don't have. So if you don't know certain things from like when you're little, when you're younger, you grow up to become that way. So it's not just only parents, but people generally.
No, but you see, parents have the major responsibility to first raise
and
I have 4 children.
Which I'm not taking
out. And I'm
out.
very strict, but I'm very playful.
Yes.
So I say to them, I play with you. I've asked them before, why do you like me as a parent? I ask my kids from time to time. That's if they like you. They do. my youngest says, because you're our friend, but you're also mommy.
Very firm.
So you have the mommy line, but you also listen to us as a friend would. Then you would give the mommy verdict. I like that. I like that I can understand their generation, so that I can be able to deal with things in a way that they will accept it and they will understand it. And because they have a future.
Yeah, so
clearly,
because you know.
Clearly here, I just want to rein in the conversation. Clearly here we are saying we have leadership issues, yes we do, but the problem lies, maybe there was a gap at some point in parenting.
Yes.
So what the solution should be is what we should be talking about. I'll be back.
It's not just parenting.
I want us to come back to solutions, take a break, and then come back to solutions so that we can have something really concrete out of these conversations.
Okay. Welcome back to the lounge. We've been having an amazing time so far. So we're going to round up with taking this back home, what we think leadership means to us. Personally, I think leadership means influencing people positively. Yes, positively. And then I'm going to draw my beautiful Anne.
Well, for me, how I've been able to show leadership, I would say, is from the family perspective. Being one of the oldest children, I see that there's something that's generally
said. What number are you? One of the oldest children.
But on my mom's side, I'm like the first cousin, you know, so I have so many people below me. And I've seen that the way, you know how they say that if the first child goes right, the others sort of follow suit. I see that without even realizing, people were actually, my little cousins and people were actually emulating. So I realized that I have to make it deliberate. I have to make sure that I pull them all up. People are looking at me whether I like it or not.
So integrity.
That's how I show, yeah, integrity, being coordinated, do the right thing when you should do it, follow suit. So when I'm telling you that, you know, I don't like what you're doing in school, do this. Me too. You can't say you that had that class, you know, that won't happen.
So did you have
leadership? No, I didn't have it to want, but yeah. Mrs. I, what do you think?
Because true leadership is about influencing people down through the generations and maintaining a value system. Integrity is very important to me. Integrity to values and then doing the work. And I think that we can't leave the earth without passing things down. So mentoring and coaching people in what is right and what they should do is important. So like for me, there's a foundation I'm starting, which is called Boys to Men. Because I recognize, which is, men are the leaders, whether we like it or not. It's a man's world. And if the men can be good leaders, then they will do what is right by women. And all these struggles that we have won't arise, because it will be clear to them that if the men and the women work together, we'll achieve a much greater, much better world. So I want to influence the young men, to tell them that it's not macho that makes you a man. It's your value system.
I'll take your word
it's doing the right thing.
I'll take your word for it.
Because I have 2 boys. I've raised 2 boys, and they're very polite, yes. And it's very polite, and it's very important to treat women well and to treat everybody well. That's what makes you a man. Being able to even cry it doesn't take away from you. It simply means you can express yourself. You're confident enough as a man.
I will worry if my husband cries.
No, please don't be worried. He should be able to cry in front of you, in front of someone.
Yeah.
Because that means that you have a heart and you're not ashamed because you're confident enough in yourself. And leadership requires you to be
So you're saying
confident.
she's taking leadership in the home, now you're taking it out.
You have to teach other people.
You're
Yes.
teaching other people to be men.
Yes. To be leaders, but it's men that I'm focusing on because there are enough organizations focused on women.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
As I opened this program, I did say that my pet thing now is
Pet
to help.
First Lady. They call it Pet Project.
Pet project.
She's seeing the future.
My pet project is to help with leadership. And that was the reason I started writing my book, The Conscious Life, so that people can, from a very young age, begin to decide what they want to do with their life. And I think it has been well received. And I took all of that from raising my own 2 children, 2 adult children.
What is there with two of you? Two.
It just happened that she has 2 boys as well.
And it's 2 boys. 2. And, but beyond, also, I chair a foundation where we grant scholarship. But I have since found out that beyond the money we give them, we need to also make sure that we mentor them and counsel them and influence them and feel a bit responsible for the kind of adults they become. So we meet them quarterly. So teaching them things like how to use cutlery. We take them to lunch.
In
different
underprivileged environments? Or this is, okay.
No. These are underprivileged people who at university don't know how to use cutlery. But they're bright. They're first class students in their brains. But we meet them, we mentor them, we let them understand some of the things that they've never been open to.
So you're making conscious effort to put back.
To put back.
You know, but is that something as a way of life? What about you? What's happening with you?
Well, I believe more. I'm very socially conscious about how we raise people in the communities because they say it takes a whole village to raise a child. So, I mean, last year we had a few displaced IDP Bonu boys in our community. So I just began to feed and other people joined me. So we fed, they had some money, we helped them get bikes. So a lot of them have gone back home to farm because we taught them how to save, do this esusu, where they all had a clump of money at some point, then be able to sell their bikes and go back home to start their lives all over again. I like those sort of projects. And you know, it gave them a sense of self, a sense of belonging. They didn't feel like they were needy and were just, you know, they're beggars, they're helpless. You know, some of them slept in our compounds because there was nowhere, they were sleeping rough, they were sleeping on the road before.
So this, in your example now, we see tolerance, we see acceptance, we see trying to get people to be independent.
And be able
you
to
didn't have
fend
to
for
force
themselves.
them to drink
Not
the
at
water
all.
in the
I think people
horse.
respond to love.
This horse sharing. And this leadership outside of
to join,
outside of the public, it's a public. It's not like you didn't call yourself "I am a leader."
No.
You know, and
I didn't need to set up anything. I just behaved in a way that other people would join.
Yes. So people are hearing that. So what about Femi? What do you think?
Well,
your personal area of experience
is what we're trying to do is to use the platform we have now, which is media, to change.
We're in your studio, by the way, and they are co-producers.
To change the orientation of the young people so that they can be good leaders. So we're using that, you know, and then we're actually going to also use the internet because that will also reach many more people. So we're looking at different kind of programs that will not just entertain, but actually educate, inform,
and truly.
Easy? Yeah,
is that easy?
It's not easy because you then need a lot of funding to do it well. But we're committed to doing that because for me, what I keep telling people of my generation now is that what do we want to leave behind? Do we want to leave this place worse than we met it? Because that's what I can see, unless we do things to change that narrative. The other thing that I'm doing actually on a personal basis is to try and work with people in government because sometimes they actually have sincere purposes, but they just don't know what to do. So we're working with some of them to see how we can help them to, you know, to change and channel their, so that's what.
So what am I doing? Well, I've raised my kids, but you see, it's not enough to raise your children. When you raise your children, they're going to mix with other people down to the peer. No matter how much you tell them, peer doesn't matter. They live in a world where
they should be
the one influencing people, you know. If they want to be influenced. But the point is, whether people influence, whether you influence people or not positively, if you don't want to be influenced, leave them and go your own lane, which is what, and so through my work, everything that I do, like Ifeoma says, we've spoken to women enough. This is a women conversation, but the truth is, we need to speak to women to speak to men. Yeah. Women who are raising sons must raise their sons to respect women, because I worry about the, you know, I've raised my sons, what about the one that my daughters will marry? Yes. You know what I mean? Yes. Have they raised them right? So it's down to each of us in our own little sphere, taking leadership, knowing that whatever it is that we do, right, has a ripple effect. It does. We are seeing the benefit with so I would like us to just round up with our final words. I'm starting with you, because your kids are still so young.
And I'm worried because the way society is going, I mean, when you go on the internet or you go on Instagram and kind of things you see and hear, they're kind of worrisome. So really, all I'll do is try to educate myself and try to be also involved in terms of knowing what's happening in the world. I can't say I'm oblivious of the social media and everything that's going on. I have to be part of it. That's the only way I can really influence my children to follow the right way. So,
Ifeoma. I'm a leader, and I intend to change the world more than I already have done.
And it's never too late. I mean, I'm surprised.
It's a continuous thing. Mentor, coach, teach people. Everything you do, somebody's looking at you. And we don't realize it.
Sitting like this now. Please, let's follow it from
to learn.
I'm sitting like this because it keeps my back straight, and I don't want backache. It's that simple. It's for love of self.
So we must learn. We're learning of self. Okay, please. Okay. Sis.
All right. So, despite or whatever is happening around you, you're on a singular journey. And you, in your own situation, can bring leadership to all the situations you're in and to all the people. And by helping your own children to be good adults, you actually are already helping leadership in society.
Even though I say it's last word, but is there hope? Is there hope?
There is.
Oh, yes.
There is.
If we all use our singular journey to help the environment.
When there's life, there's hope.
Yes.
We can't but hope.
Give up.
And we can't just give up.
And you have to do what you need to do. You can't just be sitting and hoping. Hoping, you have to hope and take steps. We all have things that we're doing to move that envelope further and to change the narrative.
Because it's important. This little light of mine.
I'm gonna let it shine.
Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Just want me so quiet too.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
She's learning.
Yes, I'm learning.
No, but what gives you hope though in our society today?
The fact that it could be better.
Just that?
Yes, the fact that I know it could be better, because I've tried, I've done a couple of things and I've seen it work. So I'm always on the quest to do more and become more. I'm a being, so I'm becoming, I'm trying to become more. Yes, I'm evolving.
No, but do you have a lot of people in your space? Do you have a lot of people thinking like that, and does it bother you?
Yes, and that's what I'm trying to...
What is it? Yes, it bothers you?
Yes, it bothers me.
Okay.
And I have a lot of people in my space that is divided. Some people think that they could get better. Other people are nonchalant about it. So I'm rising with the people who thinks I like what they do.
Go to your lane.
Yes.
Like most societies, Nigerians are waiting to be led properly.
Yes.
They've just not been led well. If they are led where they will fall into line. I say Nigerians who will see a cripple on the road and is controlling traffic, and they all wait. Initially and say, okay, they are obedient. So everywhere, we are waiting to be led properly. We've just never been led well. And I think it's the lie of the leader to say that it's Nigerians that is to be blamed for what the problem, for what we have
I don't agree. I think that each individual, which is what... like you are a leader, you live the life of a leader and you lead others.
Not
you think a singular
can be a leader.
No, we can.
Not everybody is a leader.
No, in different space.
Somebody
has different leaders. I might live in one area. I live in one area, you live in another area.
This is where I might not agree. No, not everyone is going to be the CEO.
No.
However, the head of the cleaners must show
He's still a leader. He's still a leader, but he has people who are following him.
No.
He has people that he has told that this is what we should do today, and they need to then follow that.
But those people are leaders in their own homes.
Absolutely.
So we're leaders everywhere.
But I know what Femi is talking about, and there's a concept called
the buck must stop on the table.
No, it's called high power distance, which is to say that we respect position and money and those things. So we are waiting. People are waiting for somebody to tell them what to do. So some people don't want to lead. They want to be told what to do. And we need to remember that. I think that's really what you're talking about.
And there are different levels of leadership
Absolutely.
as well.
Okay, but as we say,
that leads, and
as we say in this lounge,
You can agree to disagree. I disagree.
The conversation continues.
The conversation continues. So you can continue. You know, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on YouTube, whatever. The conversation continues. But as for me, you can be a leader in your own space and lead. Even if it's only 2 people you are leading, lead them well. Then for those that we select to be leaders that we see, they must show a certain level of responsibility. Yes. And we must demand it of them.
Yes.
Right?
I agree with that.
Absolutely.
So, I agree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we can go now.
Yes.
See you again next week.
We can be the leaders.
The storm is over. Is it? Is it ever over? Storms are part of life. They come and go. The plan is to build your wealth to withstand stormy days. And to do that, you need partners. Partners that understand what it means to build wealth that lasts.
Meristem. Let's grow wealth for you.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely burned.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. A Motepu core is a complementary core.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther
has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Eson Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in his 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originate and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in his senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
On Plus TV Africa News Now, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo decorates acting IGP Usman Baba with new rank. Death toll from Sudan's Darfur crisis rises to 87. EU regulator says age, gender are not factors in red blood clots among AstraZeneca vaccine users. Thanks for joining us on Plus News Now. I am Maureen Meno Mwezigwe. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo on Wednesday decorated a Deputy Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, as the Acting Inspector General of Police. The event took place at Aso Villa in Abuja. President Muhammadu Buhari, through the Minister of Police Affairs, Mohammed Dingyadi, had on Tuesday appointed Baba to succeed Mohammed Adamu. Meanwhile, Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo has challenged the newly appointed Acting Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, to restore confidence and the dignity of the Nigeria Police Force. Osinbajo gave the task when he decorated the Acting Inspector General of Police with his new rank at the conference room of the Vice President's office, State House, Abuja, on Wednesday. The Vice President performed the decoration on behalf of President Muhammadu Buhari, who is currently on medical checkup in the United Kingdom. Osinbajo urged the new police boss to ensure that the Nigeria Police Force lives up to expectations and complies with the rule of law. The Acting Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, has resumed office after being decorated by Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. Baba was, until his appointment, the Force Secretary at the Louis Edet House in Abuja. The Yobe State-born police boss was born on the 1st of March 1963 and bagged a master's degree in public administration from the University of Maiduguri, Borno State in 1997 and a Bachelor of Arts from the Bayero Usman University, Kano in 1985. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Mike Ozekome, has described the appointment of the new Acting Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Baba, as illegal and unconstitutional. Ozekome contended that Baba's appointment negated provisions of federal character as enshrined in the 1999 Constitution as amended. The activist urged that the president lacks the power to single-handedly appoint the IGP. He said the president can only appoint an IGP in conjunction with the Nigeria Police Council, comprising himself as chairman, all 36 state governors, the chairman of the Police Service Commission, and the IGP. And following the appointment of Usman Alkali as Acting Inspector General of Police by President Muhammadu Buhari, Nigerians have expressed diverse expectations as they look forward to improved security in the country. Osarege Abonwan reports.
After 2 months and 4 days in a 10-year extension, the reign of Mohammed Adamu has come to an end, with President Muhammadu Buhari approving the appointment of Deputy Inspector General of Police Usman Baba as Acting Inspector General of Police with immediate effect. The ex-IGP Mohammed Adamu was rated differently for his handling of security issues. This is more so with the emergence of new threats in different regions, the latest being attacks on security outfits in southeast Nigeria, along with kidnappings, banditry, and insurgency. In the midst of the controversy about the appointment of Usman Baba and cries of nepotism, the new Inspector General has a huge task ahead of him once confirmed by the Senate.
Kidnapping, banditry, violent crimes have become virtually the design in almost every part of the country. So the new Acting Inspector General of Police is confronted with the immediate task of first ensuring that the spate of kidnapping, the spate of banditry is reduced.
Musa Alkali Baba, I do think that he has a very tall order. And Nigerians are expecting a lot of things from him. Because given the, like you observe, the challenges of security in Nigeria keep evolving.
The need for total police reforms is also likely to be re-echoed as one of the factors limiting the success of the Nigerian police force. Will Usman Baba be able to push for better funding of the police and proper reforms?
We need to come to terms with the welfare of the policemen. We need to come to terms with the kind of training that they are receiving. We need to come to terms with the environment in which they are performing their task.
A lot of reforms. But the reforms can be categorized in different shades. There are reforms that the Inspector General of Police can midwife. Reforms in the area of anti-corruption, like I've spoken. I mean, Nigerian police needs reforms in the area of anti-corruption.
Nigerians seek answers to these challenges plaguing the nation, and many argue that without adequate security, national development cannot be achieved. Osaogie Ogbonwa, Plus TV Africa.
2 youths have been shot dead in Awka in what appeared to be a cult war. Police spokesman in Anambra, DSP Tochukwu Ikenga, who confirmed the incident, said operatives had been drafted to the scene to prevent further breakdown of law and order. Ikenga said preliminary findings suggested that the deceased were killed by members of a rival cult group. The shooting occurred near a popular New Generation church where tricycle operators had an office. A resident who witnessed the incident said the assailants arrived in a tricycle and opened fire on the victims, killing them in the process. Osun State Governor Gboyega Oyetola has called for the decentralization of the Nigeria Police to meet the nation's current challenges. Oyetola made the submission at the second annual colloquium of the Sultan Machido Institute for Peace, Leadership and Development Studies, University of Abuja. The governor, who acknowledged the efforts of the federal government for establishing community police, said that the intervention was inadequate as it was still being controlled from the center. According to him, the constitutional provision that assigned the role of chief security officer to governors ought to have been provided, corresponding empowerment and control of the security agencies to the same governors to enable them perform their responsibilities effectively. The Nigerian Army says the military and other security agencies have successfully dislodged criminal elements that have been terrorizing in Kadikot Ekpan area in Akwa Ibom State and the joint security operation. The Director, Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Mohammed Jarima, disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday in Abuja. He said the group has attacked various security agencies, which resulted in the loss of lives and cutting away of weapons in the past few weeks, adding that the last incident led to the killing of some policemen, including a CSP. The Army said normalcy has been restored in the area, while the police personnel have since assumed full control and carrying out normal duties. Meanwhile, no fewer than 85 fleeing inmates have returned to Owerri Correctional Center, which was attacked in the early hours of Monday by unknown gunmen. 1,884 inmates were freed when the gunmen struck the Correctional Center and the Imo State Police Command headquarters in Owerri, respectively. The attackers, who raised no fewer than 50 vehicles, also attacked a military base at Ukwoji on the Owerri-Onitsha Expressway and burnt a soldier in a car before they fled. When contacted, the public relations officer of the center, James Maduba, said that he could not immediately confirm the actual number of inmates who had returned. The Lagos State Commissioner for Police, CP Hakeem Odumosu, has deployed additional mobile policemen in the correctional centers in the state. This was announced after he received the new Controller for Correctional Service, Lagos, Francis Adebisi, and his entourage at the Police Command Headquarters, Ikeja, the state capital. A brief detail of the meeting was shared on Twitter by the Lagos State Police Public Relations Officer, Oluwa Adejobi, on Wednesday. The decision by the CP might not be unconnected to the attack on the Owerri Correctional Center in Imo State, where over 1,884 inmates were set free by gunmen on Monday. Christian Association of Nigeria CAN Kaduna State Chapter has condemned the comment by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, over his attack on Bishop Matthew Kuka's Easter message on the menace of insecurity in the country. The chairman, Christian Association of Nigeria Kaduna State Chapter, who doubles as the vice chairman of 19 northern states, Joseph Hayap, frowned at the presidency for always attacking the cleric whenever he speaks the truth. Hayap described Garba Shehu's comments against the cleric as both ungodly and unholy.
The word being used by Garba Shehu is simply that his message is unholy or ungodly. I want Garba Shehu to know that he is the one making ungodly statements to Nigeria. If Garba Shehu will be man enough to go back and sit down and listen to himself in the past 6 years, Garba Shehu have caused this country so much embarrassment by his ungodly statement. When Kuka asks them to do what is right, is it what is wrong? Let him just show us one thing there that Kuka said that's not true. I want to even answer him. He said Kuka should go to Adama or Borno and find out. The people will tell him that life now is better. In which country? Are we not in Nigeria? Or is Garba Shehu living in another federal republic of another country, not Nigeria? Because in Nigeria, I can tell him what is happening in Borno, tell him what is happening in Yobe. Just as they feel they have privilege to have information, we too know what is happening. The church is virtually everywhere. And a lot of our members have been victims.
The secretary of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, Anthony Ifanyi, says Victor Oye is a rightful chairman of the party in Anambra State. Anthony Ifanyi stated this while responding to reports that the party had been divided into factions belonging to Tony Oye and Edozie Njoku. He said this on our political show, Plus Politics, earlier today.
As far as we are concerned, in Anambra State, there is nothing like faction in the party. The authentic and the only national chairman of APOGA is Chief Dr. Sir Victor Ike-Oye. Ozombo. Then there is the authentic national chairman of the party, duly elected at the National Convention of the party on the 31st of May 2019. So we don't know Edozie Njoku and we don't know where he's coming from.
The Center for Women's Health and Information, in collaboration with the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Response Team, has organized a capacity-building workshop for senior-level officers in law enforcement agencies. The one-day training on gender-based violence held in Lagos on Wednesday. Our correspondent, Anita Felix, has more.
Seated here are heads of law enforcement agencies in Nigeria. They're learning how to tackle the rising incidence of gender-based violence. A lecturer of the Faculty of Law, Iyabo Oguniro, lists legal provisions against human rights abuses, noting that the challenge is not the laws, but their implementation.
If we have the domestic violence law of 2007 in Lagos State, and the police is saying that there is order from above, directive from above, that when it is domestic violence, they should not do anything. We have the child rights law of Lagos State. All these laws, they are there for the officers to rely on it and use it to prosecute cases, but they don't do it.
CSP Margaret Ighodalo admits the challenges and announced that there's a new police publication in the works to tackle the menace of domestic violence cases.
We are formulating a training manual now. A training manual based on gender-based violent cases. That training manual is going to be used from our basic training, what we call our basic training, our recruit training, to the highest training institution.
Coordinator of the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Response Team stated that the First Lady of Lagos State has championed a sexual intervention fund seeded with 50 million naira for survivors of sexual-based violence.
That fund is accessible for general hospitals and certain private hospitals that are empaneled on the Lagos State Health Services Scheme.
Director of Operation Lagos State Neighborhood Safety Agency Toyin Adeniyi proposes these solutions to achieve zero violence against women and girls.
I'm suggesting that civil defense and neighborhood and the police should come up with an awareness program on GBV in Lagos State.
There are alarming statistics on gender-based violence in Nigeria, including a UNICEF survey that reports sexual abuse in 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 10 boys. Analysts believe that workshops like these will go a long way in flattening the curve. Aneta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Hanire, has appealed to the resident doctors to call off their strike in the interest of patients that needed care at this critical time. Ehanire made the call at a media briefing on Wednesday in Abuja to commemorate World Health Day, celebrated every year on April 7th. The minister, who delivered his speech via Zoom from Edo, said this period was not a good time for such activities for the doctors that began a strike on Thursday. The aggrieved doctors' agitations include the non-payment of salaries of 3 to 5 months of some house officers and non-recruitment of house officers. Others are abolishment of the bench fees for doctors undergoing training in other hospitals, non-payment of national minimum wage, and hazard allowances. Courts in Bayelsa remained shut on Wednesday as the ongoing nationwide strike embarked upon by the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSUN Centers, enters the second day. Officials of JUSUN were seen at the courts in Yenagoa to monitor the level of compliance. They turned back litigants who had cases slated for Wednesday. According to the union, the strike is to demand financial autonomy for the judicial arm of government, especially at the state levels. The chairperson of JUSUN, Celepreye Coin, who held other members of the union on compliance monitoring across various jurisdictions, expressed satisfaction and described the compliance as total. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Tanko Muhammad, has appealed to members of the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSUN, to call off their industrial action. Justice Muhammad made the appeal to the judiciary workers following a meeting with some JUSUN officials. His media aide, Huka Isaiah, said in a statement, according to Isaiah, the meeting was convened to explore solutions and ways to mitigate the impact of the ongoing strike on the nation's judiciary sector. At the end of the meeting, the CJN asked the JUSUN officials to sheath their swords while the process of making state government obey the Executive Order 10 and various court judgments on the autonomy of the judiciary were being implemented. The Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASUP, Adamawa State Chapter, has expressed their total support for the indefinite strike embarked upon by the national body and urged parents to reason with the union. The report is presented from our studios.
Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics Chairman, Federal Polytechnic Mubi Chapter Hussaini James, says the action became necessary because of the government's lack of commitment in responding to their demands after the expiration of the 15-day ultimatum. James said that the union has a lot of issues that need to be addressed by the government for some time.
Of all the three sectors in the tertiary institution, the Federal Polytechnics, the universities and colleges of education, the Federal Polytechnic is in sorry state. You discover other tertiary institutions have their boards, have their commission, but as I'm talking now, the Federal Polytechnics we are under what we call NBT, National Board for Technical Education. And NBT is saddled with a lot of things. Apart from that, for the past 1 year, the Polytechnic is being run without an appropriate governing council.
According to him, the union is fully in support of the national decision, while calling on parents to understand that the shutdown is to ensure that the educational system is upgraded and secure the future of the students.
If you take a visit to most of our laboratories in the Polytechnic sector, you will shed tears. They are dilapidated and every equipment there is out of date. You just obsolete. You discover this is the only sector where instead of doing the actual practical in some schools, we do what we call alternative practical. And it does not go well for the system. And you discover every part of the world today is growing technology. Look at India. India is what she is today because she values technical education. Go to Malaysia, go to Singapore. They value all those education, but in our own case, we do not value it at all.
The state chapter chairman said the strike will not be called off unless the government ensures full implementation of the provisions of the Federal Polytechnic Act, as well as its domestication in Adamawa, Abia, Kano, Niger, Sokoto, and other states affected.
Lecturers at the Polytechnic Ibadan have shunned the nationwide industrial action embarked upon by the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASUP. The union had on Tuesday declared an indefinite strike to demand implementation of a new salary scheme for Polytechnic lecturers. Part of ASUP's demands are implementation of a new salary scale for polytechnic lecturers and payment of salaries and allowances to lecturers owed by some state governments. Lecturers at the Polytechnic Ibadan, however, said that they were not part of the ongoing nationwide industrial action called by the national body of ASUP. A visit to the institution showed that normal academic activities were going on, with students seen in their various classes receiving lectures. Tributes have continued to pour in for Yinka Odumaki, the National Publicity Secretary of Afenifere, who died in the early hours of Saturday. Plus TV Africa correspondent Jacinta Obiuku, who visited the residence of the deceased, reports that prominent Nigerians spoke volume of his patriotism.
It is another day of mourning and recounting of the good deeds of the late democratic advocate. Key players in the nation's polity who thronged his residence recount lessons to be learned from the late Odumaki.
Yinka came, he saw, and no doubt he conquered. He stood up for good cause. He contributed to good cause. The welfare of the people meant so much to him. The unity of this country meant so much to him. And part of the lesson there for everyone, is that we must live our days well enough, stand up and be known for something.
He was just there fighting the cause of Nigeria. And I'm sure Nigeria will fight the cause for the wife and the family.
Mr. Yinka Odumaki lived a very strong life, a very focused life, a very determined life. He was very, very passionate about the Yoruba race and about Nigeria and sorting Nigeria out, and he committed his life to it. It tells us that, number one, we should be focused. Number two, we should be committed. Number three, we should be dogged. Number four, we should fight for what we believe in. And number five, we should leave the rest in the hands of God.
Lessons that we're still learning. Stand by what you believe in till the end and leave the rest to God.
The sympathizers' visit is not without words of admonishment and consolation for the family.
They should take solace in the fact that he lived well. Nigeria appreciated, the good people of Nigeria appreciate every bit of what he did. There are legacies that will live on, and he has left for them a good name.
The state of the nation also takes front burner as it was an opportunity to call the government to account and the need for the leaders to do better to improve the lots of Nigerians.
I'm speaking to our leaders. They should let the good people of Nigeria go. They should stop holding Nigeria by the jugular. They should stop improvising or impoverishing the people. There is more than enough for everybody. They should rule and lead Nigeria well.
Indeed, there has been an outpouring of greatness about the deceased, which further states that good deeds of men live after them. Jacinta Obiuku reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Still ahead, President Alassane Ouattara says Laurent Gbagbo free to return home. Details when we return.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Moving to other parts of Africa now, the death toll from the tribal violence that erupted over the weekend in Sudan's Darfur region climbed to 87 on Wednesday, as a local medical group also reported attacks on healthcare workers in the area. The deadly violence poses a challenge to efforts by Sudan's transitional government to end decades-long rebellions in areas like Darfur, where conflict often falls along ethnic lines. According to the UN Humanitarian Affairs Agency, the latest bout of fighting grew out of shooting on Saturday that killed 2 people from the non-Arab Masalit tribe in a camp for displaced people in Genima, the capital of West Darfur province. Fighting ensued between the Arab Rezagat and the Masalit tribes, with both mobilizing armed men. Authorities have declared a state of emergency in West Darfur and deployed more troops in efforts to contain the violence. The Somali National Army, SNA, says its forces has taken over several bases which were under Al-Shabaab areas during early operations in Galgaduud in the central part of Somalia. Mohammed Talil Bihi, SNA infantry commander, said the 21st Division of SNA captured new bases in areas which used to be Al-Shabaab strongholds and inflicted heavy casualties on the militants. The latest move comes after the SNA liberated Sinahago, the Lebaduls area, during operations conducted last week in Galgaduud, in which dozens of terrorists were killed and weapons recovered. Ivory Coast President Alassane Ouattara says former President Laurent Gbagbo and one of his close allies have permission to return home following their acquittal on charges of crimes against humanity at the International Criminal Court. But Gbagbo's return could be complicated by a 20-year sentence given to him in absentia in November 2019 by an Ivorian court for misappropriating funds from the regional central bank. While Ouattara did not say whether Gbagbo had been pardoned, his return could ease political tension in the world's top cocoa-producing nation after an October presidential election marred by violence. Egypt and Sudan say the latest round of talks with Ethiopia over the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam in Kinshasa have ended with no progress. Delegations from the 3 countries were meeting in the Democratic Republic of Congo amid efforts to break a deadlock in talks over a project Ethiopia says is key to economic development and power generation.
Talks with Ethiopia aimed at breaking the deadlock over a giant hydropower dam have made no progress, Sudan and Egypt said on Tuesday. Delegations from the 3 countries met in Democratic Republic of Congo to discuss the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. Ethiopia says the project is key to its economic development, but Egypt fears the dam will imperil its supplies of Nile water. And Sudan has concerns about safety and water flows through its own dams and water stations. Egypt also warned that the Kinshasa meetings may be the last chance to restart negotiations before Ethiopia begins filling the dam for the 2nd consecutive year. Insistence on such unilateral moves, Sudan's Foreign Minister Mariam al-Sadiq al-Mahdi said on Tuesday, represents a violation of international law. After the meeting, Ethiopia's foreign ministry said the 2nd year filling of the dam reservoir would take place as scheduled. Egypt and Sudan said a proposal to include the European Union, United States and United Nations as mediators to the dispute, in addition to the African Union, was rejected by Ethiopia. So too, suggestions to restart negotiations. That prompted Egypt's foreign ministry to accuse Ethiopia of, quote, a lack of political will to negotiate in good faith.
The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the number of confirmed coronavirus cases in Africa has reached over 4.29 million as of noon on Wednesday. The Africa CDC said the death toll from the pandemic stood at 114,344, while 3,858,461 patients across the continent have recovered from the disease. South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Ethiopia and Egypt are among the African countries with the most cases in the continent, according to the Africa CDC. And outside Africa now, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he does not expect to change the government's plans for relaxing COVID-19 restrictions, as health regulators recommended that people aged under 30 should not be given the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine.
We believe it to be safe, but the crucial thing for everybody is to listen to what the scientists, the experts, the medical experts have to say later on today. They'll be setting out the exact medical position, follow that advice, and that's what the government will be doing. I think everybody should listen carefully to what they have to say. So will we, but we'll get on with rolling out the vaccine program. And to answer your question absolutely directly, I don't think that anything I have seen leads me to suppose that we will have to change the roadmap or deviate from the roadmap in any way.
Britain's Joint Committee on Vaccine and Immunization, JCVI, says Britain should not give Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine to under 30s where possible due to a very rare side effect of blood clots in the brain. COVID-19 chair for JCVI, Wei Chengling, said that based on the available data and evidence, the committee has advised that it is preferable for adults aged under 30 with no underlying conditions to be offered an alternative to the AstraZeneca vaccine where available.
Acting really in the interest of safety and for public benefit, JCVI feel that there are 3 points of advice that we would like to put across. The first is that information given to individuals who are being offered vaccination and information given to health professionals should be appropriately updated to reflect the latest considerations and deliberations by JCVI and by MHRA. The second point is that those who have received their first dose of AstraZeneca vaccine should continue to be offered the second dose of AstraZeneca vaccine according to the set schedule.
Based on the current evidence, the benefits of the COVID-19 vaccine AstraZeneca against COVID-19 and its associated risks, hospitalization and death, continues to outweigh the risks for the vast majority of people. Our review has reinforced that the risk of this rare suspected side effect remains extremely small. By the 31st of March, over 20 million doses having been given, we have had 79 case reports up to and including that date, 31st of March. All 79 cases occurred after the first dose.
If you could have said to me back in March 2020 and predicted how far we would have come so far with our vaccine programme, then I'm not sure I would have believed that we would have got as far as we have. The UK vaccine programme has been the most enormous success indeed.
The head of the European Union's drug regulator, Emma Cook, says the European Medicines Agency, EMA, could not conclude if age or gender could cause an extra risk of blood clots among AstraZeneca vaccine users. Cook told a news conference in Amsterdam that specific risk factors such as age, gender, or previous medical history of clotting disorders have not been able to be confirmed, as the rare events are seen in all ages and in men and women. The comment came after the EMA said it found possible links between the vaccine and the rare condition that affected a few dozen recipients.
Specific risk factors such as age, gender, or previous medical history of clotting disorders have not been able to be confirmed, as the rare events are seen in all ages and in men and women.
Most of the cases occurred in individuals below 60 years of age and in women. But because of the different ways the vaccine is being used in the different countries, the committee did not conclude that age and gender were clear risk factors for these very rare side effects. The currently available data did not allow us to identify a definite cause for these complications. However, plausible explanations have been put forward, including an immune response that leads to a condition that seems similar to an atypical heparin-induced thrombocytopenia, HIT.
The Duchess of Cornwall had to face her fear of needles as she helped with the vaccine effort at a hub in North London. Camilla, who is known to have a needle phobia, helped prepare some Pfizer vaccine doses at the Tottenham Vaccine Centre and visibly jumped when she saw a volunteer holding a needle. She took a vial of vaccine mixed with saline solution after she was invited to join in the process of getting them ready by Dr. Russell Hahn. Camilla has had the first dose of the COVID-19 jab and revealed that she had received the AstraZeneca one. However, she said she had not watched when it was administered, likely because of her fear of needles. The United Nations has welcomed a U.S. plan to restart funding for the UN agency supporting Palestinian refugees and hopes other countries will now follow suit. The Biden administration told Congress on Wednesday that it has plans to restart aid to the Palestinians, including $150 million through the UN Relief Agency, $75 million for economic support, and $10 million for development assistance.
The relationship between the United States and UNRWA is a long-standing relationship. We hope that others will now follow suit. There were a number of countries that had greatly reduced or halted contributions to UNRWA. We hope that the American decision will lead others to rejoin UNRWA as UNRWA donors.
Up next, Nigeria generates $150 million from coconut oil exports. That's in business news after this short break.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Sabo Nanono, says Nigeria generated $150 million from the export of coconut oil and its derivatives in 2020. Nanono said this on Wednesday during the training of coconut farmers organized by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development in collaboration with Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research in Benin. The minister, who was represented by Deputy Director FEMAD, Bernard Okata, said coconut was a major non-oil export foreign exchange earner for Nigeria. He explained that coconut provided a livelihood for more than 500,000 families, mostly women and youth in the country. Argentina's President Alberto Fernandez says it was clear when COVID-19 first hit the country early last year that saving lives at all costs trumped any economic concerns. Now facing a second wave of infections, the South American nation has adjusted its strategy to prioritize protecting its fragile economy. It is hoping greater experience dealing with the coronavirus, a nascent vaccine program, and short regional lockdowns can help keep the virus in check. The second wave comes at a delicate time for the center-left Peronist government. It is heading for midterm elections in October to defend its majority in Congress. Its popularity bruised by a strict, lengthy lockdown last year and the hard economic hit. The grains producer is also in talks with the International Monetary Fund to revamp some $45 billion in loans it cannot pay back and needs to fire up economic growth to bring in much-needed hard currency. Let's join Osarige Ogbawan for more on business news.
And now in business, constant push by the Nigerian government to increase its rice production has fueled the rebranding of top local brands as markets are constantly raided to confiscate foreign rice. However, the gains recorded in the Nigerian rice industry during the period the nation closed its borders are fast fading away as foreign varieties make a return to markets across Lagos State. Despite the increase in productivity per unit of cultivated land and the expansion of mills in the last 4 years, the quality of most local varieties has remained perpetually poor, thus fueling consumers' preference for foreign varieties. Low quality, coupled with the high cost of production, has made local rice uncompetitive. Imported brands from Thailand, Vietnam, and India are the preferred options. And the federal government has admonished potato farmers in the country to adopt planting of orange-fleshed sweet potato in a bid to promote healthy living among citizens. The Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development made the call during the Southwest Potato Farmers Stakeholders Meeting held at the GMT Hall, Oshogbo, Osun State, to sensitize them on the potato value chain. Addressing the gathering, the Director, Federal Department of Agriculture, Hajia Karima Babangida, explained that considering the benefits of orange-fleshed sweet potato, the ministry resolved to explore the opportunities to further achieve food nutrition and security. The ministry has identified challenges in potato value chain right from the seed system protocols to the marketing of the produce, urging all stakeholders to cooperate with the government to ensure orange-fleshed sweet potato receives a boost in the agricultural sector. And U.S. stock index futures were a little changed on Wednesday, with investors stayed on the sidelines ahead of minutes from the Federal Reserve's last meeting that could offer clues on the central bank's views on inflation and economic recovery. Massive fiscal stimulus and swift vaccinations prompted several federal officials at the meeting last month to project interest rate increases as early as next year, opening up a gap with those who do not see rates rising until 2024 at its earliest. A strong payrolls report for March, which helped the S&P 500 hit its fourth consecutive record high on Tuesday, is only a small step towards the central bank's threshold for considering tapering its massive support for the economy. And also, global market stocks are drifting around untouched highs as financial backers anticipated news of the Federal Reserve's latest gathering. Security yields fell. The yield on Americans' 10-year Treasury bond fell by 1.63%. Germany's 10-year yield dropped by minus 0.34%. The UK 10-year yield also fell to 0.78%. S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 futures edged higher after the fundamental measures withdrew for the time being, as the volume on U.S. trade dwindled under 10 billion. Interestingly, for the first time this year, the 10-year Treasury yield dropped while the dollar stopped a 4-day slide. The stock's Europe 600 file was minimally changed. And that's all in business. I am Osaogi Ogbawan.
And in entertainment, Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, Omotola Junlade Ekende, Funke Akindele Bello, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, and Mr. Easy Olubenga Agbola, among other Nigerians featured on the Forbes 100 Innovations, Inventions, and Icons from Africa. Also, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Olubenga Agbola, Genevieve Nnaji, and Swanky Jerry featured on this list as well. Forbes said that the list was curated from Hollywood exports and Grammy artists to award-winning ideas that can save the world. It also said that the list is a way of celebrating those very ideas, inventions, and influential role models that have spelled Africa's growth over the last decade. The magazine on the official Twitter accounts at Forbes Africa said this also includes the award-winning ideas that had defined the African continent and influential role models that have spelled Africa's growth over the last decade. Moving on, Kanye West is heading to Netflix for a Mammoths project that's been over 20 years in the making. According to Billboard, a multi-part documentary series chronicling the rapper's life is heading to the streamers later in 2021. It's billed as featuring never-before-seen home videos and other rare footages of West and is helmed by Clarence Kudis Simmons and Chike Oza, two filmmakers who have been filming the headline-grabbing superstars for over 2 decades. Beyond spotlighting West's early life and rise to prominence, the mini-series will reportedly not shy away from hardships either, such as the death of his mother, Donda, and his failed U.S. presidential run. It's not yet known how extensively his ill-fated marriage to Kim Kardashian will be explored. However, exclusive rights to the series were acquired for over $30 million by Netflix. A judge has cited the sportswear giant Nike, issuing a temporary restraining order against the unofficial Nike sneakers by Lil Nas X and MSCHF. According to the Hollywood Reporters, Nike is claiming that the Satan shoes have damaged the company's professional reputation as people believe they are an unofficial release, causing many customers to threaten to boycott the company. Nike has not attempted to sue the art collective over their 2019 pursuers to design the Jesus shoes, which was another unofficial Nike Air Max 97 with a crucifix zipper pull, a soul filled with holy water from River Jordan, and scented with frankincense. However, according to reports, Nike has left open the possibilities of amending the complaints to include a claim over Jesus shoes too. And that is how we wrap up entertainment news. The best in sports is coming after this.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby is presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You're going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Welcome back, and it's time for sports news. Team Edo has won 2 gold medals in the cycling event at the ongoing 20th National Sports Festival NSF tagged Edo 2020. The team won the medals in the 200-meter race in both the male and female categories. Tombrada Gripa beat 2 cyclists from Delta to win gold in the female category, while her challenger Ese Ikpesereye and Joke Durogbade settled for silver and bronze medals respectively. In the male category, Goodness Temple of Edo picked the gold medal ahead of Issa Momo of Imo, while Bayesa's Kalizane Caleb won the bronze medal. Similarly, the female football team of Edo defeated their Kaduna State opponents 3-0 in the football event of the 20th NSF. FC Barcelona Femenai have confirmed that Super Falcons striker Azizat Oshoala has undergone surgery. In a statement, the club said the surgery was to correct the defect on her right foot. Oshoala played for Barcelona in their UEFA Women's Champions League match against Manchester City last week. The 26-year-old has scored 15 goals in 20 league appearances for Barcelona this season. FIFA suspended Pakistan's membership Wednesday and ordered an unrecognized committee to vacate the National Football Federation's headquarters in the country. Pakistan football has been run by a FIFA-appointed committee since 2019, but members were evicted from their Lahore office last week by a group claiming to have held legitimate elections. The ban means Pakistan, whose last international match was against Cambodia in June 2019, will no longer get FIFA development funding worth around $1.25 million a year. Pakistan, a giant at the regional level in the 1960s and 70s, has been suspended twice before because of government interference in the sport. Manchester United have been handed a boot ahead of Thursday's Europa League quarter-final first leg against Granada, with forward Marcus Rashford set to travel with the team after shaking off an injury. England international Rashford, who has scored 19 goals and provided 12 assists in all competitions this season, sustained a knock in the 2-1 win over Brighton and Hove Albion in the Premier League and missed training on Tuesday. Manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer said Rashford was available for the trip to Spain but might not be risked for the entire match.
I can't disclose the team now, of course, we're not going to do that, but Marcus is travelling and we've just got to make a decision tomorrow if he starts or if he's on the bench. He's definitely, or I don't think he'll be a 90-minute man, so let's see where he's at tomorrow. I cannot prioritize league, Europa League. Every game here is the most important one. The next one is the most important one, and every time I try to explain to players why they don't play in this particular game and what they need to do and what my plans are with them. So all those discussions remain private, of course, and David's been a top keeper and is still a top keeper, and he's working to be ready.
Manchester City playmaker Kevin De Bruyne has signed a contract extension at Etihad Stadium until 2025. The 29-year-old scored in Tuesday night 2-1 Champions League quarter-final first leg win over Borussia Dortmund, meaning the club is still on track for a possible 4 trophies this season. They are currently 14 points clear at the top of the English Premier League, are in the League Cup final as well as the FA Cup semi-final, both later this month. De Bruyne has played 255 games in all competitions for City, scoring 65 goals and assisting 105.
I feel proud because I've been here now for 6 years, and obviously this feels like home. It's been the longest time that I've been at the club is here, and yeah, you know, to get the extension now at my age feels also like a very proud moment, because obviously it means that they trust me until I get really old in football terms. So no, I feel really happy, and my family is also really proud, so that's really nice. You know, I've been really fortunate here. When I came here, we had a good team, and over the years a lot of players changed, but I remained, so that's a good thing. And we've won a lot of trophies, and you know, the team is really good. The way that we play excites me, and you know, that's the way I want to go forward, so it's not difficult in the end for me.
Dublin's plans to host Euro 2020 games look in serious doubt after the Football Association of Ireland was unable to give organisers UEFA a commitment that fans will be able to attend. European soccer's governing body asked all 12 host cities to come up with their plans by Wednesday for fan capacity at venues for the tournament, which kicked off on June 11th. UEFA President Alexander Seferin has said that all host cities must guarantee some fan presence, saying they will not play games behind closed doors, although the pandemic has made it tough for organisers to give a definite commitment. Before we go, here's a recap of our major stories. We told you that Vice President Yomi Osinbajo has decorated acting IGP Usman Baba with new rank. We also told you that the death toll from Sudan's Darfur crisis has risen to 87. And we brought you a report that EU regulator said age, gender are not factors in rare blood clot among AstraZeneca vaccine users. That's the news now. For more, please follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Maureen Menong Ezigwe. Thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Cooking is all about people. Food is maybe the only universal thing that really has the power to bring everyone together. No matter what culture, everywhere around the world, people get together to eat. This is a popular saying from Guy Fieri, and it is on this note that we get into today's episode where we feature talented and most creative lady, Weyemi Orisha-Jafo, who quit her 9-to-5 on administration with various notable firms to begin something interesting she is passionate about, which is cooking. Today, she is the CEO of Bayleaf Restaurant.
Welcome. So, my name is Waimi Orisha Jafo. I studied finance and economics to the postgraduate level. I worked and lived in the UK for many, many years, and I moved back to Nigeria in 2012. Moving back to Nigeria was an eye-opener. I wanted to come home because I'd had enough of living abroad. I missed my family. I missed being at home. I missed the vibe of Nigeria, of Lagos specifically. Coming home during the holidays, you know, I was happy. And then going back, be depressed. So I took the decision, I said I'd come back home. So came back home, what to do? Did my NYSC. I served with an oil company. I actually enjoyed my NYSC, yeah. But then the common problem, NYSC ends, what do we do? So I spent a couple of months applying, going for interviews and all that, and I eventually started working in an oil and gas servicing firm. But surprisingly, I started working in learning development. So I used to organize training programs for oil and gas professionals. I would facilitate some of the trainings and things like that. It had nothing to do with my discipline, but in typical Nigerian way, you make the best of where you find yourself. So as I had previously said, I did this for about 3 years, and then the downturn in the oil and gas industry happened. And of course, when you have to cut your budget, one of the first things that will go is your training budgets, which will then impact on me. So it was tough. So instead of facilitating the trainings and putting trainings together, I was kind of becoming a marketer and a business development professional, which was a completely different thing to what I wanted to do or where I wanted to be. I've always heard that no skill is a wasted skill. As much as that's not what I wanted to do or where I planned to be, whatever little I learned doing business development and marketing there, I found has been extremely useful for me doing my own business. So anyway, going through that, it was tough. It was tough. The 9 to 5 was getting really tough, and it got to a point where, unfortunately, I'd wake up in the mornings and be like, oh, I have to go again. And when you get to that point in life where you're not excited to want to go to work, you're not excited to want to attack the day, should I say, then you need to give it a rethink. So the thoughts I'd been playing with, or should I stop the 9 to 5 and do my own thing? These thoughts started taking root and developing. So until the time came and things worked together for good, and I decided to take a leap of faith and do my own thing. And Bayleaf was born. My greatest joy is here. I love seeing people happy when they've eaten the food, especially new customers who come in and they're doubtful because we're just a small business. Not a lot of people have heard about us. And they come in and you sell to them and you say, just give us a chance. And then they eat the food and then they come up to you and they're so happy and then I'll be back. That actually gives you joy. Like, yes, it's worth it. It's completely worth it. No matter what the challenges are, it makes it worth it. We left here with a smile. You know, they acknowledge that the food is not generic. You know, so that is a joy for me. It gives me joy that I'm able to employ people. My employees are happy. The people that work for me are genuinely happy. I can engage with them and, you know, they can tell me anything, they can talk to me, and what they're doing on a day-to-day, I can see from the product of their hands that they are happy. So that also gives me joy. My greatest joy is that we just made it to 1 year. That we were able to break that barrier of 1 year and we're still standing. No matter what the challenges are, no matter what we go through on a day-to-day, we've made it to 1 year. So at this point, I can truly sit back and say the sky is the limit. We can do anything at this point. That fear is gone. So one thing being that it's the food business, there's one challenge I've had, it's not actually a challenge, but dealing with you're dealing with the customers, you're dealing with the public. So customer service, yes, customer service has to be 100%. But one thing I found is everyone has an opinion. Some people do come in and they're ready to criticize you. No matter how great the food is, they're ready to criticize me. And I've had to teach myself not to take it personally. As much as I love my food, I love what I do, I've told myself that if somebody takes the time to criticize my food or give me feedback, it's because they care. It's the person that cares that will give you feedback. The person that is upset about your food and walks away and never comes back is not invested, does not care. So I appreciate that, but I do have to spend a lot of time filtering the opinions and feedback I get. I find that everybody has something to say about the business and how we're running it, about the food. And all you really can do is say thank you. You smile and you say thank you. The ones you feel that, yes, I can learn from, you take it on. Some you do have to, just let go of. And at the same time, listening to all these opinions on a day-to-day basis, it's made it really important for me to know what I want from my business. Get a bigger picture of the business. 5 years down the line, what do I want from my business? This is my plan. I need to stick to it. No, I shouldn't let people's opinions come into it and veer me off my path. I spend a lot of time during the day actually doing that, planning the business, trying not to let other people's opinions, trying not to be swayed by what other people are doing and saying, should I say. So that's one of the challenges we have.
So I just asked someone around, a friend that works in IRS, and we recommended this place. And then ever since then, when you're getting premium products for not so premium price. So that's what Bayleaf is all about. So, because if you sell this somewhere else, you probably get charged double or another 50% more than what she's charging. But we're getting premium food for not so premium price. So I think so. I feel like, okay, yeah. So that satisfied me. Actually, if you try the chicken, it's awesome. It's like off the chains. The fried rice, the jollof rice, the meat pie, yeah, and of course, fada, everything you have tried. So also coming here from business sort of if you look at this is supposed to go for. I have a presentation today, so this was go for people I'm going to talk to. So ever since then, I've been loyal to them and. Never for one day I've ever disappointed. Always on time, delivery, rapport, on point. That's why I rather call away in me. I forget it's Bayleaf. So we have a personal relationship now, still on business, within the limits of business. So very good one. So you should give it a try.
I accidentally discovered this place when I'm actually a foodie, and I'm very picky. So one day I saw this place, like the building, and it was really beautiful. And I saw the first thing that attracted me was the graffiti outside. I was like, okay, what happens here? Okay, let me find out. Okay, so I now came in. I'm like, okay, hi. What do you do? So she told me, and I said, okay, let me try your meat pie. Now, I really love meat pie because the very last time I've eaten meat pie was Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs made me love meat pie, and I love their recipe. It's crispy, the potato is well baked, everything. So I was like, okay, let me try her meat pie. If she gets it right with the meat pie, I can buy any other thing. So I broke the meat pie, I ate it. I was like, oh my God, this is it. So I bought the meat pie, and then I also bought her turkey, because I found out that she caramelizes her turkey. So it's not just a regular deep fried turkey, like it's spicy when you eat it. So I bought the turkey and I left. So I live in the estate not quite far from here. So I know many foodies there that are always very hungry. And I'm like, look, I found this place. So you guys should come here and let's try it out. So one day like that, we were many and we came, and just like that, it's like a ripple effect, and they be telling people. So initially, when I had the discussion with her, I was like, okay, I know this location and all that. Like, how do you intend to break even So she told me her plans, and I encouraged her because I know that, yes, running a quick service restaurant business in Nigeria is not easy. You know, the capital, as in labor, capital, everything. So she's very encouraging, and my prayer for her is that in the next 5 to 10 years, she has like multiplied in so many locations. So for me, as in entrepreneurship in Nigeria is a big one, and seeing somebody that is putting her all, maintaining the quality, everything, the customer service and everything, for me is a plus. So yeah, Bayleaf has come to stay.
My business challenges, I will tell you on a day-to-day, it's just, let me just say, power. Power is my main challenge. Sometimes I sit there and I imagine, what if power wasn't an issue? It will make life so much easier, because what it costs to run a business, especially a food business, I basically need power 24 hours a day. Reliable power, constant power. So I'm having to spend a lot of my capital buying diesel, buying petrol, servicing and maintaining generators all the time. Even when we're short, I need to run because I have stock in my freezer. So power is a main problem for me. Apart from that, I would say personnel, finding the right people. It's absolutely heartbreaking that sometimes you get amazing people, they stay with you and you train them in the way you want them to be, and then they leave. What do? You just have to keep at it. But power, personnel, yes, I will say sometimes the bills. Apart from that, yes, we have to pay our taxes, pay your taxes. But you know, when you've had a month that is not as amazing as you would like, it's pretty painful to have to pay your bills at the end of the month. But it has to be done. Yes, it sounds. I do have a passion for cooking, and I cook a lot. Right when I was in uni, a lot of my friends used to come to my house to eat. So it's always been something I loved to do. So when it was time to quit my job, I had a couple of months just before quitting where I thought and thought, what do I do? I know I'm not the most creative of people, so going down the, I want to be a makeup artist or I want to be a designer route would just be me being untrue to myself. So I was like, why not do food? Something that I love to do, something I understand. I love feeding people. I love people. And then something started happening. I used to work on the island and I would finish work about 9 o'clock at night. And then driving back home, I would think, I don't want to eat food at home. I'm really, really hungry. I don't want to eat food at home. I don't want to go out of my way to get food. I want something really good, really nice, but along my route home. Something I could just pick up and just jump back into traffic and leave.
I'm specialized in catering and baking, and I work as a supervisor in Bayleaf. For starting, working here is a big pleasure for me. And I've worked in so many places. And I would say Bayleaf, they have a nice setup. The food is good compared to what I've worked before. You know, they has a unique way of, making their food, which is very good when it comes to customer service. And
your experience of
and apart from that, she's my boss. She's the nicest person I've ever worked with. And no matter what I do, she always try, as possible to speak to me as brother, which I really like about her.
This is not your regular 9 to 5, but this is my life. My name is Waimi Orishajafo. Welcome to Bayleaf.
Still here on this episode, we bring you the compelling story of Bruno Oraihinang, banker turned barber. After many years in the banking sector, He is now the proud owner of the famous Bruno's Place and have several branches around the country and abroad.
I work in the financial industry for over 10 years. Over 10 years. But there was a point when it became so tough in the bank. You know, it's like they were trying to, just because they had to raise capital and all that, the targets started increasing and increasing. And there were a lot of pressure, you know, and all that. So, and the bank, you know, banking sector were trying to also downsize, you know, just to cut costs. So it was at that time that I was asked to resign. But one interesting thing about when I was asked to resign, I always say this, you know, about 3 of my colleagues were asked to resign alongside with me, you know, but no, many people were asked to resign, but 3 of my colleagues died because they couldn't handle the shock. But see, today I'm alive. I'm giving out jobs to people. This business was born out of necessity. I wanted to do something that put food on the table. And the only thing that occurred to me to do was, you know, set up a barbering salon. And I didn't know any jack about barbering salon. So what I did, I started a small place, you know, and I employed people just to be doing the job because I wanted something that would just give me money. You know, you are coming out from the bank, you know, no job, but I needed something that I would do that would give me money. So that's how this thing started. Well, here, it's quite different. I could remember when I was working in the bank, you know, you have to wake up 4:30 in the morning, and because you want to, just because of a hold up, you don't want to get caught up in the hold up. You have to leave your house early just to get to work. Let me give you a small story. There was a particular day, you know, that usually those days when I was going to work, I don't wear my shoe. What I do, I wear slippers because I was going to drive. So that this particular day, I stopped by the kitchen just to drink water. Then after drinking the water, I entered my car. Because I was rushing, I got to work very early, stayed inside the car, you know, I slept for some time. So when it was time for me to get inside the office, I remember that I didn't have my shoe. I forgot my shoe where I was drinking water. So I had to rush back, you know. I rushed back, I made it. But when I was coming back, then I saw the traffic. That was when I told myself, this is not something I would do for life. So I started thinking of a plan B. I still wake up early, but I don't rush the way my colleagues, you know, in the banking rush. But you're like, I have my time, I have my freedom, you know. And here, when I was working in the bank, I was enjoying the money, I was getting the money, but I was not getting the satisfaction. But doing this, I'm getting the satisfaction and I'm getting the money. So there's a balance. When you hear people talking about challenges doing a business like this, they will expect me to talk about money, you know. But I want to tell you that money is not a challenge, you know. When it comes to doing a small-scale business, I will tell you why. You know, one other challenge too that also people worry about in this business too, staff that are mobile, they don't stay, you know. So, to me, it's not really a challenge because I find my way around it. I've always believed, you know, before working in the bank and while working in the bank that people don't really buy what you sell. They buy into you first before they buy what you're selling. You know, so before you go into any business, before you do anything, you have to take time, first of all, to work on yourself. You have to build your personal brand, you know. If you build your personal brand very well, you will attract money and you will attract people. That is what worked for me. You know, when I was going to set up this business, this is the mall. This is the most expensive mall and the busiest mall in this country. This is the Ikeja City Mall. You know, to set up a salon in the mall, and this is the first salon in the mall in this country, you know, is a lot of money. Do you understand? But because people saw the way I was going about it, they saw the way, they saw my personal brand. When I started it, I was dressing just the way I was dressing to go to the bank was still the same way I was dressing to come to even the small place that I was using inside somebody's shop downstairs. I wear my suit, tie, pocket square, doing hair. I wear designers doing hair. And people were wondering, who is this? So that one alone put crowd. That one alone, put people, who helped me at the initial stage. And at the same time, some of my staff, they were challenged because they've never seen something like this. So that was how I dealt with all those challenges. At the initial stage, I got people to give money to study, but within a period, I paid back, So I didn't use my money to start it, but I used what they called OPM, other people's money, just because they believe in my personal brand. Major challenges I would have faced, I dealt with it before starting the business. For instance, I knew about the business. I didn't just start it just to make money. When I started the business, I got a private teacher who taught me for a whole year how to braid, how to barb, how to do all kinds. I knew the business, not just the skills. I also went to understudy somebody who was big in the business. I picked somebody who was big in the business. I stayed under the business for a couple of years so that I can get to understand the key success factor behind the business. So when I started, I was doing so many things at the same time. I was doing branding myself. I was doing accounting myself. I was doing cashiering. I had the basic knowledge. I knew about barbing. I knew about fixing of hair. I knew about retouching. I knew about doing. There was a time I was doing DD. So I know all the basics. There was a particular thing that happened. There was this lady, a staff that I got. So she was making a hair for a customer. So I was trying to correct her. So she felt offended and she left the hair halfway. And she left. Just imagine I didn't know how to do the hair. What would have happened? It would have been a challenge, but because I knew how to do the hair, I was able to resolve the situation. So that's why I say most of the challenges that people have when they want to start business, because I was prepared for this, I was able to deal with it. Bruno's Place is more than a salon. People see Bruno's Place on the surface level as, a place where they just come and make their hair, but it's more than a salon. This place is what I would call a school. It's a school. Because in Bruno's Place, we have 3 departments. We have what we call IAS. We have what we call the IAS, Integrated Apprenticeship Experience. Here we emphasize more on the skills, That's the type of work that we do. The fixing, the cutting of hair, the pedicure and the manicure, the nails and all that. We don't really stress much on the skills because anybody that's working in Bruno's Place has basic knowledge. But what we emphasize at that level is standard. We want to be a reference point to every other people out there. So that's why we stress more on the standard. Then the second aspect of Bruno's Place is we call it the IAX 102, where we get to teach our staff, about the vision, the purpose and the mission, of what Bruno's Place stands for. Those days, people used to think that this kind of business for dropouts, is for people who the less privileged, people who are looked down on. But we decided to turn it around because I find that there's a difference between schooling and education. I feel very happy, feel very excited, being an employee of Labor. You know why? Because I was asked to resign and 3 of my colleagues died. But today I'm alive, giving out jobs. Now I have over 100 staff. I'm always looking forward to the end of the month. because that's when, you know, I get to see the smile on my staff faces when they get to see the alerts. You know, the plan is for us to expand because we have a prototype now. Just imagine you have a bonus place in 36 states. If with 2 branches we can employ 100 staff, imagine the number of people we're going to employ. The truth is not because we want to make money, because we want to give jobs out. We want to give jobs. It gives me joy, you know. I have the opportunity, you know, to transform lives, you know, and to add value to people.
My name is Musa. I work as a barber in Bruno's Place. I started Bruno's Place in Abuja 2017. Then I was earning 45 to 50,000 naira. But as for now, I earn more money than what I earned before. So, and I'm really happy working in Bruno's Place because it's really transformed my life.
My name is Abisola Shakira. I've been working in Bruno's Place for the past 5 years now. And since then, when I was working in Magodo, I wasn't able to school then because I couldn't have enough cash to run myself to school. Then from there, since I got here, I was able to school. I got married. You know, so far so good. Mr. Bruno is a good person.
This is not the regular 9 to 5. This is my life.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
So there's many ways of helping. I think a lot of times when we talk about helping, we automatically think, you know, the big impact. How can I do it as big as somebody else? Well, you're not that person, and I think that it's really important that we take on the responsibility, just understanding that helping one person is as important as me being capable of helping 20 or 30,000 kids.
That's former NBA All-Star Luol Deng with us this week, giving those in the diaspora tips on what steps they can take when trying to help people back in the motherland during the current COVID-19 pandemic. That's coming up in the show. What happens when an enemy attacks viciously, without discriminations, across ethnicities, clans, economic status, and political lining? People fight back with all they have. In Africa, more than 8,000 people are known to have died so far. Some individuals as well as corporations have declared war against COVID-19, stating, "The virus is attacking our economy by extinction. We win by pulling economic resources and fight back." We've witnessed the fight against COVID-19 in Africa in the spirit of Tuko Pamoja, Swahili words for we are together, but with a deep sense of togetherness, a sense that transcends mere agreements, but implies empathy and understanding amongst the people. On today's episode, we highlight impressive charitable work that Africans on the continent and abroad have done to assist their own in times of need. Welcome to this conversation. This is Our Voices. I am Orion Itangishaka. We begin in Nigeria, one of the countries with the most affluent private sectors in Africa. The sector, which includes businessmen, philanthropists, banks, and oil companies, which has made impressive contributions in the fight against COVID-19. It is reported that state-owned Nigerian Petroleum Corporation gave $30 million to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control to improve patient care, medical supplies, and equipment. The United Bank of Africa Foundation provided $14 million to support efforts locally in Nigeria and in countries where it has operations in Africa. And then there was Cat COVID Initiative. In late March, as the numbers of infected patients began to rise in Nigeria, a coalition against COVID-19 known as Cat COVID was born. This effort, led by Aliko Dangote, Africa's wealthiest businessman and a philanthropist, together with other key players in the private sectors, came together and raised over $84 million so far, with the Central Bank of Nigeria and Dangote donating $5 million each. I had the opportunity to discuss this further with Ms. Zuera Yusufu, Managing Director and CEO of Aliko Dangote Foundation. I began by asking her, what does the $80 million been able to accomplish so far?
So the $84 million that we've been able to raise have primarily gone into three areas of focus. The first area is on testing. So we've been very active as Applevid to really purchase some of the Roche supplies, some of the Cepheid, and some of the Abbott testing supplies. Part of the challenge there is that we are competing in the global marketplace. So we were originally on track to only receive, for instance, from Roche, 38,000 cartridges. With our intervention, we were able to boost that number up to 300,000. Part two was we needed isolation centers across the country. Across all 36 states of Nigeria, we sent them enough beds and materials to set up a 100-bed isolation center. And then the third part was palliatives for food. We unfortunately don't have, stimulus packages or safety nets that allow poor people to go and, get a check from somewhere to enable them take care of their day-to-day.
Nairametrics has recently reported that Cat COVID has been able to set aside about 23 billion naira to be used for food relief. Apparently we'll be able to help about 10 million vulnerable Nigerians. How is that effort going so far?
What we've done is we decided that it was important to really look at what we call here the bottom of the pyramid. So the 5% poorest people in Nigeria. That comes out to 10 million people, 1.67 million households. And what we decided to do is for each of those households, 1.67 million households, we're going to buy for each of them a 10-kilo bag of rice, 2 cartons of pasta, sugar, salt, gari, semovita. Basically, the food that we eat here in Nigeria, that's what we're buying for these 10 million families. Part of the challenge was the logistics, and the quantities were huge. And we were asking them to do this in a time where everything had been slowed down. So the lockdowns meant that, people were they had to do all the spacing in the factory. They have fewer trucks on the road because of the closure in between states in Nigeria. So those are realistic challenges that we had to overcome. For the medical materials, same. I remember us ordering these respirators 10 days because everybody in the world was trying to get this. We're getting delivery deadlines of like 12 weeks and 14 weeks. So some of it we were able to circumvent because of our relationships.
Are the foundations that you're working with, including your foundation, doing similar work, maybe through Cat COVID in other parts of Africa, or is it just Nigeria at the moment?
So the way we were approaching the continental-wide effort, which we're partnering, we're talking to the African CDC, we're talking with we're involved with the work that Strav Massi was doing with creating the purchasing platform for the continent. So we're involved with what's going on the continent. We have a huge private sector here. I would say, bigger than what we have in most other sub-Saharan African countries. But the idea was, let's get the model together here first. Let's make sure that we know what we're doing and we know how we can replicate this outside. And that's exactly what we're doing. And we're also looking at how do we invest in local, African scientists are coming up with all kinds of things that we need to pay attention to. And right now we're working closely with the African Development Bank, who's looking to fund African-led investments and efforts, and who's making PPEs in Africa that are, up to code, who's working on a vaccine. Like, let's support those people, because at the end of the day, we have to rely on Africa a lot more than we have in other crises, because everybody's in a crisis right now, and they're looking at themselves and looking on how, looking to solve their own problems and not ours.
Now to Morocco, where King Mohammed VI is expressing solidarity with his African counterparts in fighting COVID-19. In his quest to promote joint African action to counter the current outbreak, he is sending shipment of medical equipment to 15 African nations. The medical aid is made of nearly 8 million face masks, 900,000 face shields, 600 hygiene caps, 60,000 protective clothing, and much more. These medical gears and products are made in Morocco and in line with the World Health Organization standard. Now we go to Kenya, in East Africa, where in the capital neighborhood of Kibera, Africa's largest urban slum, those who live on a day-to-day wages have been hit the hardest by the coronavirus lockdown since March. The Adopt a Family campaign connects well-off Kenyan families with those in need during this pandemic.
3 months ago, 43-year-old Annette Okumu, a mother of 6, was running a cake-making business on a busy street in Nairobi, and her husband had regular work as a painter. Then Kenya's Minister of Health announced the country's first coronavirus case. Less than a week later, no one was buying cakes from Okumu, and her husband stopped getting jobs. Okumu's child, born with sickle cell anemia, started to get sick after several days of not taking medication.
At this time there's no food, there's no breakfast, no lunch, no supper. For 2 days, I wondered, what next? Am I going to lose my kid? So when I saw Adopt a Family, it was late at night through social media. That is when I decided, enough is enough, let me speak out.
Annette called the number on the Adopt a Family Facebook page. Moses Omondi picked up the late-night call and asked Annette to meet him the next day.
The idea, Adopt a Family as an initiative, basically started towards the end of March, when the government had issued the directive of stay-at-home, social distancing, and avoiding physical contact. Basically, it led to many of the employees, closing shop in order to adhere to the directives. In the process, there are people who are relying from hand to mouth, these to manual labors and stuff.
On the night that Annette Okumu made a call to Omondi, Joe Bitange, a video editor in Nairobi, was on his phone reading about the Adopt a Family initiative. Bitange reached out to Omondi the following morning and was connected to Annette Okumu. Soon, Okumu's family had their first meal in 2 days.
I decided to support one family by giving them a voucher, and he told me that the voucher that I gave him was actually supposed to support the family, to feed the family for 1 week. Yeah, so come the second week, I also gave him another voucher, and very many people now came in because they knew I was part of the program, because I was among the first people who joined his team.
In less than 3 months, the initiative has connected 460 families from the slum to another 460 families who give them financial support. In early March, following a stampede in Kibera that killed 2 people, the government said it would pilot a cash transfer program to help the most vulnerable members of society buy food during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many Kibera residents say they have not received that cash, however. Government representatives in Kibera say they are doing their best to help the needy during this time, and that personal initiatives such as Omondi's are important in filling gaps.
So far, the government has done very well. But you see, you cannot do it alone. You need partners. And this is why we say the likes of Omondi are the best in the world.
Apart from direct money transfers, Adopt a Family conducts food distribution drives for needy families. They also run a feeding program for children in the slum where Annette volunteers her time cooking. Rael Umbor for VOA News, Nairobi.
When we return, my co-host Ayan Biol will give us a glimpse of the charity efforts being made by Africans in the diaspora in the quest to help one another. Also, I speak to All-Star former basketball player Luol Deng about his efforts to help people in the motherland. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Being part of Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Welcome back, You With Our Voices. We know that the coronavirus has forced organizations around the world to shut down, but some African diaspora-led organizations were not intimidated by these challenges. My co-host Ayan Bior brings us the story of how some Africans are still striving to help other Africans.
Like millions of Americans, Somali American business owners in Minneapolis, Minnesota, are greatly affected by the coronavirus pandemic. And as the U.S. saw the unemployment rate skyrocket, community leaders got together to create a task force to address challenges.
So what we did is we sit down, we literally had to have resource centers, even though everything was being done through virtually. We had teams of people who were dealing with legal matters. So we have lawyers on our task force. We had doctors who were dealing with the public health issues and the questions that were coming out, and educating the community and creating that awareness. We had the business community who were dealing with policies.
There are other diaspora-led initiatives like this one in other parts of the country. The Ethiopia Diaspora Trust Fund, together with the Ethiopian government, created a COVID-19 mitigation plan to work toward easing the impact of the pandemic at home. The Luol Deng Foundation, a nonprofit that organizes basketball camps and community events, also had to find new ways to reach their communities. But how do you organize an event during the pandemic? The team, recognizing a desire for community, moved their operations online.
One of the things that also stood out for us doing things virtually is that we can include people worldwide. So we've had in the PseudoLink Zoom that we've had people calling from different corners of the world, right? So we've had a young lady who had just graduated school calling from Saudi Arabia. We had people calling from Dubai. We had people calling from China, India, England, Australia, you name it. It's an incredible world for us to now not expect people to always kind of buy a ticket to go somewhere. So those who can't afford it can always take part of things like that.
And even during a time of social distancing, Arek Deng, the CEO of the foundation, says they feel closer to their community.
As you've heard, one of the foundations from the diaspora assisting on the continent is the Luol Deng Foundation. And if you don't know who Luol Deng is, he's a South Sudanese-born 2-time NBA All-Star who recently retired from the game as a Chicago Bulls player. I had the pleasure and the opportunity to talk with him about the works he's doing to help others during this pandemic and the tips he has for those in the diaspora who wants to do the same. Take a listen.
In the past, I've worked with UNICEF, I worked with the World Food Program, and I've learned a great deal. A while back, we had a crisis in Awil, South Sudan, where there was a fire in a village, and a lot of these charities couldn't get there. And I found a group of people down in South Sudan. Some are family, but some are people that very working hard. And what we did was we were able to provide food and help people through the tough time. But now fast forwarding with COVID, it really helped us to have people on the ground that we are relying on. So we wanted to come in and really focus on providing food. So what we're doing with our foundation is how can we feed families for weeks and weeks, knowing that this might go on.
So as a member of the diaspora, how important is it for you to be able to go back to South Sudan and help in your community?
No, it's very important. I think, not just being South Sudanese, but being African in general, I think it's very important for us that we set example. There's many ways of becoming successful and making money. But what makes you unique is how can you touch people differently besides the one thing that you did. For me, I really want to challenge myself in opening doors and so many other things. I could put people in a position that could really, help these youth and diaspora, especially the young kids back home who are not getting opportunities. How can we set up a platform that gives them a path to become, whatever they want to be?
What advice do you have for others in the diaspora?
First, you have to study what are the issues or what are the challenges, and you'll find many. But then you have to, cut it down to what do I want to help with. I'm always trying to teach people that there's places in Africa that you could actually, with $100, you could pay for a whole tuition for a whole year for a student. $200 and you could get them books and uniform. It's really important that we take on the responsibility, just understanding that helping one person is as important as me being capable of helping 20 or 30,000 kids.
What are some of the heartwarming messages you're getting from some of the youth that you're working with, in South Sudan that helps you and pushes you to continue to do what you're doing and helping them?
We've been doing it for years now, and it's always just about exciting every time we see, the opportunities that these kids are getting. We can make kids happy, make families come and thank us for, their kids being able to have the dream and to actually go out and try to, make it happen. At the end of the day, for us, whatever you're going to be, we're proud of you. It's not necessarily have to be one thing that you're labeled as. It's getting an opportunity to be great.
What's next for Luang Dang?
No, there's a lot. I'm working with the NBA and the new Basketball Africa League. That's something that is really important to me in terms of providing a platform not only to have the league in Africa, but also to challenge these teams to have youth programs for boys and girls. We're working on, real estate construction company in Uganda right now where we're trying to build affordable homes. Also including, everything that we are learning outside of South Sudan. How can we bring those experiences back and help our younger generation who will never get the opportunities to get the education that we've got. So, it's a lot of things, but it's really what keeps us going, and then the foundation work.
We have to take another quick break. When we return, we take a look at international as well as continental initiatives being done to assist the most vulnerable during this time. Stay with us. Welcome back. This is Our Voices, and thank you for being with us. The United Nations is boosting its global appeal, asking for about $7 billion to avoid a devastating fallout against the COVID-19. The UN's emergency relief chief tells VOA that the updated plan to fight the coronavirus will target 9 African countries such as Benin, Djibouti, Liberia, amongst many. VOA diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain reports.
$1 billion has been raised since March, and the United Nations is asking for more to aid poorer countries battling the coronavirus.
We have made a good start. Now we must build on it.
The UN plan prioritizes about 50 countries in Africa and the Middle East, but also places such as Venezuela, Haiti, and Bangladesh, where there are large numbers of refugees. UN Relief Chief Mark Lowcock told VOA.
So what makes those kind of places vulnerable is, firstly, they have extremely weak health systems, so their ability to cope with a deadly virus like coronavirus is very weak. And secondly, their populations, in many cases, millions of people, are right on the verge of survival.
Other relief leaders warn that action and money are needed now from wealthy countries and wealthy individuals.
What we're facing now is a double pandemic of truly famines that could impact us in biblical proportions.
Beasley is in Washington for meetings with U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and congressional leaders. He and the UN's Emergency Relief Coordinator believe taxpayers in the U.S., Germany, and other countries with more means will meet the challenge. Cindy Sain, VOA News.
So what can African nations do to be less dependent on foreign aid? Haiti Adams Fitzpatrick speaks to Angele Cuomo. She's an author and an international trade expert. Haiti begins by asking Cuomo, what can African countries do to be less dependent on foreign aid?
Number one, we need to produce and consume African products. Our public sector, our government, we need to create the environment that will be conducive for citizens to produce and consume what they produce. Because the borders are closed anyway. So now we are faced with the side reality to find other alternatives on supply that we need for regular needs. So like, toothpick, soap, things that everybody needs on a daily basis. You can't import it anymore, and which is not bad. Those are the things that we can produce locally. So we need to improve our manufacture, value chains, reduce export of raw material, transform the product here before you export. Even if you don't export, the African market is huge. 1.2 billion people. So last year they signed the Continental Free Trade Agreement area. We have one single market. We can produce one product here in Cameroon and sell it to Nigeria, and vice versa. So I think it's time for African leaders to think inwards, find African solutions to African problems, and ultimately we have no choice. And so I'll tell you, intra-Africa trade, manufacture, produce local products, invest in infrastructure, and infrastructure is the underpinning that we need to build all the sectors. Could be in agriculture, the transportation, is the infrastructure. You cannot process your tomato if you don't have any power. You cannot address your health issue, there's no power. You cannot address education issues, there's no power. We need to invest heavily in energy, infrastructure, and make sure we enhance our manufacturing capability and produce locally for the African local market.
Now, this discussion around aid versus trade has been around for a long time, and with many inside Africa pushing for an end to paternalism and patronage. What would you say is the path to partnerships for African countries?
We need to have policy that empowers African private sector and help them go into partnership with international companies. That's the only way we can really found a strong partnership. Because government, they create the environment, but politicians, they come and go. But the economy stays. So we need to allow the private sector to be strong enough to partner with international companies, so that everybody owns all the piece of the economy and the local company stays in the driver's seat. The government sometimes is even coming against local companies because they don't want them to be too successful and make too much money and have maybe influence on the government. I think it's a big mistake, especially in some Francophone countries and in Central Africa, I must say. But now if you go to Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, you have very Senegalese or Ivorian, Nigerian businesses that are going international. They have investment in Latin America, in Turkey, everywhere. But in Francophone Central Africa is still very bureaucratic, and it's the vestige left over from the former colonial system with all those bureaucracy and these machines controlling everything. We need to loosen up, deregulate, allow the private sector to play their role.
Now we share with you one woman who we are watching in our Women to Watch segment this week. In the DRC, one young woman is helping women and orphans to protect themselves from the coronavirus.
Here in Kinshasa, campaigns to raise awareness against the spread of coronavirus are common in urban or downtown areas. But getting that information to people who have no access to water, electricity, or money can be a challenge.
An orphan of military parents herself, she runs the aid group Telema Mwana ya Mapinga, or Stand Up Child of the Military.
Pourquoi nos parents sont prêts? How come our parents are ready to die helping protect our country, its territory, people, and riches, and at the end of the day, we are the poorest and most vulnerable and miserable? And poorest among the poorest, most destitute among the most destitute are the widows and the orphans.
The 26-year-old is visiting the camp with her team to distribute face masks and show people how to use them and how to wash their hands for the time it takes to kill the virus.
That's all for us this week. On behalf of my co-host Haiti Adams Fitzpatrick and Ayan Bior and everyone here at VOA, thanks for watching. Good day.
Welcome to The Breakfast.
A breakfast where we unbundle top and big stories of the day.
Is vaccine the only way out of this pandemic?
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we are borrowing.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely born.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention, that's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amotepu Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hello and welcome to Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. I'm Moremi Akonwo, your host. Our guest on today's episode is a lawyer and a baker. She is the founding partner of Paracletus Legal Consult with over 10 years of legal experience. She has distinguished herself in the area of advocacy, debt recovery, banking and finance law, corporate governance, amongst others. She has both educational knowledge and professional experience in human resource management, especially in the area of learning and development. She is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personal Development in the UK. She is the founder of Whisks and Crumbs, a confectionery that produces delicious and savory treats with different cake flavors. Our guest is Tomilola Taiwo.
Hi, Mommy.
Hello, Tomilola. Thanks so much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we're just going to go straight in.
No problem.
Tell us why or how Paracletus Legal is unique. What makes it unique?
Okay, Paracletus Legal Consult is unique. Obviously, every law firm is unique in itself. Okay. And what sets a law firm apart from every other law firm is what their practice areas, okay. Their method of, their ways of working, their professionalism. I would say that's what sets Paracletus Legal Consult apart. The practice areas which you have so clearly mentioned in your introduction. Also, the level of work and effort, the standard of professionalism that's being attached to work when we do work at Paracletus Legal Consult. I think those are the things that set us apart as a whole, as a law firm. And the dedication of employees is very, very critical. Mm-hmm. And ensuring that we always, we're a law firm that takes emotional intelligence in and out of the courtroom very seriously. Yeah. I feel that's an area of law that suffers a lot. Not suffers a lot, that is not given as much attention as it should be. Everywhere, emotional intelligence
been ignored.
Exactly. It's not always outside of work. You need it at work. We find that we need it in the courtroom. We find that we need it dealing with staff. So, I mean, those are the areas that I think sets us apart and helps us thrive as a law firm.
So where did the name come from, Paracletus?
I'll just be honest. It wasn't really inspired by me. It was inspired by my mom. And it was inspired from the Bible. Actually, I think it means helper, Holy Spirit helper. So I think, yeah, that was where Paracletus came about. And
it's very unique.
It is. Everybody keeps it a Paracletus, Paracletus, different things. But here we are.
Okay. So as a young lady running a law firm, what has the experience been like for you?
I mean, I'm always open to a challenge. I started running Paracletus Legal Consult as the practice manager, managing partner actually 4 years ago in 2017. And it's been challenging, but it's been a welcome challenge. It's pushed me to learn more, to learn from people. I've had to deal with people management. I've had to deal with sourcing briefs for the firm. I've had to deal with proper structure. It's been a learning experience. I've been able to put everything else in my professional experience into the law firm as the managing partner. But it's been a challenge, but a welcome one.
So for you, was it like running a business, or you just saw it as a profession? Because some people argue that law is a profession, not business.
For me, I'll speak for myself. Law is a profession and a business. Why can't it be both? It's a means of livelihood. You do make money from it. That's the whole purpose of having a business set up. But it's a professional business because you did go to school for this degree. You went to law school, you got your degrees, you graduated, and then you became a professional in the industry. So it's both a business and a profession for me.
Okay. Okay, so what are some of the challenges that you have faced? Because I know you have faced challenges. Can you tell us some key ones that made you at some point say, you know what, I'm done, or I think I'm going to be done soon?
Okay, I mean, everybody has faced challenges. I think, part of what makes me better as a managing partner is knowing that you have to be solution-driven as opposed to being moved by the situation at hand. Okay, right, this has happened, what do I do? But some of the challenges I faced as a lawyer, I would say one would be lawyer-client relationships. There can be a very thin line sometimes in that regard where clients tend to cross over and they don't know where to... In what way? Okay, so let me give you an example, right? I have a client. I sat down, I've taken the time to explain to this person or that person, look, this is the situation, this is our strategy, which is what we always do. This is what we plan to do for your case. These are the possible outcomes. But you'll find clients that will always need that reassurance, calling you every time. It becomes hard to manage your time effectively because time that you've, set apart to do other things, you're repeating
the
yourself
same thing
and
over and over.
reassuring. So you're kind of like a counselor, a mentor,
a
lawyer, coach, a lawyer, a friend, all in one. So I mean, that's one of the challenges. I've also had challenges with staff. I mean, I think every business always has challenges with employees at some point, but I had to take the bull by the horns. I had to find the right staff to fit Paracletos Legal Consult. I had to seek professional help in doing that, like recruitment. I do have experience in human resources, but I felt like, look, you can't do everything. Managing partner, yes, but you cannot do everything.
True.
You have to seek the proper help. So that's what I've done. Staffing issues, client relationships, those are always things. And billing, oh my God, billing is such an issue. It used to be it still is sometimes, but I'm learning to manage that.
So that's how to appropriately bill your clients.
Not just appropriately bill them, because where you even find difficulty in billing clients, there are apps that have been set up, legal apps that have been set up to guide you. You know, you have guides, you can learn how to do that. But it's always harder to justify a service than a good. If you walk into a law firm, not a law firm, if you walk into a store, a supermarket, you see something on the shelf is 2,100 naira. You're going to carry the thing to the counter and pay 2,100 naira. But I went to school. I studied law. My parents put me through school. I'm telling you, this is your amount. This is your fee. This is your professional fee. There's filing to consider. There's transport. There's logistics. There's so many things to consider. I've explained everything to you, but it's so difficult to justify a service. People find it easier to pay for goods with no questions.
Services. Do you think it's something that has to do with this part of the world, or you think generally?
I think it's this part of the world. And it could also be, I've also learned that it could also be putting your foot down. I'm okay to say, okay, if you don't agree, that's fine. Because you have to know what you bring to the table. You know what the effort you're going to put in and the stress that it's going to take you. So if you've charged it appropriately and a client says no, it's okay if the client has to go somewhere else.
Interesting, Tomi. I can't wait for you to hear, more things you have to say, but we'll do that after the break. All right, so we will take a quick break now and be back for more talk with our guests after the break. Please stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Thanks for staying with us. You are watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa with our guest, Tomilola Taiwo of Paracletos Legal. This is what I usually ask a lot of women. Right. Can you give an experience where a male voice has tried to silence you simply because you're female and maybe because you're young in this profession? Okay,
the way I see it, in every profession, you're going to meet different people. And I don't think it should be gender-based. You have issues, your issues with people shouldn't be gender-based. I've had women in the profession, because I am young and I am in my position, silence me as well, you know?
Really?
I've had that, but it's not, I don't want to to make any issues that I've had going along in this business gender-based. Yes, I've had issues from people. Let's put it that way. From people, men and women alike. And I've dealt with them as emotionally intelligent as I could in the situation. And it's worked for me so far. In terms of being specific, you know, men, you know, being men, it that really doesn't faze me because I don't see it as that. If you respond appropriately, then I think you should be fine. If you choose not to see something as a gender-based attack, it's not going to be a gender-based attack.
So it's all about perspective, how you see it.
Exactly. That's the way I see it.
Okay. So as a boss lady running a law firm, so what steps have you put in place to ensure profitability, to ensure that we are still in business? Like, give us some secrets.
Right. So, I mean, in the legal profession, I think it's common knowledge that we cannot solicit for work. We cannot go and advertise our businesses. Nobody sees a lawyer saying, oh, I'm a lawyer, come to my... Nobody does that. We're not legally allowed or professionally allowed to do that. So that's out of the way, any sort of marketing or advertisement or anything like that. However, I think with lawyers, the way to get business, the way to stay profitable is to be in the right rooms. You have to leverage that power of networking. You can't sit in your office and expect that briefs are going to come your way. You have to be out there.
So go out for events.
Go out there for events, sensible events. You know, profitable events, not just like, you know, you have to be very strategic where you go to. You have to, you know, be around the right people, the right women, thinking along the same lines, or men and women alike. You have to also, you know, it's also about doing your research as to what's going on. There are many platforms out there where lawyers can have their voices heard, where you can meet people, you meet CEOs, you meet MDs of small SMEs and big SMEs alike. You have to find...
So just find the right one.
Find the right places, leverage on your networking skills, and push to network, to meet people.
So networking is key, basically.
Key.
That's worked for you, right?
Yes, networking. 2, your work speaks for you. Where you cannot advertise, your clients will advertise for you. So I'll give an example. I didn't really start off taking on a lot of matrimonial courses. Like when I say matrimonial courses, like divorce petitions and helping women through divorce petitions and men alike. I didn't start that way, but before I knew it, I started with one and then the other and then the other. And then it's kind of like a niche for me now in that field. But this was all based on referrals from clients, from friends and from people. So your work speaks for you. And your networking skills, I think, are
those are two key
things you need to harness.
So in your bio, I read that you do a lot in the maritime and shipping space.
Yes.
So is that a lucrative aspect in law?
Okay, so I'll say this. I used to do a lot in the maritime and the shipping space. Of recent, I haven't. When I first, you know, came out graduated from law school and I got my law degree, I worked with Babajide Koko & Co. SAN, and he's very well-versed, knowledgeable in the shipping and admiralty field of law, and that was where I started that. Is it a lucrative business or aspect of law? Yeah, I would say it is, and just leave it there.
Okay. So as someone who's running or who has been running a law firm for like 4 years, what lessons have you learned, especially running it in Nigeria? That was a deep sigh.
What lessons have I learned? You cannot be discouraged for one moment as the managing partner. Sometimes it's lonely at the top. It's lonely at the top. It's only when you're the only one making decisions or you don't have a partner to bounce things off. I do have friends. I do have colleagues who run their own law firms, so I do bounce things off them. But you should always never be afraid to ask for help from people. Do you understand? You have to keep your energy level up, because you find that your energy level is your staff and your employees take on the same energy that you take on within your law firm. So you can't expect to be on 2 and expect them to be on 10. They're looking up to you. So those are things that you have to consider. What else have I learned? You have to be very strategic. You have to have a plan, you know, in how you approach your work and your day. You have to learn to sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
Yes, you have to learn to sacrifice. There's some sacrifices you have to make as the manager. There's some times where you have to deny yourself certain things so that you can keep the firm going, keep the work going, keep the office going. So yeah, those are the
interesting.
I
believe Nigeria will make you learn lots
of
lessons.
Patience, temperance, emotional intelligence.
Yes.
But hey, we're still here, we're still thriving, we're still trying and hoping for the best for the future.
Oh, well, we wish you the best. Okay, so we'll just take another quick break now and be back for more talk. We will take a second break now and we will be back for more talk with our guest after the break. Please stay with us.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. You have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. So far, we have been speaking with our guest, Tomilola Taiwo, a lawyer and entrepreneur. So, Tomilola, very recently we got, I like to say, invaded by something we all did not plan for, right. The outbreak of COVID-19. Yeah. So basically, because of COVID-19, a lot of us everybody had to embrace technology, whether you wanted it or not. Yep. So tell us about some of the impact technology has made on your business, running the firm.
I mean, when you don't have a choice, really, you have to get with the program. You have to find what works. Like I said, everything, when you're faced with an issue, you have to learn as the managing partner or someone who is in a managerial position, you have to have a solution-driven approach to everything. You know, COVID-19 happened. It affected everybody. There were law firms or businesses who already had a work-from-home policy, set up. So they already knew what to do. We are a full-service litigation law firm. We did not have or envision or hope for, I did not want a work-from-home policy. 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, have your weekends to yourself. That's what I really think work should be. But when the outbreak came, we still had to keep up with our cases. We still had to follow up in courts. We still had to update clients, but we had to do it from the confines of our homes. So what did we do? Zoom, Microsoft meetings, emails, WhatsApp calls. What would you call it? So
you had to just embrace it.
You had to embrace it. You had no choice. So yes, technology made a huge impact, affected our business, but also provided the solution.
So yeah, I was going to say that. So was it a good thing or a bad thing? So did it do more good than harm or more harm than good?
Okay, I would say it did. I would say it was half and half. Let me put it this way. It was bad because we were learning to work from home. where a policy was not already set up for that. Okay, so as with organizational change happens, it can have a good impact, it can have a bad impact. Employees could struggle with it a little bit. They struggled a bit. But it was good because it did provide a solution. This was our only solution. So they were forced to pick up new skills. They were forced to understand how to work from home, how to use their systems, how to connect to Zoom, how to create meetings, how to schedule things with clients. They had to do it. They didn't have a choice. So yeah.
Oh, well, so far, have you been embracing it more? Have you been doing the same thing, or you've gone back to your
right? So I would say it's kind of like half and half.
Okay.
So when we came back, we didn't come back fully. When the lockdown was over, I think sometime in June or July, and everybody was beginning to pick up again their businesses where, you know, COVID had left them. We went back, we were first doing once a week. So we were still on the work from home policy. We're still doing that. Then we moved to 3 times a week. So obviously the 2 days where you're at home, you're still working, you know? And then we're now at 4 days a week. Next year to start fully. So we hopefully. So we eased ourselves into it. I always thrive on easing people into things and not throwing things at them because they need to adjust. So we eased ourselves and it's worked. Are we still embracing the technology? Yes, we are, but not obviously as much because our litigation is very
face to face.
You have to be right in front of the person to do your work. So you can't really rely on that. The courts were even looking at doing like a virtual judgment.
Yeah. I heard something like that.
Everybody was like, no, that's not going to work. So yeah, we've embraced it.
Great. Well done. I want us to move now to the savory and sweet bit of your business.
Right. Okay.
So you are also a baker.
Yes.
And the name of the outfit is Whisks and Crumbs.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us about it.
Whisk and Crumbs. That's like my baby project. It didn't even start off as a business. Honestly, it started off as a hobby. When I was in the UK, I was living there just before I started running Paracletos Legal Consult. And I found that times when I didn't want to go out, I just wanted to be at home and learn something. So I started baking and I really enjoyed it. So I took a few classes and I really enjoyed it. I'm like, I really like this. And when I came back to Nigeria, I thought to myself, look, I don't want to let go of this. This is something and I enjoy, and I can make money from something that I enjoy doing. So my passion drove me, and when I came back to Nigeria, I just started doing it.
As a business.
We're here now.
Tell us about some of your flavors, some of the treats, some of the things you do.
Okay, great. So when we started Whisk and Crumbs, I started thinking that I was just going to do like gourmet cupcakes, very unique cupcakes with feelings, different designs, just to give myself that niche in the market, you know, that kind of thing. But I decided, look, I don't have to tailor myself to one thing. So I moved. I took classes when I came back from Dainty Affairs, from honey frostings, from I love desserts. I always believe that every year do something to upskill yourself. So I said last year that I was going to do something to upskill myself, and I started doing cupcakes. From there, I moved to celebration cakes, and then tall cakes, decorating cakes, and then I moved to savory treats like cinnamon rolls. And then when I took my dessert classes, I moved on to desserts, and I offer that. You know,
so we can get all of that if we go into Whisks and Crumbs.
All of that if we go into Whisks and Crumbs.
Okay, so but what makes the business unique? Because there are thousands of bakers in Lagos. I'm not even going to say Nigeria.
Yes.
In Lagos today. So what makes you stand out?
Right, what makes Whisk and Crumbs stand out? I think one, it would be the flavors and what we offer. I think it's different. I've noticed and I realized that I've had different cakes from different bakers that I admire and love and I aspire to be like honey frostings and Levy's Twist and so on and so forth. And I find that every baker has a unique taste or has a unique way of doing their things or a unique offering. Salt Lagos does. So what makes Whisk and Crumbs different would be our flavors. It would be the flavors we offer. We try to do unique, funky flavors, not just coconut, maybe turn it to pina colada, not just chocolate, maybe add some mousse in there.
Now you're getting me really hungry for that. But how have you been able to juggle law, which is a very serious profession, and business, plus baking? How have you been able to juggle both?
It's a very sensitive topic for me, this particular question you've asked me, because it's something that I'm still dealing with and I'm still learning how to juggle. But I've realized that there are certain things that have helped me along. I have to be disciplined. If I have to wake up at 5 to do certain things, I have to wake up at 5 to do certain things so that I can get dressed, get to the office or court, come, and so effective time management, discipline, planning. Yeah. Do not underestimate the power of writing your to-do list the day before. Okay. And as you tick them off, honestly, you get a satisfying feeling that you are achieving your goals as you move on. So I would say those are the things that have helped me along. It's not easy. I've deprived myself of sleep sometimes, but it is what it is, and it's the sacrifice we have to make for the business.
So you run a law firm and let me call it a bakery. Mm-hmm. Yes, you run both. Has Forex affected your business in any way? Because lately, dollar, pounds, they've gone from, in fact, it's like they're on another level now. So how have you been able to manage that, both for law and the bakery?
It's ridiculous. Forex has affected everybody. I try not to, confine the issues to just myself. It's everybody. It's a general issue, this economic issue, it's a general thing. It's affected everybody. So how have I adjusted? I've had to adjust some of my prices. Do you understand? I think everybody has.
So you have to bring it lower or higher?
I've had to adjust some of my prices just a little bit. To accommodate the changes, because when Forex went up, then the prices of things went up. Butter went up. I don't hold back on the ingredients. I don't use substandard stuff. I use good quality things because I want my cakes to taste nice and different. And good quality comes with a lot of money. You have to pay money for it, and you have to charge appropriately, or else you'll be selling your cakes for free. And you don't want that. Yeah. So I've had to adjust that. I've had to, if necessary, find alternatives. Suitable alternatives that would still work perfectly in certain situations. Maybe change a recipe that would require something that is very expensive, not to something substandard, but something that is just as nice. That's what I've done, and that's how I've managed the business so far.
Well done. I hope to taste some of whisks and crumbs someday.
And you will.
Thank you. And thanks for joining us on the show today, Tomilola. We wish you the very, very best.
Thank you very much for having me, Maureen.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. So thank you for watching this episode of Ladies Talking Business with Tomilola Taiwo on Plus TV Africa. I hope to see you next week for another episode. I am Moremi Akonwo. Goodbye.
Decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "I'm a belly dancer. What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes, but without showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
them. Then you
them
go home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Coming up on The Breakfast, courts are shut down as the judiciary workers go on strike. The Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria is demanding financial autonomy for their arm of government.
And in what is looking like a season of strikes, the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics begins an industrial action. Its members are asking for a new salary structure, and they also want the payment of old salaries.
And also, President Muhammadu Buhari announces a new Inspector General of Police designate. He is Usman Alkali Baba, who will act as IG until approved by the Senate. Glad to have you here on Plus TV Africa. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa.
And I am Anetta Felix. Good morning. Good morning to you, Osaogie.
How are you?
I'm feeling good.
I'm not sure what's going on, but every single week just seems to be running so fast. Right now we are Wednesday already.
Yes.
Back to the weekend in a couple of days.
Yes.
I'm excited about it. But there's so much, that we have to talk about this morning. The strikes all across Nigeria. There's also a thread I saw of someone who was scared. I should share that with you. Someone who shared a story of how he survived kidnappers that just totally rocked my world yesterday. A very, very graphic, but he was a great writer, and he explained every single detail of it, perfectly. So there's so much, and I hope that we can bring up these things, as part of our conversations this morning.
Yes, looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
And we're starting this morning with the appointment of Usman Alkali Baba as the Acting Inspector General of the Nigerian Police Force. The 58-year-old was the Deputy Inspector General in charge of the Force Criminal Investigation Department until yesterday. He holds a first degree in political science and a master's in public administration. Osaogie, we have all been talking about the former Inspector General of Police and how it seems that his tenure elongation or tenure extension broke all the rules of the Nigerian Police Force Act, broke all the rules basically of his appointment. But I think it's a great one here. We have a replacement, but lots of people bring up other angles about, for example, most senior officer from Bayelsa State who was supposedly passed over for the appointment, and how it seems this particular man, is from a certain part of the country where when people have been saying, why don't we have people from other parts of the country? Why don't we have inclusion and all of that? But I don't know what your angle is to this, because number one, it seems the government has corrected the wrong in terms of, the tenure elongation, like I mentioned earlier, but the angle of the ethnic issue, should it be such a big deal as many Nigerians are making it to be?
So first of all, about correcting the wrong, it shouldn't have happened in the first place. If we're going by what the Constitution says and what the Police Act says, it shouldn't have happened in the first place. So I don't think anybody should be celebrated for fixing, errors that they, did in the first place. And then the ethnic angles to all of this cannot be ignored because we live in Nigeria. Because there's always been talk of federal character. There's also been talk of the Police Act, which was signed. And the fact that there's a part of the law that says, that every person who gets to that position should be able to spend 4 years. But if you look at the retirement ages of the new Inspector General who has been appointed now, and the DIG Moses Jitobo, there is, you can see where people have challenges there. And also because in the last couple of years, there's always been people who have said that the current administration has favored a particular part of the country, nepotism has been one of the words that has been used a lot with regards to current administration, and so you cannot. When these things happen, it leaves room for more and more, people to mention things like that and to say, once again, we're talking about nepotism, we're talking about favoring a side of the country. It doesn't in any way mean that the current or the Alkali Baba, who has been, nominated, is not capable of doing the job. It really just says that, if we're trying to unify Nigeria, if we're trying to build a country that everybody feels a sense of belonging and feels, that they belong to the Nigerian project in every single way, then some of these things should be taken seriously and they should not be ignored and just thrown, out of the window. Do you think, or does anybody, with their points, and I've seen a lot of threads, I've seen from Shehu Sani, I've seen from Osita Chidoka and the likes, people explaining exactly why Alkali Baba shouldn't have made that position or shouldn't have been made IG. But it definitely will be a conversation that we will continue. And of course, let's see how this also affects, unifying Nigeria.
Indeed, and what you were seeing on your screen was basically a profile of Alkali Baba, the new acting Inspector General of Police, telling you, just details about him, his professional life, service in the Nigerian Police Force, how, basically he enlisted in the Nigerian Police Force March 15th, 1988, held a teacher's grade 2 certificates from the Teachers College. He, until this appointment, like I mentioned earlier, he's held the position basically several positions in various commands, and the acting IGP is due for retirement in 2023. Let's move on now.
Are we also going to, just to quickly add, are we also going to get back to this same conversation about retirement age that we just finished with Mohammed Adamu? Because apparently, or according to what the reports say, Alkali Baba also has about 3 years before retirement. So are we going to get back to this conversation again, where he officially should be retired and is given an extension or not? And time will tell in the next 2 or 3 years.
Indeed, time will tell.
All right. Also, part of the conversation this morning, the Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, is questioning the right of former Vice President Abubakar Atiku to run for president. Malami is party to a suit filed at the Abuja Federal High Court challenging Atiku's nationality. Malami argues that Atiku was born in present-day Adamawa State in the 40s when it was still a part of Cameroon. What Malami is saying is that Atiku was born a Cameroonian and is unfit to run for president in Nigeria. And for this one, it's not the first time that we're having this conversation. Before the last elections, there were, these conversations. There was a court ruling that eventually dismissed the case, somehow, somewhere, and said it wasn't an electoral matter and all of that. So there is, that angle. There's also the question as to what the Attorney General of the Federation, what concerns he really has with who runs for election or not. Is he acting as the Attorney General of the Federation or acting as a party member?
I think the answer is quite clear, because if he was in the opposite camp, things like this would never come up. My question is, okay, the Supreme Court has ruled, on this particular matter about Atiku's nationality, saying, of course, he can go ahead and run for presidency. We saw that ruling in 2019. And Malami here is offering a different opinion. My question is, does Malami's opinion supersede that of the Supreme Court of Nigeria? Can Malami decide who should or should not run for president in Nigeria? It really just goes to show just how much, I would call it the height of irresponsibility and, being so nonchalant. It just goes on to show how courts would give orders, courts would give judgments, but even people who should be people who should be obeying those laws turn out to break it and say the Supreme Court is basically a slap on the face of Nigeria's judiciary. So, if you feel that your opinions matter more than what the Supreme Court of Nigeria has ordered.
Aside him being the Attorney General of the Federation, any other Nigerian has a right to, go back to the Supreme Court ruling and challenge it, and of course ask that the case be brought back, for, discussion. So there is that. Whether, and of course, and I hope that we can, expand this conversation sometime during the week. The actual birthplace of Atiku Abubakar, in the 40s and in the 60s, and, the conversation about, what really makes a person a Nigerian, are things that we will discuss again. What really just looks bad is the person who is, a part of this suit, who apparently is the Attorney General of the Federation, and that's what I was asking. What role truly is he playing here? Is he playing the role of a party member, or is he playing the role of the Attorney General of the Federation? And, it doesn't look good in any way, for Nigeria and for the respect to our Constitution, respect to the rule of law, and respect to the office of the Attorney General of the Federation. All these things look bad. People have mentioned from AGF Andoka and said, in his time, there were also some issues here and there, but Malami apparently seems to want to be doing a lot, more than he did. I hope that we can talk about this sometime during this week with, legal practitioners and with people who understand what the Constitution says and can break it down completely for us. It just is not a good look. And of course, these things are happening at a time when President Muhammadu Buhari is not even in the country. He's in the UK. And so in the period where the president is not in the country, we have a new Inspector General of Police. We have court cases challenging people's right to run for president or not.
We have courts that are locked in states in the country.
Well, and nobody even knows if Atiku is running in 2023 or not. So
indeed.
We'll find out.
All right. So yes, talking about that court case, we'll get back to it in just a moment, but we'll take a break here and return with Off the Press. Do stay with us.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
You're welcome back to the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Let's now begin Off the Press with the Nigerian Tribune this morning. Adamu's journey cut short. Baba, 58, named new IGP. Ebonyi killings. Indigents raised the alarm over alleged escape of 55 suspects in police custody. ASUP, judicial workers, commenced nationwide strike. 9 killed, dozens kidnapped in Kaduna. Family of 5 kidnapped in Ondo. Finance Minister here saying Nigeria can't afford to miss out of 4th Industrial Revolution. And above the headline, we see females performed better in 2021 WASSCE. Why Atiku is not qualified to contest for president, Malami tells court. IMF forecasts 2.5% economic growth for Nigeria in 2021. Those are the stories on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune.
Right now on the Punch newspapers, a big one there says, panic as bomb hits gunmen's hideouts. Federal government goes after IPOB. Fighter jet, ground troops storm Akwa Ibom forest, pound hoodlums den. Be ruthless, unleash weapons against IPOB. Ex-IG tells police personnel. And also this morning on the Punch, courts shut as judiciary workers begin strike over autonomy. Stakeholders demand renewed onslaught against criminals. Baba replaces Adamu. And also Ondo couple, 3 children. Oshun Chinese miners abducted, guards shot. Poly lecturers vow to continue strike despite meeting federal government. And also, Japanese victim receives recovered 370,000 yuan from EFCC. WAEC releases 2021 exam results with 30.11% pass. Those are the big ones. Okay, Jonathan in Bauchi recalls aides deserted him after poll loss. And also NNPC targets 18-month completion, signs $1.5 billion Port Harcourt refinery repair contract. Those are the ones on the Punch this morning.
On the Daily Independent, Nigeria loses 45 billion naira jobs to ban on new SIM cards. WAEC says 2021 WASSCE may not hold in May and June, releases 2021 results for private candidates. Why Buhari terminated IGP Adamu's 3-month tenure extension, appoints Usman Baba as new IGP. Judicial staff strike paralyzes court activities. Edo Jusun shuns action. Education Minister fails to avert ASUP strike. IMF increases Nigeria's 2021 economic growth forecast. Buhari mourns official driver. Bandits kill 8, injure 4 in Kaduna. And about the Imo jailbreak, FG to strengthen security at correctional centers nationwide. Assures amnesty if escaped inmates return voluntarily. IGP asks police to unleash full arsenal on bandits. And bandits again set police division in Imo on fire.
Moving out to the Daily Sun. Atiku, not Nigerian. Unfit to contest election, AGF Malami insists. President Buhari loses official driver. And pain as strike paralyzes hospitals, courts and police. Doctors, judicial workers, lecturers strike takes toll. Also, why Adamu was replaced by Usman Baba as IGP. Port Harcourt Refinery, NNPC, an Italian firm, signed $1.5 billion rehabilitation contract. Blood flows on Kaduna-Kachia Road. Police and Masob trade blames amid fresh attack in Imo State. On COVID-19, Buhari approves transition of PTF to steering committee till December. These are the big ones here on the Daily Sun.
And the stories basically repeat themselves on The Guardian and The Nation newspaper. So let's invite our senior editor, Mr. Kaide Ladende, to help us analyze the stories. Good morning, Mr. Ladende.
Good morning, Aneta.
Thanks for joining us.
It's my pleasure. Good morning, Osaoge.
Morning to you, sir.
So, across all the stories, the newspapers this morning, we've seen the new story, the new appointment of Usman Baba as the new IGP and the termination of IGP Adamu's 3-month tenure extension. Did you see this coming, and how do you assess the news?
In fairness, as a journalist, I've actually looked away about the tenure of the outgoing IGP. So to a large extent, it was a big shock, or let me not call it a big shock. It was a surprise to see it on the news items, because the least you would expect is that let the 3 months be completed before we talk about whether it's going to be further extended or not. But having said that, I think we are done and dusted with the issue of the IG spending beyond time. I'm sure lawyers who are divided on the legality or illegality of his continued stay can have a breath of fresh air. And you know the next thing now is, how was the manipulation done? Using the word manipulation by some analysts that, it has to be Baba, why not someone else? But I think we should save ourselves that stress and look at what is Baba bringing to the table. There are myriads of challenges in front of him that he has to tackle head on immediately. Because it's looking like a very, very messy situation. It appears nobody's in charge. The same way it's happening in the police force, it's also looking like that in the army. We've had the change of chief of army staff that we cried and panted for some years now. But have we seen any change? So it sometimes for us, it's not about the change of persons, but how committed. What is the master plan? Are we taking notes? How sincere are we as a country to take care of, to handle all this form of criminalities that we're seeing? So I just feel that it's time that the citizens begin to, make a serious demand on the people in power. We cannot. Just yesterday, I'm sure it's part of the stories you read, Imo is not yet out of the hook. We had the vice president visit the place. We had the outgoing IG, visited that place yesterday. And all we could hear is that in another town, a police station was razed down. So how do we check this audacity? Is there something more that we don't know? Should we begin to look at intelligence and not just, increase the men, would you be shoot at them if they try to harm you? That is very logical. Nobody should criticize that. But I think they should do something deeper. The presidency promised us some days ago that it's going to expose the people sponsoring Boko Haram. The countdown has been on. Was it a slip of tongue? These are issues that we are interested in because, sorry, call it Baba, as part of my language, call it Mama, we may not have any serious change.
Well, we've also heard about, unveiling sponsors of Boko Haram, for a long time. It's not the first time a statement like that has been made. Let's move on.
No, this time they said they know. They didn't say they didn't say they would look for it. It's now they said they know them. They will expose their names.
Yes,
and I think it's an insult on our intelligence.
Let's move on now to the AGF, Abubakar Malami, and of course Atiku Abubakar's right to run for presidency. It's in the news, all over the papers this morning, once again saying that he is not Nigerian and should not be allowed to run for president. What are your thoughts?
I remember very well that was also an issue in the build-up to about 2 different elections that Atiku has shown interest in. And I'm not too sure whether the issue was settled in court or not. But what is most important is people should realize that this is a global village. That should not be a serious issue. As much as it's an issue in the Constitution, if it's truly not a citizen, if he wasn't born here, and if he has naturalized in this country, then let's rest the issue. But beyond that, like the sensation media houses will put it, who is afraid of Atiku? You should look at who can fix this country and who cannot fix this country. Let's look at bigger issues than whether he's eligible or not eligible, or could this be a game of some sort so that attention will be on Atiku again? I thought the last set of people that should be talking about 2023 are people in power who should focus on how to deliver on their promises and not who is going to contest from another party exactly. And for me, I think it's a big distraction that is not even worth talking about.
Something that I also had mentioned earlier was, the controversy concerning the role of the AGF here. Is it seeming more like he's playing the role of a party member than he's playing the role of the Attorney General of the Federation?
I think I'll be bold to let you know that this time around he's not speaking as AGF, he's speaking as a very strong member of the cabal. This is somebody who is very close to the presidency, and to a large extent, when he is speaking, you can go to the bank that the president is speaking. So maybe you can convince us that this is a constitutional matter and therefore the AGF is speaking. But I think that's not what he was appointed for. You should look out for who is taking the issue of constitution for granted, who is obeying the law and who is not obeying the law, and interpreting necessary issues and weighing in on so many controversial issues of the law, and not whether Atiku is a citizen or not.
So in Akwa Ibom State, according to what we've seen on the Punch newspaper, we saw that it reads panic as bombs hit gunmen's hideouts and FG goes after IPOB. It says fighter jets and ground troops storm Akwa Ibom Forest and pound hoodlums' den. I think this is a very controversial issue, Mr. Ladende, because, they're saying they're going after IPOB members, but this is a local government and a community where, there are residents, living there. And because of the close proximity of this particular forest they're talking about, the Ikotakpan forest, we have no idea just if any civilian might have been affected, because it's after incidents like this that you have Amnesty International, begin to take stock to say how many civilians were killed in such attacks. So would you say going after IPOB, and this action, this is the best way to go about it?
I think putting it in context now, you would expect that when you are looking for IPOB members, you should focus on Southeast and not South-South. Whatever intelligence the security agents may be relying on, because I understand, I've been to Port Harcourt a couple of times, and I know IPOB has a strong presence, despite the fact that it's in South-South. So there might be some extension there. What I don't understand is why that kind of attack. There have been worse criminal elements from different parts of the country. In specific, a lot of people have been talking about bandits. A lot of people have been talking about the menace of the criminal headsmen now. I have to choose my adjectives now because that has been always controversial. Have we had that kind of bombardment? What kind of efforts are we making? Why are we using sledgehammer to go for hands? How many, are we truly sure that IPOB have started carrying weapons? What exactly is the mission here? And let's not, be sectional, even in handling the security issues. So I totally agree with you that civilians should be considered. Such things, we shouldn't have any casualty. Without Amnesty International, even of the office of the citizen that you and I belong, we should also raise issue. We should begin to scream and shout. Let's not have another OD cleanup where innocent lives were wasted until now. Nobody seems to be talking about it than just being a reference.
All right.
Rather than, maybe even going to ICC.
Okay, and also share your thoughts with us on the strikes, that have been threatened and, of course, are currently on across the country. The Judicial Staff Union of Nigeria, of course, have started their strike. The NARD is currently on strike, and of course, Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics is also kicking off their own strike. It seems very much like the whole country is shutting down at a time when the president isn't even in the country.
I don't know how strategic all these associations are looking at these issues. I'm sure they have some credible information for them to be making these demands almost at the same time. We can always make sense out of some of them, like the issue of the NARD. These doctors are not unaware of the funds that people are getting. They are not unaware of the support that the government is even getting. And they are also not unaware that the government officials have not had any reduction. They've not been denied any money. So why should it be the people that are keeping people alive? So I can understand the doctors. The Polytechnic is also scary that they are also talking about strike. And ASU is also thinking of, you don't just agree with us and abandon us in the dark. So I just feel that government should understand that the business of governance is a serious issue. You don't just talk without following it up. So I'm not always saying that government is wrong, but let them come clean. Let them bring out the books and tell them this is all we can afford. And let's know that these associations are going beyond their brief. Then let's turn our tongue and against all these associations rather than it's always government.
Well, I mean, I feel like they've gone to the negotiation table multiple times. The strikes are only happening because the government, or according to the associations, because government has failed to fulfill promises made at the negotiation table. It's not, because there's not been conversations. Even if the government says this is what we can afford, if you remember, ASU is also threatening to go back on strike, even after there were agreements of about 70 billion that was agreed to be paid to the union, revitalization, of course, old allowances. So is it lack of conversation or lack of promises or lack of commitment to whatever it is that was agreed?
Exactly what I said, Osaoge. But why we're doing this is, as journalists, we are always interested in hearing all sides, not just two sides. And it's unfortunate that government seems not to be updating us on the situation of things. It is just the situation of things at any point in time. If there is no constant communication, if there is no reminder, if there is no updating of any sort, I will feel abandoned. I will feel, disrespected. So what we have on the table that we are talking about is what the associations have told us. And so we are speaking on that ground. But let government tell us what the issues are. Because what we are doing now is to continue with our assumptions that government is disrespecting them. But I think it is a wake-up call that we are speaking to the government, whoever is listening. Let the minister speak. Even if the minister feels, overwhelmed attending to different media houses, let him release statements regularly. Give us an update. Tell us where we are. It helps these doctors, it helps Nigerians in their conversations to know that this is the true situation. They are not our bosses, they are our servants, and therefore they must give us, they must be accountable to what we do.
All right.
And what do you think about the new, NNPC Technimont deal for 1.5 billion naira, to rehabilitate the Port Harcourt refinery?
Is it naira now or dollars?
Dollars, I beg your pardon. Dollars.
Okay. So it's just to let us know that whatever outcry, whatever the criticism we have engaged ourselves in, they made up their mind on what they want to do with refinery. I've listened to different sides of the argument, and I've heard much of people criticizing the whole idea that you don't need such an amount of money to get what have you been doing to the refinery all this while. But you know what? I don't have a choice than to give them a benefit of doubt. Let's see what they stand to do. I've had some conversations to say that this is to let Dangote know that you're not going to be the only refinery that will be supplying us, petrol in the days to come. The government is saying that whatever it is, we must also be competing. We must also be in the business. So, well, you know what? We will try our best not to forget this issue. We will stay on this issue. We want to see what our $1.5 billion, whether it is through counterpart funding or through some direct funding, we will stay on the issue to be sure that there is some form of accountability.
Well, the current administration may not be in power by the time it's time to ask for accountability, but we'll see. Thank you very much.
Government is continuing. is continuing.
Thank you very much, Kayode Ladende, for speaking with us and for joining us this morning. Very interesting speaking with you.
Yes, thank you.
All
Have
right.
a great day.
Stay with us. Today in history, what happened on this day many, many years ago? I'm going back not too far away, 2019, and I'm going to be sharing with you something from Rwanda that I believe Nigeria should also learn from. That's what comes up right after this short break.
Yes, and I'll be going back to China. Do stay with us.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes, but without showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. It's time for Today in History. We're going back to telling you things that happened on this day many, many years ago. I'm going back to the year 2019. And actually, it's a follow-up to the story that we shared yesterday, the start of the Rwandan genocide, after the president and, of course, President of Burundi back then were both killed, rather, after their plane was shot down. The Rwandan genocide on this day in 2019 marked its remembrance, or rather the country marked the remembrance of 25 years after the Rwandan genocide. We shared yesterday that led to the loss of between 200 and 800,000 lives in a 100 days massacre. It occurred between the 7th of April and 15th of July 1994 during the Civil War, and of course, most estimates, of course, I already said that almost 800,000 people lost their lives. The scale and brutality of the massacre caused worldwide shock, even if no country actually stepped in to save those lives, but they were shocked. Most of the victims were killed in their own villages or towns, and many of the neighbors, or by many of their neighbors and fellow villagers. Sexual violence was also rife, and I shared this yesterday that up to 250 to 500,000 women were raped in this 100-day period. On the 7th of April, as the genocide started, RPF commander Paul Kagame warned the Crisis Committee and UNAMIR that he would resume the civil war if the killing did not stop. Rwanda's president said the country had become a family once again while marking the 25th anniversary of the genocide that killed 800,000 people, and that was in 2019. Most of those who died were minority Tutsis and moderate Hutus killed by ethnic Hutu extremists. So I'm sharing this, and it's a great thing to share this. I said that it's something I feel like Nigeria needs to learn from. And that is the fact that 25 years later, they, as a country, of course, in the period that they've decided that they want to develop, Rwanda has, gotten a lot of kudos for the steps that Paul Kagame has taken with regards to developing the nation and building, moving forward after the genocide. The genocide really is an event that should have shut down that whole country and completely wrecked the nation. But in time that has passed, they've been able to find their footing again. They've been able to, I think they also have the highest number of women in governance, women in politics in the world. But also the fact that they have been able to find a way to reconcile ethnicity and tribalism and all those things might never be completely taken out of Africa, because that's who we truly are. But they found a way to reconcile. They found a way to also bring back those memories of memories of the 1994 genocide and have those conversations, try and heal those wounds. That might be entirely impossible, but in the spirit of reconciliation and in the spirit of finding the way forward after all the disaster and all the death that has happened in Rwanda. That's why they took those steps. I think the vice president also attended one of those memorial services or remembrance for the Rwandan genocide. And so what I've felt like Nigeria needs to learn from is being able to have open conversations about the Nigerian civil war, about the Biafran war, and stop acting like it is a taboo to speak about it.
And even the current crisis. Yes,
yes, learning from what happened in Rwanda to save us from the likelihood of that ever occurring in Nigeria, and also being able to recognize the fact that up to 3 million people died during the Nigerian Civil War. Igbos, Southeasterners, died in that war through starvation and through military bombardment from the Nigerian army. We fail to recognize that. We fail to accept that. Yes, it might be called war, but there was wrong that was done to the Southeasterners, and we've continued to ignore and push away those conversations that may have healed and maybe have soothed some of the pain that currently is the Southeast is dealing with. We should have a Biafran remembrance. We should have a Biafran Civil War, Nigerian Civil War Remembrance Day in Nigeria.
At least to honor the memory of
absolutely
those people. And there are lots of people whose families were affected by this. The stories of the Civil War has been passed down, to them. And you see just how much anger they have, when they talk about politics in Nigeria, and they recall how their, parents or great-grandparents were killed, how, they suffered, disabilities, because of that war. So really, we need to have open conversations about that. I mean, look at the Rwandan example. The African Union, has been making comments about this in the country. They're also going to hold a remembrance this year, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions, it's not going to be like a big ceremony like usual.
Yes.
But really, like you said, we need to actually be honest with ourselves and be open about these things.
Right. And it should be on both sides. Let's not, also make it seem like, it's just Southeasterners that died. They died in more numbers, but on both sides, regardless of how it wants to be spoken about, it should be spoken about. We should stop shying away and pushing away those conversations like they are forbidden. Let's talk about it. Let's have those conversations. Let's reunite Nigeria, and not just with words, but with actions also.
Yes. Let's now tell you the second thing that happened today in history. It was in China. And in the year 2020, just last year, the 7th of April, China ended its lockdown of Wuhan, the city at the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic, after 76 days of shutdown, and after the country reported no new deaths for the first time. Well, China had sealed off the Chinese city of Wuhan, where the coronavirus had begun, and residents were not allowed to leave the country. But after, no new deaths was recorded, authorities allowed residents to leave the city for the first time. 11 million people had been put under lockdown to contain the spread of coronavirus. And when the city eventually opened, officials, put in efforts to make sure it was indeed an event. They put on a show, a light show, activity picked up on the streets of Wuhan, even though many businesses, remained shut. And President Xi Jinping declared it as an early victory over the COVID-19 crisis, even when Western countries were still struggling to contain the outbreak of the virus. And we see now that vaccinations in the country, really, really picked up. Speaking to my friends in China, he said most people, majority of the people in China have been vaccinated against coronavirus. And yes, that's what happened today in history. 76 days after Wuhan was locked down, total lockdown, the city was reopened today on April 7th.
So they took the, from what I heard, they took some of the most stringent and tough steps against coronavirus.
Yes.
They didn't play with it. Maybe also lucky for them, they don't have, the freedom for people to be anti-maskers and people to say, it's my right to decide whether I want to wear a mask or not, like in the United States. They maybe also understood how serious, it was, the virus that they were dealing with. And so they took their steps, and they had less people die in China than they had in the United States and many other countries across the world. We should probably
And in China, one really nice thing I saw that they do is when you're vaccinated, they have a buy one, get one free ice cream deal. So when you're vaccinated, you can go and buy an ice cream and you get one free. So imagine Nigeria does that. You get vaccinated and you get food free. You get, your favorite pizza free.
They probably
will.
Want
to get vaccinated?
They probably will, have that kind of arrangement. Just that people would hold them in warehouses and they would never release them. So unfortunately, that's our situation. But anyway,
that's wicked.
That's today in history, 2019 and 2020. One of them from Rwanda, and of course, marking the 25-year remembrance of the Rwandan genocide. And of course, in China, the lockdown in Wuhan was lifted on this day in 2020. Stay with us. So we're going into our first major conversation for today. Earlier, we spoke about the strikes going on across the country. National Association of Resident Doctors, of course, ASU, threatening they might be going back on strike. Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics is also in conversation. And of course, JUSUN. And that's what we're coming up with right after this short break.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Yeah, welcome back to the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And we're talking about the big stories that we've seen on major newspapers in Nigeria today. And it's the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSUN. They have locked out staff members, lawyers, litigants, and the general public. And that's from the Federal High Court complex in Maitama, Abuja, as well as all high and magistrate courts in Lagos. The union members had used a padlock, to prevent entry into the court premises. And they're basically saying that the federal government or President Muhammadu Buhari actually on May 22nd, 2020 signed into law an executive order to basically, grant financial autonomy to, the judiciary. And they're saying the federal government has not implemented this. They need the implementation of, financial autonomy for the judiciary. And until that is done, they will continue to strike and deny access to the courts to any member of the public. And we've invited a legal practitioner, Mr. Monday Obani, to help us discuss this. Good morning, Mr. Obani.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yes. First of all, they had been threatening to strike for a while now. They even gave an ultimatum. According to them, negotiations were not reached. The government did not attempt to, communicate with them on this particular issue. So they decided to go on strike, locked, high courts in Lagos and Abuja. Really, did you see this coming? Being that, you're former vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association, regarding what's happening in the judiciary today?
Yeah, thank you once again. I have spoken so much about the issue of independence of the judiciary. When the president signed the executive order granting this financial autonomy to the judiciary and even to the parliamentarians, I was one of those that went to town praising, commending, and telling the entire world that the president has done the right thing, and that is the right thing to do. Why? Because the Constitution itself has already made elaborate provision on the independence of these other two arms of government. Even though there were people who were arguing at that time that the president is just erring on the side of surplusage. There is a constitutional provision. I agree. There is a constitutional provision. But how many governors and how many of the states have implemented full autonomy for the judiciary? So I felt that the right thing that the president did should be commended, and that there is no room for prevarication. Where I made it very clear, especially when the governors started running up and down, went to Aso Rock and started persuading the president now to lie low with the executive order. I raised an alarm at that point and said the president should not in any way take a step backwards on this issue. He should insist on the full implementation of that executive order. If you remember vividly, that part of the provision is that there will be a first line charge every month on the allocation of the states on this issue of full autonomy, so that even if state government is in breach, the instruction was for the accountant general to take away the money that belonged to the other arms of government automatically without recourse to them. And I said that is the only way this will really be implemented. But I'm surprised that the president started prevaricating and started, taking steps that are clearly dangerous and will impede on the independence of the judiciary. And so I'm not surprised that these people have waited, believing that the president they trusted, should have insisted on the implementation of his executive order. But since he himself is playing a double standard on the entire thing, they now gave a strike warning, and nobody engaged them. And then we of course, you know what Sibajo will say, we are where we are today as a result of the fact that the government itself is not serious about granting judicial autonomy.
Well, I want to go to the state government angle. If you remember also, not long ago, a couple of years ago, the Nigerian government also gave directives from the NFIU, I believe, with regards allocations to local governments. There's also been conversations about that, saying that state governments have refused to, get the full implementation of that going. So why do you think state governors in Nigeria have struggled with implementing the executive order given by President Muhammadu Buhari with regards financial autonomy for the judiciary?
We're good at enacting laws without the political will for implementation. The governors know this, and they always hold the federal government to ransom. And when you have a government that is clearly weak, not ready to implement their laws, that is where when you get things like this. Now, why would a government that swore to uphold the provisions of the Constitution disobey the law of the land? I mean, why would it happen? And then why would those who are supposed to enforce the law, be watching them disobey the law of the land? So it starts from the head. Everything rises and falls with leadership. I thought we have gotten a good leadership in 2015, but unfortunately, they are the same. There is no difference between the previous government and this government. They always, pontificate, deceive people, propaganda and lies. And at the end, you see it, fall flat on your face. This is not the best time for Nigeria. Doctors are on strike. Now judicial staff are on strike. I also understand that even the parliamentary staff, the parliamentarians also, because they also were given autonomy. Yeah, they are also, I don't know whether they have resumed. Then the local government you mentioned now, local government autonomy was celebrated with so much fanfare. I mean, the issue of financial this and that was that time approved by the NFIU, said, and there was so much praise and commendation for the government. But as I speak to you today, the local government are still in the worst state, in the worst position. My state, that even purportedly conducted a local government election, he said the same thing. They'll give, maybe you are entitled to 100 million naira, by way of monthly allocation. The state governments will dip hands into that money and then give maybe local government chairman 4 million for their own pocket, then take the rest and then give them small money to go and pay salaries. And then the entire other money, they mess up. And that's how all the governors have been impeding progress in Nigeria. That's how Nigerians have been, we are retarded. We're not making any progress. And I thought that the federal government of Nigeria that meant change for Nigeria will change all that nonsense that is going on. That local government should have their money directly. And that they should use it to develop local government all over the country. But today, as I speak to you, governors are still meddling with the funds of local government. Governors are still meddling with the judicial autonomy. Governors are still meddling with parliamentary autonomy in all their states, centers of assembly autonomy. They're still meddling with it. And the government is standing idly and be watching them do all that, including the government, federal government themselves also that do not obey their own laws and all that. So it's a question of lawlessness all over the country, and it's unfortunate. And the only language you understand is strike. And so I am not surprised that these people have eventually gone on strike, even though people are pleading with them to go back and all that. But I think that this time around, they should insist that this full autonomy should be granted to the arm of government. That's the way to move this country forward, by way of strike. They don't listen to any other language. They don't listen to language of peace. They only listen to the language of force.
Mr. Obani, for those who may not really get where these judiciary workers are coming from regarding judicial autonomy, I want you to help us explain this. How would this judicial autonomy help in the dispensation of justice without fear or favor?
It's a very good question, an intelligent question. He who pays the piper actually detects the tune. We've been battling with this issue of autonomy for the other arms of government. If you understand how democracy operates on three parts, there are the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. They are the three arms of government that combine all to give effective governance to the people. Now, they are supposed to operate independently, but at the same time, conjunctively, in order to give people good governance. Now, if one arm of government is one clearly now in charge of their finances, they will not allow the other arms of government to determine certain things because they are the one holding the purse. And when they're holding your purse, they will not allow you to independently take a decision, especially when that decision will be contrary to their whims and caprices. You see the danger? That's why you see most state courts, all the state high court, most time if there is any matter between you and the state government in the court that is manned by the officials of the state government, they will most time give judgment in favor of the state government. They are not bold enough to give judgment where justice demands. And so that is the danger of issue of lack of financial autonomy. The governors, what they would do most time, and of course they do it with so much fanfare, is that they build houses for governors and then share those houses as if they are sharing their personal houses, they built with their money. Sometimes they buy all these luxurious cars, jeeps, and then begin to share, and they call the press to the judges, as if they are also sharing their personal cars they bought with their money, whereas this money supposed to have been given to the judiciary independently. So they will determine what they want to use the money for, especially developing the basic infrastructures that are necessary for easier dispensation of justice. We are not having structures on ground. Some of them don't have, courtrooms. Some of them don't have computers. Some of them don't have the modern gadgets with which that makes administration of justice, to be quicker and easier.
All right,
but these governors take over and begin to do as if they are giving their own personal money, not allowing that first line charge as recommended by the Constitution that this money should go to them, to the heads of the court, who will now determine what they will use the money to do. But the governors are the one now determining when to give them money, when to release money, and when not to release money. Well, so it does affect the independence of other arms of government.
Mr. Bani, there's also, of course, the part where judges, will still collect these SUVs and these houses, like you've mentioned. It's also possible that they reject these things, but we don't see that happening. I now want to bring your views in on the role of the Nigerian Bar Association. Olumide Akpata, the current president, has said that he does support the idea of a strike, but the timing is wrong. According to him, he says he believes in the battle for financial autonomy of the judiciary, but the timing of the planned strike would spell doom for the country, considering the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the last 1 year. Do you agree with his thoughts that maybe the timing of this strike is not right?
Yes, the position of NBA president is a very sensitive position, and then the government will not want him to take a hardline position that they may not, like, by wholeheartedly saying, "Oh, go ahead, we are all for independence of the judiciary," and then continue with the strike. He has to balance his speech so that he will not be regarded as supporting what is playing now. That's why he now tells you timing. But you ask yourself, what time is actually right for you to go on strike? What time is actually right for you to demand this independence of judiciary that has always been there since 1999 in the Constitution? And then you sign an executive order last year in which you now say, look, enough of all this. I want to start implementing independence of these other two arms. And all of a sudden, you prevaricated, you soft pedal and allow the governor's interest to supersede that of the people. So to me, the president of the NBA is trying to sound politically correct, and he's being careful not to, as if he's giving room for support of what is playing out recently with this strike. Lawyers are suffering. Many lawyers depend on going to court. And then the economy at this point in time is very fragile. If you now insist on a full strike, you don't know how long that strike will last. And lawyers will be without money for as many months as possible. That again will begin to have negative impact on the economy, have negative impact on the purse of the lawyers. So he is trying to be very careful not to say, oh, I totally support the whole strike, let it continue. He's trying, oh, I plead with you. I agree with you in whatever you are demanding, but can you also reconsider the timing now and then, probably suspend the strike, pending the time you continue the negotiation with the government over this? That's what I understand him to be saying. But I tell you that many other people may not want that, especially the staffers. They will want this particular issue to be determined once and for all. Let's actually insist on independence of the judiciary. There is no reason for subpedaling on it. There's no reason, because it's affecting administration of justice generally. Administration of justice is the one suffering when we cannot guarantee independence of the judiciary. People are not getting justice. You see what happened in the end-style protest, where the courts became even a target. People burned the courts, and we're ready even to attack, lawyers and even judges, because they're feeling that they're not getting justice. They're not getting what they expect as people, from that particular arm of government. So I think that it is high time we all come together collectively and insist that the right thing be done. The governors must give the judiciary the necessary autonomy that it requires. All
right. Before we go on a short break, I wanted to ask you about something you mentioned earlier. You mentioned double standards, that, the government had agreed, or the president, he had signed this executive order, he had agreed. You even made reference to other strikes, like the strike with the doctors, the one with the university lecturers and polytechnic lecturers. And you said it's about double standards, that the government seemed to agree with the workers, but then, they breach those contracts. But do you think really that double standards is the issue here when it comes to implementing, agreements that the government and the people decide?
I think that is an aim by the other arm of government to suppress the judiciary. And so that's why that lack of interest, of zeal to implement any agreement that is reached on the side. There is this intention that the moment they keep the judicial arm under their wraps, they can do whatever they want to do with Nigerians and get away with it. But I tell you this, a lot of problems in this country would have been solved if we get our judiciary right. Dispensation of justice is key. Where people commit all manner of corrupt cases and then the goods cost free, it affects the economy the more. Where people commit all manner of criminalities, and when they are being charged to court, we discover that the administration of criminal justice is very weak and not dispensing so quickly and in a manner that people will have confidence. It affects Nigerians, it affects Nigeria and everything, politically, economically. So there are people who are benefiting from a weak judiciary. They are happy that that arm of government is very weak. They can suppress it, they can kill it, they can do whatever they want to do and get away with it because they know that the judicial arm is very weak. So that is why you see the ambivalence. That's why you see the deception. That's why they have not run to engage them. Even when they were threatening that they're going to go on strike, nobody was ready to engage them at all. So it is a double standard. It's a double standard that is motivated. It's ill-motivated. It is made out of a fact that they want to hold that arm of government, in a weak position. And as long as they remain, that particular arm remains weak, they will get away with whatever they want to do with the country, and then they are very happy. They are very happy.
Manubani, we would like you to hold on. We are being joined by the National Treasurer of the Judicial Staff Union of Nigeria, Jusun Jimoh Musa. He's going to be joining us. So please just hold on. We'll connect with him right after this short break. And of course, we both can have this conversation.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's also equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
The breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Our conversation this morning is still on the ongoing strike by the Judicial Staff Union of Nigeria. Of course, they have stated their reasons for embarking on a strike. We are still joined this morning by Monday Ubani, former Vice President, Nigerian Bar Association, and also just joining us, Mr. Jimoh Musa, the National Treasurer of Jusun. Thank you both for joining us and for staying with us this morning.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Musa.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
All right.
Good morning. All right. I want to bring you in here. You're the national treasurer of the body. Share with us, exactly what has happened in the last few days, the reasons for the strike, and what currently is going on.
Thank you very much. This strike is not a new strike. It's a suspended strike. We just resumed it. In 2014, 2015, we had this strike. And the government intervened, and we thought they are being honest. We suspended the strike with the intervention of key officers, even the former MDA president, Alege. But after which, nothing happened. All the promises were thrown under the carpet. We tried to link up. We wrote several communications, even to the president himself. And in his magnanimity, he set a committee to look into the autonomy issue and came out with Order 10. We expected that Order 10 to be carried out and be respected, but the reverse is the case. The governors have become so powerful, they are like king gods. They turned everything upside down. Up till this moment, we've been trying to link up, no way. We have nothing to do. The strike is our last hope. So we resume our strike, and we are hopeful we will not call off this strike until the needful is done. Like the last speaker said, he said it all. In fact, I have nothing even to say more than what he has said. People are politicizing a constitutional matter, a governor swore to uphold, even by refusing to comply by that section 1, 2, and sub 3. I think it's an impeachment offense. But I don't know what is happening in this country. We are surprised. So strike, I think, is our last hope. Not minding the statement, this is not the right time, COVID-19 and others. We don't think there's any right time to ask for your right. So what we're doing, we're hopeful and we'll keep faith, and this strike continues until Iron obeys the last order.
All right, so what would you expect the government to do to make sure the strike is called off?
We expect at least the federal government, through the Minister of Labor, should intervene. This is his field. Should call the parties together to a round table. Why is it very difficult to obey a section of the Constitution that somebody swore to uphold? Why is it very difficult? I don't really understand it. Why is it? So the government are keeping quiet. Well, we don't have any choice than to ground the system, even though we feel what others feel. They are like the lawyers, we sympathize with them, but they should be in our shoes. We expect them to be the one fighting for this just cause, because the court is their home. They should make the court a conducive place for them to walk in. We expect that they should be the one at the front line while we follow. But the reverse is the case.
Okay, Mr. Musa, I mean...
It's so unfortunate.
Mr. Musa, in specific terms, what would implementation of this executive order look like?
The implementation means money meant for judiciary financially should be handed over to the head of courts in the state or through NJSC for onward disbursement to the state judiciary. And it will be very tidy. The work and whatever will be free. We don't go cup in hand begging the governors for funds. You see a CJ will go to a governor, stay 3-4 hours at a waiting room, trying to see the governor, just to beg for a fund to do A or B. It's very, very unfair. So if we comply by this Order 10 to deduct the money meant for judiciary from the source, it's just an issue that the Attorney General of the Federation was the chairman of this committee set up. And he came out with a beautiful report. Why can't he now direct the Accountant General to do the needful, deduct this money from source? Then whoever that is not satisfied, let him go to hell or go to court.
All right.
So that we address it.
I want to bring back Monday Obani here with regards the role of the federal government here. Mr. Musa has just mentioned the Attorney General of the Federation and what he is expected to do. But Monday Obani, what do you think President Muhammadu Buhari and, of course, the federal government, in what ways can they enforce Executive Order 10 and ensure that state governors completely comply with that order?
Yes, the provision is in the Executive Order 10 says any state is in breach, that every time they come in, any month is coming for the monthly allocation, they count that in the direction of our campaign to the general. We withhold the fund that belongs to the judiciary at source before any money will be added to them. That is what the provision is there. In other words, they don't send the money to the state government. They will collect it for the federal level and then transmit it to the arm of government of the various states. That's how the provision was. The governors, they have been caught hands down in the so they ran to Asoro.
Apologize
they
for.
know what they discussed with the president. Maybe president.
All right, Monday Bani, we'll have to hold on and probably reconnect with you. The sound quality from your end is not very good. Jimoh Musa, can you quickly respond to that now? In what ways do you think President Muhammadu Buhari and, of course, the whole of the federal government can enforce Executive Order 10 on state governors? You've mentioned, what the Attorney General, the Accountant General, I beg your pardon, should do with regards to the funds. But in what ways do you expect that they should ensure that order is taken?
It's just an issue of compliance. If the directive is given to Accountant General, in fact, we know what is X for state A and B. After a budget is passed, approved, we check what is due to the judiciary. You calculate yearly, you divide it by 12. Monthly, we know the figure. We have submitted the figure. In October, we submitted. We even thought they were going to deduct this money and effect it. Surprisingly, we don't know what happened. The governors went underground, and we don't know what happened. They just kept quiet about it. So if the government want to save the system and save judiciary, they have the power. They have the power to direct the Accountant General. They disburse money every 25th or so for fact. Deduct what is due to the judiciary, send it to the arm where it belongs. Then anybody that is quarreling it, let him go and seek redress. We should be able to respect some order in this country. It's not that anything that you choose to believe in, that you do, the one you don't believe in, you will not do it, and you will let people just scot free with that. I think we have to do better than this. We have to do better. It's very easy, but they are using. We are not playing politics here, please. We are just trying to make things right in this country. When we are talking politics, it's different from when we are trying to make things right. It's a constitutional issue that is there.
Do you believe, and I'm going to be asking now with regards to the ASU strike from last year. It lasted for almost a year. Do you think a strike will be effective in current day Nigeria?
You mean ASU strike?
No, I'm saying if you look back at the ASU strike and how long that lasted before it was eventually suspended, do you think that the JUSUN strike will be effective in Nigeria of today, the way things are? And of course, the government's reaction to striking workers?
Well, it's difficult, the way government behaves. It will be difficult, but we are keeping faith and believing to do the needful. Even we will have hitches, we will have challenges, even from our system. It will get to a stage where they will be intimidated to turn back on us, but we are believing this cause is a just cause and we have to fight it on until I cannot say or lose faith that we cannot make it. I believe in me that it's worth fighting for. It's worth even dying for.
Okay. Mr. Obani, can you hear me? Okay. This question goes to you first and then to Mr. Musa. How is this ongoing strike by the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria affecting all the stakeholders involved, from people who have cases in court to the lawyers, judiciary staffs themselves? How is this, affecting people?
No, it's going to be very adverse, very, very adverse. There are those that are expecting judgment to be delivered from the system. There are those who are very high intention. Their matters ought to come. They're supposed to be arraigned. There are those whose application for bail is pending, and I'm sure it's immediately after results. So, and so many other investigations, both on land, contract, and constitutional issues. Now, if this takes place, it will affect those cases and affect litigants. There are those who have been to expect judgment in their favor and all. So it have adverse effect. And then for lawyers, there are lawyers who depend on daily income from as they handle in court. By this particular time, they will not go to court until they don't handle the case on behalf of the client.
Okay.
You don't expect it. So it will affect, so many of them, litigation court.
All right, Mr. Obani, we're still struggling to hear you, unfortunately. We're sorry about that. Well, let's bring in Mr. Musa here. Mr. Musa, are you still with us?
I'm with you.
Okay, Mr. Obani just mentioned some of the, effects that this strike would have on stakeholders, people expecting court judgments, but the audio wasn't very clear on that. Could you help us break it down, how the strike will begin to affect lawyers and people and, litigants as well?
Well, like he said, rightfully said, it's going to affect lawyers because their daily this thing is going to court and they make their daily income there. It's going to affect litigants that expect judgments from the court. It's going to affect people that are remanded in prison and their fate is not determined and the court is on strike. That means they are going to stay a longer time there before their matter is being heard. And it's going to affect there are those that goes to court just to delay some processes. So they will be happy. They take advantage of this strike. They will even pray the strike is not called out. So it has different effects. But the essence of strike is to affect people, to touch people. We feel it. But yes, that is the essence of strike. So that it touch people will all rise up and say the needful should be done. Well, let's do the right thing. By the time it affects the lawyers so badly, I think they will be forced to join force with us and do the right thing. They know that this cause is genuine, but because of politics, they don't want to join. I don't know what they benefit in politics. When you are a lawyer practicing on your own, you should be seen to be doing the right thing, not minding whoever complains about you.
All right. I also want your thoughts on the Nigerian Bar Association. Once again, the president, Olumide Akpata, has said that he does support the idea of a strike, but the timing is wrong. So I want you, do you think you're getting adequate support from the NBA at a time like this? And what stance would you rather have the NBA take?
Why you say they are supporting the strike and the timing is wrong? I don't even know whether we have a proper timing for a strike. Do we have a particular time that one should ask for his right? What timing? That timing is political. Let's go to the real thing. Is the strike genuine? Is it worth fighting for? Let's join forces and fight it. What timing? What will be if you say COVID-19? Yeah, okay, COVID-19 even says that we stay at home. So it's even better for us to just stay at home, lock up the whole court and stay. We lean on COVID-19. So let's not bring political issues that the timing is wrong, the timing is not. Put that aside. Even the timing is wrong or it's not wrong. Are we fighting a just cause? If yes, let's join hands together and make it right. Then later we'll talk about timing. And if they've been discussing with us for a very long time, they would have bring all this suggestion of timing, and maybe would have considered it. But since the insertion of this national president, we've written letter congratulating him, sending him our documents, our demands. Nobody cares to even call us or invite us to even hear from us until when we embark on strike. Now somebody is telling us the timing is wrong. I don't see it as an excuse.
So you don't think the Nigerian Bar Association currently supports you as much as you would have liked?
They claim they are supporting us, but not as much as we expected from them, because we should be leaning behind them to fight for this cause, because the judiciary is their home. The judiciary is their home. We are just supporting staffs. We work, we retire. They even come into the judiciary and become a benchers. They become judges and other things. So at least they should make that place a decent place to work for.
All right.
Hopefully, but they've not been giving us that support. They're only saying they are with us, and that is all.
Hopefully, we have clearer feedback from Monday Obani now. You're former vice president, Nigerian Bar Association. So I want to put you on the spot here and ask you, how you think it should have been handled. You already mentioned that Olumide Akpata's statement was, being politically correct. But, while you were Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association, if this came up in your time, how do you think the Nigerian Bar Association should, what steps and what positioning do you think they should be taking here?
The Nigerian Bar Association have always insisted on the independence of the judiciary. In fact, it's our central team. And every conference we have ever held as a body, we have always insisted on the independence of the judiciary. And the leadership have always been in support. Even this particular statement that the president issued, if you watch him, he said, I am totally in support of the autonomy of the judiciary. Yeah, he was only looking at the issue of timing, which I also said, there is no time for you to fight for a right. There is no timeline. You fight for a right at any point in time. So we are totally behind independence of judiciary. And we have always said it, we have always mounted it, and we have always also practically supported it. I have been the one, if you watch my videos on television, I've been raising this issue of, governors, that's giving cars and their houses to judges. I have always condemned that. That is absolute nonsense. It's not good. It's not good at all. That is not what they're supposed to do. Give them their money. Let them determine what they want to use their money for. It's not for you to go and buy cars and then call the press and begin to make them look like as if they are beggars, or you are using your money for it. So that have always been our position in the NBA.
But Mr. Ubani, even regarding, what you just mentioned about governors buying cars and giving to, lawyers and judges, do you think this in any way basically affects, the judgment that these lawyers dispense when the state is a, party?
It goes without saying, who pays the piper? If a judge gives you a house, and give you a car, a SUV, the latest SUV, so you now want to be bold enough to give judgment against him, it will, he will want you to pander towards his interest, say, look at me, I'm the one that is I'm the one that gives you what you desire. So don't ever go against. In fact, some governors always make it clear to them that they need to toe the line of their whim and cap prices. No, they don't want anything that goes against them and all that. So I think that the judges themselves must stand up and also insist on their, even though they don't speak out, they don't agitate, but most of the times I think that they also must speak out and say, look, you don't forget giving us these cars, giving us these houses and all that. Give us this money so that we determine how we can use it. Either we want to buy houses or you want to buy cars, or even want to develop the basic infrastructures, for easy dispensation of justice. I think that is the way to go. Lawyers have always been supportive. It's not true that we have not been supporting this cause. We have always insisted on independence of the judiciary, because only when we have an independent judiciary that Nigeria can be a better country. It will be for the litigants, it will be for the economy, it will be for the leaders themselves. Everyone will enjoy a country where there is independence of the judiciary.
All right, Mr. Ubani. Last question to you, Mr. Musa. We saw that the chairman, House Committee on Judiciary, Honorable Onofiuk Luke of the House of Representatives, basically appealed to the union to shelve ideas of the strike and give the committee time to speak with the government, so they can find a way forward. Would you be considering, his words?
Truly, I'll tell you no. That statement was made on air. We have not met with him. We have not discussed. We have not seen the honesty in the speech. So why should somebody just come on air and tell us, share this and we'll do this? I don't think. We're not considering that. Until the needful is done. Until we come to the round table and discuss, then we'll now think of shelling the strike and we'll continue discussion. We have not even come to table with the people we are discussing these issues with. Nobody have shown concern yet. Until we're on the round table and we see the genuity, then we now know what to do. But we just embark on strike yesterday, and somebody is there on scene, just granting interview, telling people that we should share the strike, we'll continue. How do we trust that if we share the strike based on hearing issues on telly or news, he will even listen to us anymore?
Okay.
I expect that if you are really serious, we invite parties and we start discussion. We have not even commenced discussion, and somebody is saying you should share the strike, you should suspend the strike. I don't see honesty in that.
All right.
Okay.
Jimo Musa, National Treasurer
Yes, sir.
of JUSUN, and of course, Monday Obani, former Vice President, Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you both for speaking with us this morning.
Thank you.
And with more developments concerning this strike,
Thank you very much.
we would like to speak with you again. Thank you once again.
Yes,
Thank
have
you
a
very
great
much.
day.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. If you remember also in 2020, the 4th of August, the River State governor did give 41 Range Rover SUVs to judges in the state. And that also did create, conversations concerning the independence of the judiciary and, whose money really is, buying those SUVs.
It's like someone using your money to bribe you. That's all right. Still another conversation about strike coming up after the break.
Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. And just before we wrap up, our next conversation is once again on a strike. The Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASUP, is on strike, and just like the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria. At a meeting with the federal government yesterday, the Minister of Education, Adamu Adamu, promised that the government is committed to resolving all issues that have led to the nationwide strike. Let's listen to him.
I can just assure you that some of the things you said could have been handled by the council. The president has approved the council for all the polytechnics, and I think we are just waiting for this break to pass. I believe they will be released immediately. Once again, I would like to thank you very much, and I assure you all these 13 points will be looked into carefully, and I believe you will be called for the meeting of the Rapid Response Committee in the shortest possible time. I give you my assurance that they will all be attended to with dispatch.
The strike just started. It's just a few hours old. And what happened here today is the commencement of a process of resolution of the issues. And so until the issues are resolved to the satisfaction of the members of our union, as represented by the National Executive Council of the union, we cannot be talking about suspension of a strike. The issues are there before the government. As early as they can be resolved, then our members will get back to their duty posts.
And welcome back. It's yet another conversation about a strike. And, quickly note that the Academic Staff Union of Universities is also threatening to once again, return to their strike. The National Association of Resident Doctors is on strike. Judiciary Staff, I struggle with that word.
Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSUN. So many abbreviations.
Yes. And that's one of the things that I asked the senior news editor earlier. If it seems like the whole country, is shutting down, everybody is angry, everybody feels, unattended to, and, is calling for a strike. The Minister of Labour, Chris Ngige, has done more of negotiating with striking workers, in the time that he has been minister than he has actually been, Minister of Labour and, representing Labour.
Yes.
Do they all have reasons for their strike? Do they all have grievances?
Everybody's saying one thing, whether it's NAD, whether it's the judicial workers, whether it's ASU, whether it's lecturers of polytechnic universities, they all have one concern: non-implementation of agreements. It still baffles me how the government, who should be, well trusted, would have, the government to sit with you, draft an MOU, draft agreement, and then they end up, doing nothing about it. It just baffles me. That's what they're fighting about. They're saying that the federal government has failed to implement the 2014 needs report and the non-release of revitalization funds to the sector, despite assurances since the year 2017. Non-payment of salary arrears, non-constitution of governing councils. They also complain of victimization. Now, this is something very important when you talk about polytechnics in Nigeria. They're complaining that they're being victimized, that even certificates, by polytechnic graduates are being, non-recognized. You see, they've been pushing for recognition of, their certificates just as BSc holders. They're saying people in polytechnics basically get the technical training, and that universities, they basically teach them theory, and that they should even be more recognized than university, students or university graduates. They're also saying that if you don't support polytechnics, you're basically killing industries in Nigeria. And if you support polytechnics, you're creating employment. So there's this, concern, basically. They listen to all the demands, and ASUP is threatening to shut down all polytechnics in Nigeria if the federal government continues to, do what they do, which is to renege when they have reached agreements.
So, I think one of the things that Jide Johnson, I believe, had mentioned in one of our conversations with him was, the fact that he doesn't also agree that there should be so many unions across the country who just wake up in the morning and decide to shut down, even if they have grievances with the government and they have, genuine reasons for wanting to shut down. But I've never heard of, polytechnic or university lecturers in the UK or in Canada deciding to go on strike. But
they do have unions anyway.
Yes, they have unions.
Because I think they have a system that's working.
Yes. And at the same time, there's also the conversation about how important we really place these parts of our country. How important is education? How important is healthcare? How important is the judiciary to the Nigerian government at every time? The amount of money that we spend on the National Assembly alone every year runs into billions. Do we spend that same amount or, similar or even more on education or on healthcare or on security? I mean, if only we would take them as seriously as we take the National Assembly and the funding for the National Assembly, maybe we wouldn't have all these issues. And of course, you mentioned negotiating before and going back on those agreements. Let's welcome Yekini Asafe, is a zonal coordinator of ASUP. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Asafe.
Good morning, sir.
All right. We were just having a conversation about the issues that your group has or your body has with the federal government. Share with us, how bad this really is and why you think it is time for a strike.
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, the issue we have, ASUP, with federal government and the state government has been on ground for almost a year now. In fact, some have even stayed long since 2014. But the emergent one include the following. Non-reconstitution of governing council in the federal polytechnic and the state-owned polytechnic since May last year. That implied that in all polytechnic, especially federal polytechnic in Nigeria, there is no echelon of decision-making. As a result, if there is a, the rector or the principal management of the school that their tenure has expired, there is no way they can appoint another one because the process has to be taking place in the, event of the presence of the governing council of the institution. So as a result, the promotion cannot be done for our members and some other activities cannot be done. Then another thing is the plan of the Accountant General of the Federation to deduct over 90 billion naira on the pretext of recovering purported pay as you earn tax liability from 19 federal polytechnic, which is not acceptable to us. You see, we don't understand what the government is trying to do by using, the masses to generate funds that they are not even spending for the betterment of this country. How can you say that we have owned, tax for up to 19 billion naira? Sorry, 198 billion naira. And you want to deduct that one from our, money? Is it because we are not paying, tax before? So we are on that.
Okay.
Pure regulatory and standardization policy are seen in the appointment of unqualified people as directors in some institutions, especially in state institutions, when you have a principal lecturer being appointed as the rector of institution against the crop of chief lecturer, that cannot happen in the universities.
Okay, Mr. Shafe.
And the government are just keeping on looking.
Mr. Shafe, I just wanted you to explain clearly what ASUP means when it's alleged that polytechnics and polytechnic education in Nigeria is being discriminated against and victimized.
I can't hear you clearly.
Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Can you hear me, Mr. Shafe?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
I said, could you kindly explain to us what ASUP means when it says that polytechnics and polytechnic education in Nigeria is being victimized and discriminated against?
Yes. The polytechnic education in Nigeria is being victimized. The government is not doing the needful. Since 2014, we have what we call need assessment to look into the institution across the nation and see the infrastructural deficient. And up till now, a single kobo have not been pumped into the polytechnic sector. So that's all the level of neglect of the polytechnic sector in Nigeria by the current government.
So how resolute is ASUP to basically shut down all polytechnics in Nigeria?
Well, that one I've commented since yesterday, and we are waiting for the government to do the needful. Right. Just yesterday, the government called our national leaders, to the meeting, and delegation was led by Mr. President. So in their usual manner, they are begging that we should go back to the classroom without addressing our need. Governing Council is there. They have not set that one up. Minimum wage area is there. They have not paid us that one for almost 10 months. Then in some state institutions in Nigeria, you could imagine the kind of exorbitant fees that they are charging, because the government of some of these institutions are asking the management to pay salary of workers from IGR, internally generated revenue. And this is another burden to the parents of these students.
All right.
And this cannot improve the standard of education at all.
Mr. Shafe, unfortunately, we need to wrap up here. We will invite you again, of course, to have another conversation about this. And of course, if the Minister of Education, Adamu Adamu, still has further steps that need to be taken, we would like to have you both here. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thanks again.
You're welcome.
All right. That's where we wrap things up on The Breakfast this beautiful Wednesday morning, 7th of April. We
beautiful,
want to wish you...
striking Wednesday. Thank God there's no rain or thunder striking.
We'd like to wish you all a very interesting day ahead. And of course, if you missed out on any of these conversations, join us on our social media platforms at Plus TV Africa, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and our YouTube channel. I am Osao Gie Ogbon.
And I am Anetta Felix. Have a great day.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Oroshoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, it was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also feel it's me, number one. Like I'm best. So from there, I've made income from it, then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job if the pay is not okay to me. Then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they're doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space, I do my thing, then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just 2. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up, I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people, like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own things for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are many people, there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I'll still teach them. So there'll still be a time whereby if I see that okay, they have gotten it up to that level, I know, I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't do it again, I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 times, 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1-week neck stretch to stretch the muscle in my neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. when it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, what do you do? I will say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, oh, dancer. I will say no, I'm a contortionist. And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. No, it's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, if they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing? But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, As Trained. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He had a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. When I say it's profitable, okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful, and whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy, you're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that, so I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further more there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought. What was it like for you the first time?
Yeah, you don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Auf.
On the head and pull the trigger. Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass production. Not everybody can get a lamb like this.
mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist so.
That's
Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist
it
auch wieder
special.
das, da haben wir die
And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
Essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung. Ganz abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever gonna walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm gonna eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes!
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts.
Da hinsetzen kann.
That looks great.
Da haben wir es. Dann Bratwurst. Als
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing.
Lift off.
If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you.
Lift off.
if there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning things, because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this, and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious flight academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes. It's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's all so unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home, but had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first. Or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas cometh with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat. Parents and grandparents, and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes, I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be like, really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be like in terms of like the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible, wear a mask, wash your hands with soap and water, and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Plus Reports, a compilation of the stories and events that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. We are starting on the conflict resolution mechanisms and traditional community leadership structures. The adoption of an alternative dispute resolution mechanism in Nigeria's northeast, plagued by terrorism, took the center stage at a 3-day event for religious women and youth leaders in Yola. The training, which includes topics like conflict analysis and effective communication, focuses on fostering peace within the region that will provide the community members with additional skills and tools for resolving issues peacefully, and a model that encourages parties to find mutually acceptable solutions. Details here.
Banditry, terrorism and other forms of insecurity have become major challenges in the Northeast, hence the need for this 3-day workshop to enlighten the religious and community leaders on finding an acceptable dispute resolution mechanism in the Northeast.
Of the contract by the Northeast Development Commission for us to train 210 community leaders on alternative dispute resolution ADR, and conflict management across the 6 states in the Northeast, and to conceive, develop, produce, and air 1-hour television program on peace, peaceful coexistence, and de-radicalization came at a no better time than now, when peace and cordial relationships are needed in this region.
The representative of the Northeast Development Commission Yola office says that insecurity has become a serious threat for people in the Northeast region.
Insurgency has caused a lot of destruction in the Northeast, and part of our mandate is to receive and manage funds from the federal government, international donors for the settlement, rehabilitation, and reintegration of victims of insurgency in the Northeast. So there's need for this kind of workshop. It is meant to train our leaders, the youths, the women leaders, the traditional, the religious leaders, to be able to identify conflict situations and manage them appropriately.
Some of the participants applauded the giant strides of the group, as the training will go a long way in curbing insecurity in the Northeast and Nigeria as a whole.
All over the world, you discover that there has been conflict. Here in the Northeast, in particular, we have a lot of security challenges, very from Boko Haram, we have banditry, we have kidnapping, we have communal clashes, and a forum like this, it will go a long way to rock mind to come together.
I want to inform you, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense School has recognized alternative dispute resolutions, which has propelled us to open a unit under Crisis Management Directorate.
The representatives of religious leaders that are here will take it up, and then at the end of the day, we will have a better society where we will understand each other, and then we will resolve our problems amicably.
It is hoped that the participants at this workshop will take the message to the people at the grassroots and help create a friendly society for all.
Well, according to a report by EU Emergency Trust Fund for Africa, the crisis in northeast Nigeria is now in its 10th year, which has produced widespread unrest for civilians, while 7.1 million people remain in need of humanitarian assistance. The 10 schools shut down by the Kwara State government in February over the issue of wearing of hijab by Muslim students have resumed academic activities, but the controversy persists as CAN, in its reaction, disagreed with the government, insisting that schools owned by Christian missions originally cannot accommodate the style of dressing. Plus TV Africa went on a fact-finding mission. Take a listen.
The dispute between the two parties started after students wearing hijab were disallowed entry into Baptist School Surulere by some protesting Christians, an action which came after the Kwara State government reopened the 10 schools. The schools, built by different Christian denominations, had received grants by the state government in 1974. However, the Christian body says the schools were taken over by the government and have not been returned to them ever since. The state government thereafter gave the Muslims approval to wear their hijabs in the schools, another the Christians blatantly refused to accept.
Our Christian counterparts refused bluntly to give peace a chance by permitting the Muslim students to wear hijab, which is part of their own normal dress. All effort to convince them that this hijab is not offensive to the religious sensibility of our Christian brothers and sisters fell to the deaf ear.
The Christians made it unequivocally clear that they don't want the use of hijab in our school. And we advanced our reasons We said it will not be good now. If you put hijab on Muslim girls and the Christians were not wearing hijab, you expose our own to danger. Because the bandits and the kidnappers, when they go to school, they will kidnap our children.
This led to an altercation between the Muslims and Christians and a clash that saw the two parties throwing objects at each other. This action left properties destroyed and people injured.
What we do not want in Ilorin, the capital of the state of harmony, is crisis that will lead to a kind of a bloody or violent situation in this.
The Muslims just came, they besieged and bombarded our schools and began to stone people, injure people with various degrees of injury.
Although things are back to normal in the state, both parties are still insisting that their demands are met. The Chief Press Secretary to the Kwara State Government, Radius Ajakaye, appealed to both parties to remain calm and allow the issue to be handled appropriately by the state government.
Our own take as a government is to appeal to all of our people to please give peace a chance.
Now, the Chief Imam and Chairman of the Governing Council, Kwara State College of Arabic and Islamic Studies, appealed to the Christian faithful to let peace reign. Also, the Vice President of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Kwara State Chapter, Reverend Sunday Adewale, urged the Muslims and the state government to come together to fight for a greater cause and not for what he termed as unnecessary. In the same vein, a public affairs analyst, Sunday Timothy, condemned the attack on the Christian community, calling for unity despite religious differences.
We use the same markets, we use the same hospitals. So why will it be difficult for us to use the same school where there won't be any discrimination?
I want to appeal to all parties to please maintain decency, to please be tolerant, to please handle this issue with care, because the religious issue in Nigeria is very, very germane, and we must be careful in doing it. Otherwise, we will set up the state in fire.
Christian and Muslim didn't come together to fight people that embezzle Subeb money. We didn't do that. We don't have good rules. We don't have so many things. We didn't fight the government for that. We're fighting because of hijab.
Whether Muslims, whether Christians, they are all Kwarans. So the government will rather continue to engage, which is what we've been doing.
Meanwhile, the Kwara State Police Command said that no church or office was vandalized or shops looted by protesters in the Ilorin metropolis.
Well, the government has said that there is no victor, no vanquished on the hijab crisis, urged the two faith leaders, opinion molders, and media personalities to act with restraint and great responsibility in their public utterances and actions and continue to live in peace and harmony with one another. Sexual violence is perpetrated by and against both men and women, but research has shown that sexual violence against women perpetrated by men is widely practiced. As part of efforts to tackle the stigma suffered by the victims, Women's Rights and Health Project has organized a town hall meeting to sensitize stakeholders in Alumosho local government area of Lagos State. Plus TV's Africa's correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
This is part of the project titled Increasing Access to Justice-Related Services to mobilize communities for the uptake of justice for survivors of sexual gender-based violence. The project, among other things, has established a resource center called the Ireti Resource Center to support vulnerable people and sexual gender-based violence survivors by providing them with free services. Unfair treatment to house helps and the reason for this gathering, the organizers have this to say.
As we've spoken to the adults, we should also speak to the adults who are in charge of children, because statistics shows that children between the ages of 15 to 18 are more vulnerable to sexual and gender-based violence.
Sexual and gender-based violence has continued to be a menace in the society, hence the need for sensitization of the masses on this reality. Some participants of the town hall meeting react on the impact of the training.
Most of what was discussed today, I feel that we do it naturally at home. Like when you say, you this boy, you must do this thing, you need to do it without giving that child food. And now I was meant to understand that it's not good. The same right to give to your children, you give to these people. So it's really deep and I really enjoy it.
A lot of us believe we can treat our maid anyhow. But with this program, it let us to know we should treat them equally.
In 2020, this group, among other things, trained 100 police officers, 300 community-mandated sexual gender-based violence reporters from 30 social structures, and presently, secondary school students are being trained on improving reporting of sexual gender-based violence to better expose this menace in our society. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
Well, sexual violence can take many forms, including sexual harassment in the workplace and in public spaces. Take a stand by calling it out when you see it. And let's listen to survivors and make sure they have the support they need. You're watching Plus Report. There are more after this break.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby is presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes, but without showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6. So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Thanks for staying with us. Away from gender-based violence, we now move over to another menace, fake drugs. Weeks after 3 people died in Kano State for taking expired citric acid, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has alerted Nigerians to the presence of unregistered and fake insulin tea for diabetes. NAFDAC warned Nigerians against buying or taking the tea. Aneta Felix has more of this.
Marketers of this insulin tea say it cures diabetes by removing sugar in the body. It even has a NAFDAC number on the packaging. But the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, says it is fake. Former National Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Gbenga Olubowale, re-echoes it.
This is very strange. There is nothing like curing diabetes. What you can do is to manage and then ensure that the patient or the person involved can live a very fulfilled life as much as possible, either through medication or through lifestyle changes. Because when you begin to take all these spurious elements, they lead to what we call organs failure. They begin to kill slowly.
Olubowale also recalls the thousands of deaths recorded in Nigeria due to fake drugs and calls on Nigeria's drug regulation agencies to do more to safeguard the health of Nigerians.
How can we, in this modern age, 21st century, have people parading or hawking medicines at bus stops, inside buses, on the streets, making all manners of spurious claims, and we have nobody challenging them. There is a lot for NAFDAC to do.
Olubowale calls out the corruption in the Nigerian National Health Insurance Scheme and advocates a proper function of the government agency.
Health insurance is actually the way to go, but unfortunately, we have not gotten this right. Over 10 years ago, the National Health Insurance Scheme was inaugurated by the regime of Obasanjo. This is how many years down the line? There have been series and series of fraud in National Health Insurance Scheme. Humongous fraud within the National Health Insurance Scheme. Out-of-pocket payment, of course, we encourage this patronage of all this quack.
The World Health Organization describes fake drugs as the world's most lucrative counterfeit goods. It has a global market worth of $200 billion, and hundreds of thousands of people die every year in Nigeria from counterfeit medicines. Anetta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
Well, members of the public are employed to contact the nearest NAFDAC office with any information concerning the distributions, sales, and use of the fake insulin tea. In the wake of several calls for self-determination and secession, the need for national unity resounds. Despite pockets of inter-ethnic tensions in our national history, Nigerians are better together, even stronger together. This is the view of President Muhammadu Buhari at the 12th Bola Tinubu colloquium held in Kano State. Osaroge Ogbonwa has more on this report.
Our common bond, our common wealth, the imperative of national cohesion for growth and prosperity. That is a theme for this year's edition of the Bola Tinubu colloquium, held to mark the 69th birthday of the former governor of Lagos State and national leader of the All Progressives Congress. The event held at the Coronation Hall, Kano State, and was attended physically and virtually by President Muhammadu Buhari, former President of Sierra Leone, Dr. Ernest Bai Koroma, the President of Liberia, George Weah, Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, and other state governors, National Assembly leadership with the Senate President Ahmed Lawan and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, traditional leaders, and many more. The chairman of the occasion, President Muhammadu Buhari, advised that the country should consolidate on the strength of its unity.
We must count our blessings in Nigeria and see in them the crucial factors of peace and unity.
Adding his voice, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo argues that Nigerians are stronger and more powerful together than being apart.
For the purveyors of breaking up into small components, into small countries, perhaps they should be reminded that we would not have been able to accept Governor Ganduje's offer to come to Kano at short notice, since we would all have needed visas to come to Kano.
The Kano State Governor, Abdullahi Ganduje, stated the importance of having a united Nigeria.
Issues of tribalism, religious intolerance, nepotism, suspicion among the elites, all these variables, unless if we come together, they will continue to pull us down.
And the celebrant, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, shared his views on Nigeria's unemployment figures and the urgency Nigeria needs to fix the gap.
It is time. We are under police, and we are competing with armed robbers and the bandits to recruit from the youths who are unemployed. 33% unemployed. Recruit 50 million youths into the army and take away from their recruitment source.
The 12th Bola Tinubu colloquium is held annually to mark the former governor's birthday, with the aim to bring burning national discourse to the fore. Osaogie Ogbonwa, Plus TV Africa.
Well, the objectives of the colloquium, which seeks to provide answers to national issues, further reflects the personal principles of Tinubu in promoting the unity and welfare of the country. Meanwhile, traditional rulers under the auspices of Ijebu Obasi Lagos have asked former governor of the state, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, to run for the top seat in 2023. According to them, at a time like this, the nation needs a statesman, bold, courageous, visionary leader, and a bridge across ethnic groups and tribes to pilot the affairs of the nation post-President Muhammadu Buhari's government. Plus TV Africa's Kayode Ladeinde has more on this report.
Make no mistake about it, the race for who succeeds President Muhammadu Buhari is on. One of the prominent names being touted from time to time is the national leader and co-founder of the ruling party APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. At this gathering, comprising 24 traditional rulers in Lagos of Ijebu descent, are unanimous in urging him to run for president come 2023.
The Ijebu Obas Forum of Lagos State is apolitical, but it is a keen watcher of political events in the deliberations of the forum, and having considered the Nigerian political events and activities as they unfold, we have decided to come into the open to urge the Emeritus Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to contest for the presidency in 2023.
Well, fortunately, it coincides with our normal monthly meeting of the Ijebu traditional rulers in Lagos State. Well, at the same time, it coincides with the celebration of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 69th birthday anniversary. We just thought it necessary to, considering his achievements in governance so far, particularly in Lagos State, and his contribution to national development and in the international politics at large, we feel, if we see somebody like that, we want to encourage him to do more.
The Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, who is a guest at the meeting, argues that Senator Tinubu has paid enough price to deserve the #1 seat in the country.
You know, it bounds from experience, working with Asiwaju, serving him as a son, as a follower, as a loyalist. Beyond me, likewise others. I'm sure you heard the Obas. You heard what they said about him. So there's a lot of qualities, you know, that makes us believe that is far beyond other contestants.
What they are doing here today is a very strong message to the followership in their domain, in their various domains. They will go back and they're going to have influence on all other Obas beyond this part of Lagos State and even beyond Lagos State, Ogun State, and, you know, by extension, we have Ijebus in Ogun State and all that. Because they are so powerful, they are referred leaders. So they will be able to talk to even all other Obas, including the emirs or whoever, because at that level, they meet themselves and they talk the same language.
Incidentally, this meeting coincides with his 69th birthday celebration. Hence, these traditional rulers believe that it is the best time to make their position known. Kayode Ladeinde, Plus TV Africa.
Well, the traditional rulers also urged the revered politician to make himself available to serve the country. And to environmental matters now. Majority of the trash and debris that cover beaches in Nigeria come from the shoreline and recreational activities such as picnicking and beach going. Thus, debris injures and kills marine life. It also interferes with navigation, which poses a threat to human health. To this end, a multi-city exercise geared towards regular cleanup was launched at Alpha Beach, Lagos. Vivian Oguche was there and now reports.
Marine debris, including plastic, accumulating in water bodies like oceans and beaches, has become a global crisis. Research shows that at least 8 million tons of plastic end up in oceans every year and make up 80% of all marine debris from surface waters to deep sea sediments, a situation that many consider dangerous.
It's something that affects everyone, and it affects different areas of our lives, which is why I say it is not just a beach cleanup. It is an initiative that will put food on the table, ensure that harmful plastic, microplastics, are kept out of our oceans and by extension out of our tummies, giving us healthier lives, making us more cancer-free.
It's not just a one-time strategy that we'll do this and then we just let it go, So it's something that we'll do on a regular basis.
This exercise brings together environmental groups, corporations, and volunteers to rid the Alpha Beach end of the Ibeju-Lekki coastline of trash.
This is part of my service to the community. It's my way of giving back.
Every day we do clean up in our homes. The environment is not an exception. As a socially responsible individuals, we need to continue to invest in recycling.
In addition to keeping the environment clean, the beach cleanup is a form of exercise for some.
I feel livelier now than if I'm on the bed sleeping. So it's a way of also exercising and also giving back to the society.
Research says that in 2050, there will be more plastic than fishes in the ocean. But if this kind of measure is adopted, who knows, the tide might turn. Vivian Oguche for Plus TV, Africa.
Indeed, the marine life has a huge impact on wildlife, the environment, and indeed our well-being and economy. So the effects of the debris should be taken seriously. And that's the size of this edition of Plus Reports. But remember to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Hello and welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where the big stories and mini stories, entertainment stories live. If it's awesome, we're going to talk about it. If it's big enough, we're going to talk about it. So if you don't see that we're talking about that thing, it just didn't cut the standards, unfortunately. But yeah, we basically analyze and dissect all the hot gist that's happening on the entertainment space, and also all the updates on your favorite celebrities. And when I say we, I mean my co-anchor, Ifeoluwa Oshike. How's it going?
It's popping. You right?
I don't think I've ever seen you in a...
Nah, I really don't.
No, yeah, no. I'm surprised the hat can actually fit your big head. That's
my head is actually very
interesting.
small.
The head is big. It
I
feels
get
like to
egg small now.
Oh, okay. They've been lied to you.
I don't understand. I don't get coconut
hey.
Hey.
Anyway, what inspired the look?
Young fella. What inspired the look? I have an outing later, and the dress code was white and black. So yeah, so I just figured, okay, I could wear white out and just I like to keep my things different. So you're supposed to wear like the white outfit and stuff, but I'm just gonna wear the white hat. Yeah.
I like that. It looks nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, so are you ready for today's
Yes, always ready. I was born ready, you know.
Exactly, you know how we do. Okay, our first conversation is in the Nigerian space about the film industry. Nigerian film executive Moses Babatope has addressed reports of an alleged cabal in the Nollywood that controls the industry's activities. Babatope addressed the topic that has been a point of scrutiny among industry enthusiasts for a while now. In the Meet and Greet podcast interview with Ungbot's heads like Nas, Onuzo Zulumoke Oyibo, and Damola Adedamola. When queried about his thoughts on the rumored cabal and if he was a member, Baba Tope revealed that he did not subscribe to the idea that they are a cabal, as they have been preoccupied with sharing knowledge, growing the industry, elements that are not peculiar with cabals. And I quote, "I don't identify with the cabal, but I must say that there is a group of progressive thinkers, risk takers, implementers that have shown a level of consistency. There is a group that exists and it's almost easy to identify." The Film House and Film One co-founder for the highlighted distributions in Nollywood and how the progression group ideas may have positively grown the industry in a few years. Alrighty, so... Yeah,
go on.
I know when I saw cabal, I'm like, because that word, at least in the Western scene, that's like these like top-notch 1% of the 1%, just like controlling the whole thing. And they're usually really like corrupt. You know, they're the ones that are literally above the law. Like when you think about the cabals, you think about people who own the law, own the system, you know. So like, to use that term is not something I want to do lightly, but I think I like the way he explained it. But let me hear your take.
For me, I don't think they should be called cabals. Like you said, forward thinkers, you know, progressive thinkers, you know, those are people that are actually putting in the work. Now, a lot of people want to be part of an industry, but not a lot of people want to get their hands dirty. Do you understand? These are the guys that will go all out, and they have the funding as well.
Okay, when you say get your hands dirty, do you mean that as in like hard work or like get your hands? Because when you say get your hands dirty, it means that do the things that are not necessarily very easy to do because they're kind of
I'm talking about the hard work now. They're the ones that would probably go and try to have a sit down with a Tyler Perry to see how they can create a movie together. But the other ones just want to be featured in the movie and all that. And they have the funds as well. That's another thing that makes them look like the cabal. Now, because they set their mind to something and they feel like, okay, we can get this done. And then they bring a group of other people that have the money and they get it done. You say, oh, they are the 1% of the 1%. But of course, if you had the funding and if you're in that space, I think you'll be welcome. You'll be invited to the table as well.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I think anyone who's in the cabal would talk about it like that. I don't think anyone would say, "Oh yeah, we actually are like controlling the thing and we have monopolized power over the entire industry and all the negatives of it." I think even the cultist groups that we have that are not so private, the way they explain it sounds really fantastic. So I'm not going to just buy his words on the surface because he's supposed to say that if that's what it is, if the accusation is what it is. But the only thing that stood out for me was that they're almost easy to identify. For him to add that part means that they're not cultists in the sense of privacy or whatever. Maybe they are just functioning quite transparent with their actions, even if they have cabal tendencies. It's in public, and for me that made me feel a little more better because my mind was already going into like some kind of controversy, conspiracy theory, loophole kind of thing. But no matter what I can imagine, the fact that you want to work in transparency means that you don't really have that much to hide. But I don't know the intricate details, and I'm pretty sure it's not as warm and fuzzy as he has said it is. I'm pretty sure there's other things. And I don't think I agree that if you have money and you have a dream, then you can be part of that. I don't know if there's any association that's that open.
We see, in as much as in this clique or in this generation, the people that I said they're quite obvious. You have the likes of Marion Joku, you have the likes of Funke Akindele, you know, you have Scene One, Film One, you know, all those people that actually Iroko TV, they're actually there. But now, one thing I know that Nollywood is open to is, you know, new players, new key players. Now we have Play Network. We have, what's his name now? For the life of me, I can't remember his name. But the guy that owns Play Network as well, that did the, what's it called?
Cinema Drive-In.
Yeah, Cinema Drive-In and the...
Charles Okpaleke.
Charles Okpaleke. So Charles Okpaleke came into the scene and he had the funding and he had the dream, he had the plans, he put them in motion and it worked.
Are you saying that Charles Okpaleke is part of this cabal?
No, I'm saying that they're open to new people.
Who's we? Who's they? Sorry, who's they? The cabal or just the industry?
The obvious key players that are referred to as the cabal.
So are you saying that the key players in the industry that we know are the cabals?
Yes, that's why he's saying they're quite obvious. Now, you can count them on your fingertips. The major people, okay, if I want to put a movie in the cinema, there are like just 3 or 4 people that I have to see to get any movie in the cinema. Do you understand? It's not like there are so many companies I can go to. We have just like 4. So why wouldn't they call them the cabal? Do you get what I mean? So it's quite obvious that these are the key players in Nollywood industry. Do you understand? So that's why I'm buying into everything he's saying, because it's just a fact. The fact that we have the money, the fact that we can put it in motion, doesn't mean that if you do and you have the money and you want to do it, some people will block your way. They will try to, put all those on your path. They're not going to do all of that. They're just, that's what I think it is.
I don't know. I think Charles Okpaleke has been in the game for a long time.
Yes, he has.
So,
but when he started doing living in Bondi, the drive-in cinema, he didn't come out to tell you, oh, some people tried to stop me. Some people tried to.
Yeah, because he's not an oldie, and I mean, the point that you're trying to make, Okpaleke cannot buttress that point because he's already been in the game. I wish there was somebody else that we knew that's not in that circle, new, fresh from the pot. We've never heard of his name before and has gotten to the top like that. Because I don't think that's the case at all. I think you have to go on body with these people and get the approval. And if you don't, you can't be blocked. And not everybody's going to take that to social media.
Obviously, you are going to be blocked when you need their services. For instance, I want the example I gave. I want to take a movie to the cinema. Film One wants that movie. Same One wants that movie. Genesis wants that movie, right? And I take it to one particular one. It doesn't work. It works really fine. Now, of course, they will try to start trampling on dates. You understand? Somebody else that probably wants that project will probably say, oh, no, you can't premiere it on this date. You have to do it like 2 months from now. Do you understand? So they will try to affect you, but it doesn't mean that you won't get it done. So that's also what I'm saying.
Do you think Ebony Life is part of these people?
What?
Ebony Life.
Ebony Life. No, I don't think so.
Why not?
And when you say, I wouldn't know. I'm not in that industry. I haven't had any reason, and no one has ever told me. I haven't heard stories about Ebony Life, so I wouldn't know. But I think she's a key player when it comes to Nollywood, when it comes to the media
my point
industry
exactly
as well.
that I don't think all key players in the industry are part of this circle of friends.
Whoa, if you're talking about that, no, they don't have, the thing is, when I say key player, they don't have to be friends. They just have to share a common goal, which is business, which is money. Do you understand?
You don't think they need to be friendly to do that?
No, they don't need to be friendly. It's business, man. You don't really have to be friendly when it comes to money. As long as, we can be enemies, but when it comes to business...
Because I know even Mo, I've heard stories about Mo not accepting movies because that person doesn't eat her well. You have, maybe friendship, I'm not saying friends like as if no...
The money doesn't eat well.
No, that was not the case. This movie that I'm talking about was accepted everywhere else. It was a good movie, the quality was good. The people in that movie were not small people, whatever. But if they don't see human beings don't function like that. We're not robots that we think strictly without any bias. If I don't like you, even if you fit the category, you can decide not to work with that person. So I don't think it's as simple as, or if you have the money and we share the same common interest. Nah, I think you have to have more commonalities than that to want to even associate yourself and invest in each other's businesses or whatever. But I think we'll all just speculate on this table because unfortunately, we're not in the cabal. Moving on. Popular award-winning disc jockey Kopi has reacted amid the intense troll and backlashes she seems to be getting from basically fans, or will I say fans now, trolls, as regards her songs and performances in the entertainment industry. Kopi, who has been a center of attraction for many critics lately, took to Twitter to affirm that the criticisms and trolls she gets cannot discourage her from chasing her dreams and aspirations because she's a fighter and quite resolute. In her words, and I quote, "Let me tell you a secret. For every achievement and yes that you've seen in my career, there's about 9 no's. My rejection rate is very high, but I'm now used to it. This never bruises my ego, nor stops my dreams because I'm a fighter and believe in destiny. I really want you to understand this and learn from me. Stop waiting for things to happen. Make them happen. You don't ask, you don't get." So basically, if you don't ask, you don't get. And that's on Copy That. I like her spirit, I do. I do like her spirit. I think that in all these like motivational things that I've been either forced to watch or stumbled upon, or even like these billionaires and like people in the society that have really made a lot of money or have had strong impacts on the world and stuff, the one thing I know that they all have in common isn't really a soft story or like a sports or whatever. It's that consistency that I've seen, just consistently being at one thing is really cool to see. And I think it's just like a normal principle of life. Like, even if you're bad at it, you still do well. A good example for me, I think the American version of DJ Cuppy is Tyler Perry. When Tyler Perry first started, till now, people still crap about his movies. They're low budget, which they are. The stories are very aligned, which they are. He writes he basically does everything, and it shows that he's not delegating enough work. So a lot of things are not properly, like, managed or whatever. But all of that story, my guy has still been going at it longer than I've been alive. And it's working for him. He has a whole society that he has built based on the fact that, so even if they don't connect with the talent or the artwork, they connect with the vision and the passion and all of that. And I think that just makes sense as to why you can keep pushing. So in that sense, I think it's a really good advice. I posted something on my story today, and it was for myself as well, where so I got it from somewhere where somebody said, a lot of you don't do things because you're afraid of looking stupid. And I think that's a big thing, like perfectionist syndrome as well. I know it's a cripple of mine. If I don't think that it's going to be 100% good and top notch, then I'm afraid to do it or whatever. But, at some point, in a way, it helps. But most of the time, it's just a crippling effect. It's like, go for it. Do what you need to do. Be fearless about your work and your dreams and your passions. And even if I might not be a fan of DJ Cuppy, I'm sure her consistency and all of that can build a fan base that can take her to where she wants to go to.
For me, I just totally think, our story is one that is a lot of rejections, obviously, a lot of trolls, a lot of people saying whatever they feel about her career. Forget the fact that she's a billionaire's daughter. She still has her own fair share of the internet drama, right? And the way she handles it, like you said, consistency is key. So over the weekend, I saw a post where she was talking about, Chelsea Football Club losing the match, and she said, "Oh, this is painful to watch." And then someone replied, "Now you can imagine the pain we feel when we have to watch your music." Yeah. And then she just dropped an emoji that was like, "Ooh!" Like, did you just say? Did you get like that spirit that keeps you going? She didn't come back and say it is your this, that is this. Do you understand? She didn't come back to diss the person. She just played along. And I think that's a very good spirit. That's a good way to actually look at things. And then I can remember the day we were having a conversation with Quincy, and we're seeing a video with Stonebwoy, Karma, and he was saying, "Oh, that's a very good song." Yeah. Like, she's actually that when I did the copy, don't they learn how to sing? And you can tell that she's actually putting in the effort. She's actually putting in the work. She's trying to be better. She's not somebody that is just saying, "Oh, because my dad has money, I have money to fund all of these things. I don't care, I'm putting out." She's actually putting her features. She's very strategic.
She's getting better.
Her kind of shows, whatever she's doing, she's always making sure it's top notch. Now, that's not somebody that is just doing it for the sake of, "I want to do it." She's doing it because she actually has the passion, and she
does have the passion.
I think her story is actually one that we all can learn from, no matter how good you are.
And I think Cuppy is going to surprise us. I think that the only thing that she has done that's very different from others is that she has learned on a large scale. All of us sucked. I remember, like, even till now, I still get comments about, "Oh, your show, your this, your comment, the way you analyze the story." But it wasn't always like that. I think the first times in uni, because I did journalism in school as well, people used to tell me to boo me off the mic that this is so bad. And we're airing at my university. My university was quite big. Get off, you're too slow, or we don't understand, or this, or your accent, or blah, 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 because I was not in I didn't sound like the people that were listening to me. So there's a lot of criticisms and stuff. So the only reason I'm not being dragged into the scale as Cuppy is because I'm not Cuppy. I'm not a popular actress. I mean, a popular personality. So it's because she's learning on a large scale, but everybody has been through that. There's nothing that she's doing that's so extraordinarily different. You all start like a JJC, making all these obvious errors. Your makeup is not good, or like, what was the other thing about her performance? She wore all ugly shoes. Like, you can't make that kind of mistake again, but you have to make that mistake at some point. So I'm waiting for her to get better, to be honest.
She's actually getting better.
She is, but there's still a lot more space for improvement. And I think even her knows.
Well, she's not singing Gelato anymore, at least.
No, but she can do better. She can be bad. I think she can be a lot
album
hardcore.
Was really good.
You don't think there's any space to grow, Ife? Is that what you're saying?
There's always space to grow. I'm just saying
she cannot compete with a lot of people still, and I think for someone like her and the vision that she wants,
compete with a lot of female artists in Nigeria right now with that album.
Top female Nigerian artists.
Name 4.
We don't have that many. Maybe there are only 4.
Yes, can an album, one of them.
Can an album compete with Tiwa Savage? Tiwa Savage's album.
I could finish Tiwa and listen to Copy. Yes.
That's not the question I asked.
Compete.
Yes.
Like if I have to.
Like you put them to like a record, an industry.
No, Tiwa has a sound that is totally different, but is her album good? Yes. I don't want to do the whole competition thing. I just want to put it on.
Well,
that's a good album.
That's the question. That's the question I'm asking, because if you say
I don't have an answer to that
if you want
question.
to give a compliment about somebody, you can. I think that my work is good, but can I compete with every other person in this industry? I think no. I think there's some people that I'll have to go back, learn, build my skill even more, and then compete with those people because they've been in the industry longer, they're better at the job. And then there's some people that cannot sit next to me because I know what I'm doing. So is there space for Copy to absolutely grow and flourish?
I'm just saying that we need to give room to actually even see our flourish. Everybody's basking in the past of what's it called, Gelato and all the terrible songs. Have you actually paid attention to a new album?
We just agreed on her new song with Stonebwoy. That's good. It's good. And nobody. Well, I don't know if you're talking about me now.
No,
or
I'm
like
not talking. I'm talking about generally. Like people are not giving her space to breathe, and they think
the live performance that she gave was more recent than Stonebwoy's album. That was terrible, Ife. Terrible. The sounding was bad. I don't know what happened there. I really don't know. The makeup was off. The camera lighting was really bad.
Was, physical and technical issues.
Exactly. So
yes.
Is there no space for improvement with her live performances? Absolutely.
We're not talking about live performance.
We're talking about her being an artist, the whole shebang.
You know what? All I'm saying is a lot of people need to give more room to Copy's growth. You know, you need to actually see what she has achieved along the line in the years. Is there space for improvement? Absolutely. But are we even looking at our current improvements? No, people are not.
I think people are. She's still just not there yet. I think so. If she gave a song that's nice, people are gonna say that the song is nice. If she gave a live performance that was bad,
tell me
people are gonna say
you've ever seen a song that somebody whoever said this song by Copy is nice.
Go on the internet. You see, the thing is,
apart from someone who's a fan, like a random person just says, "Oh, have you guys listened to Copy's song?"
I don't know where you're going with this, but I think people have given her compliments. If you really think that the whole internet is against Copy, that's a lie. Even her knows.
Of course she has
knows.
fans.
She knows people that appreciate her, that have seen her progress. But you can't. I don't want us to now get carried away with motivational talk and then lie at the fact that she's now where she has arrived, because she hasn't.
Nobody's saying she's arrived. I'm just saying you still need. Okay.
We can support her. We'll give her space. Anyway, let's go on a quick music break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Calling me the sugar where they your tea, calling me the honey where they your bee. Anything you tell me, I they believe her. Showing me around like I lost my way, telling all your friends and I me be bail. Baby, see me, I don't they believe her. Tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, make I know now. If you don't love me, tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, oh, make I know now. If you don't love me, make you not talk, say you love me, oh. Aye. If you don't need me, oh, nobody talk, say you need me, oh. I take this love oh seriously, oh. Baby, oh, make you not play me, oh. Nobody talk, say you love me, oh. Don't play me. Public boss. Kiki. You don't they be like say me I dey too talk. Make you no go be like say I get blocked. But now the other man you want to go and link up. Oh baby. Oh baby. I know we say I even on the fake love. I'm the sickest nigga you can find in this world. And it doesn't matter, baby, got to choose one already. So tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you not
Shakara do endo. Aye. Go. That what you wanna, yeah. Jeez. Run. Oh, le, God. Ice block, it don't water. Vanessa, you don't the cast. Your fine face no matter again. Shakara do endo. Aye. Before now you dey hot. Living la vida loca. Money don't finish, you remember. Shakara do endo. No let them see you finish. Then go finish your biscuit. Then go finish your sweet. Shakara do endo. No let them see you finish. Then go finish your biscuit. Then go finish your sweet. Shakara do endo. Jody money can go like back. Cause it like a to ballet to le ja. Tori and you broke any goddamn time. You know. Say, before, no be property. You don't blow before, no be celebrity. I say, make you take picture, you call security. Now, Shakara don't handle. So, don't let them see you finish. Then go finish your biscuits. Then go finish your sweet. When Shakara don't handle. Say, don't let them see you finish. Then go finish your biscuits. Then go break all your sweets. When Shakara don't handle. Your biscuits, then go finish your sweet. Shakara do endo. No let them see you finish. Then go finish your biscuits. Then go finish your sweet. Shakara do endo.
Waiting she wants. I don't find my missus right. And if you agree, baby, I'll hold you tight. Cause anything you want, baby, boo, I'll buy. Cause it be you and be my mind. On top your matter, bitch, I'll die. Although you me, I won't girl. Now waiting she wants. Now waiting she wants. Now this kind of love. Now this kind of love. Vanessa, I don't fall in love, make you come chop all of my money. Even for this economy. Vanessa, I don't fall in love, make you come, make we go see mommy. Even you, I want marry. Even you, I want carry to mommy. Omoge one BJ Kajaye. I don't know how I'm feeling right now, but I like it. It be like saying I'm magic. You get us, they do me. You get us, they do me. You get us, they do me for body. The way you they carry your body. You get us, they do me. You get us, they do me. You get us, they do me for body. The way you they carry your body. Vanessa, I don't fall in love, make you come chop all of my money. Even for this economy. Vanessa, I don't fall in love, make you come, make we go see mommy. I want to marry. Now waiting she wants. Now waiting she wants. Now this kind of love. Now this kind of love.
Hello and welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Okay, so we still have a lot more to discuss. Don't go anywhere. I hope you have your tea and that you're not feeling too Tuesday. Are you feeling Tuesday?
It's not Tuesday, darling.
Sorry, Wednesday. Are you feeling Wednesday? Like, I feel like...
Yes, I feel Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's midweek and the week is almost over, so yeah.
I feel Wednesday is very confusing. Like, I feel like, is this week going fast, or like, can we get to Thursday really quickly?
Very fast.
You think so?
Yeah, maybe because I've had a lot to do this week, and I still have a lot planned for the week. So it's more like, is there even enough time to do all of these things? Yeah. So.
I think because my phone crashed, I was away from civilization, and you'd be very surprised how much like the noise stops because there's not a lot of things going on. So I feel like I haven't started like my week here because a lot of things were pushed away. But anyway, let's go on to our next conversation of the day, and that's our favorite celebrity. Let's go.
Favorite celebrity? Who's favorite?
Who's your favorite celebrity?
I don't have one.
Favorite celebrity couple in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, none. Oh, Uncle Olu Jacobs and
yes. Okay. Your favorite celebrity couple, Banky W, and his wife Adesiwa Etomi, had a session at their church, their Waterbrook Church in Ikoyi. That sounds like a British church, like crazy. Anyway, where they spoke about their struggles with conception and the miraculous arrival of their baby boy. Their session was a special Easter service at the church, which happened on my birthday, Sunday, April 4 of 2021. A video of the session has been shared on YouTube, and some of the things they revealed about their struggles have since gone viral. The couple revealed a lot in that almost an hour session, and with his art and with this conversation, you see that I'm going to break everything down to you. So they basically started from, touched on things like getting trolled on social media for not having a child. Then they went through the IVF process. Then they got twins and lost those twins. Then they decided no more IVFs. Then they also talked about Banky selling his car to fund a church project. Then Adesiwa also talked about the Hallelujah Challenge that really got her really just spiritually and I guess her faith really revived. And then finally, the marathon sex that they had to do to conceive the baby boy. So yeah, it was a nice tell-all Oprah vibes type conversation. But what did you think about that, Ife?
I just think I like it when people show their vulnerability and they're able to share their story to encourage, because one would have thought, man, Banky W and Adesiwa, they have it all together. You know, you see them and you're like, oh, our favorite couple. But the things they go through, and especially with the advent of the, of social media and what people tend to say, because you'll be surprised at the amount of hate that comes from on there, and especially when they don't know your story, when they just feel like they have an opinion. Now imagine an Adesiwa that just lost a baby maybe a night before, that just lost the twins a night before, and then she says, okay, I'll cheer up, life goes on, and then she goes on the internet and somebody just says, barren woman, won't you give birth? You can imagine the type of pain she would feel. It would really hurt.
Exactly.
Even though she doesn't know who it is, but she's still
human.
She's actually still trying to heal.
Yeah.
And then someone else is saying something else that you don't even know what's going on. It could make you go crazy. So I just want to say big shout out to the both of them for still being able to keep their cool, for not coming out on the internet to have an outburst for once, because they're human. They're allowed to. Do you understand? They could have their outburst. And I like the fact that, faith is actually something that kept them together, because when Banky W was selling his car and was saying that, he said he was going to make it a monument for this, and we say, some people said, he's broke, he's this, that if Abadan is selling cars, he wants to do. Do you understand? No, it wasn't even his broke. They said, politics has drained him. You try to run through.
Which is probably...
Yeah, no, they said it out there that he he used this car, he sold this car
For
so
the
that he
church
could
project.
finance a church project.
Yeah, but like, in fact, you don't have money to finance the church project without selling your car. Still sure that there was financial struggles.
No, sometimes fate just says, you might have that money in your account, but fate just say, okay, sell something that is important to you.
I don't know about
Do you understand?
that, but
And then what makes you think that, okay, the money he has is actually enough for the church project? So you might have enough money, but it needs a little more for that church
And so you don't have enough, Ife. You don't have enough. If you can't afford, I don't know.
Broke is relative, though. It is relative. I don't know what you refer to as broke, but I don't think it would ever be that bad for a Banky W. I don't think it can ever be that. Even if you're talking about just royalties alone from whiskey songs and stuff. Come on, Papa, it's catching
Money
out.
finishes, though. But I feel like if something is...
There's some monies that don't finish. Now, I'm saying Banky W has placed himself in a position
But
where
if
the money cannot finish.
if you have to sell your car to fund something, then you don't have enough money.
Car. Now, the things that are
Still-
called liabilities, you just figure that, okay, I have two very lovely functioning cars. I have a third one I'm not using. Instead of using all the money in my account for a church, I think sometimes it's just faith. If you believe in what faith is, you know that sometimes you just have to go the extra mile to just make sure it
To
works.
sell your car. It's the same thing.
I'm not going to talk
sell
about
your car
how,
or
I
like
really don't
put,
care
give
if
the
it was
money.
broke. That is none of my business. Now I'm talking about the faith. The story I'm taking from all of this is not whether Banky W was broke. That's none of my business. But what did they turn out good for him? That's all I care about.
You're the one that Kuku brought this up. He said, and people were talking about him being broke.
And I wasn't going to buttress on it, but I don't know. But it don't matter whether it was broke. Me, I'm seeing it from a faith perspective, and that's from the point of view I want to take it from.
Okay, either ways, it was nice that they gave a very descriptive view on their life. I always say this, I said the same thing about Meghan and Markle, that these people don't owe us that. I mean, especially when, there's a lot of controversy and there's a lot of theories around your relationship and all of that. Nobody still owes, like even me, I don't know, it's easy for me to say, but I don't see myself like, I won't care if I think what you want to think. I know people think a lot about me and have all these perceptions and stuff. So every time I see people come out and take their time to really tell the truth, I find that I find that big. Like, it's really big of you to even, because we don't owe you anything. So for you to just set the story straight, and I like that they did it in the way that was comfortable for them, which was in church, because obviously these people are faith-based, and that is something that's big for them. I know IVFs are also really expensive, so that I know that must have been quite a tough time, not just emotionally and mentally, but also financially, because IVF rather is not a joke. But either ways, they pull through, and I think that is like the gist of it, that they have a family now, as in like a growing family in terms of like bringing a child to the world. That's something that people have still not been able to do, and I like that she now has. How do I explain? She's now part of a group that can really speak to those kinds of people that struggle with that. I mean, I can encourage a woman who's never had a child, that wants to have a child, as much as I can, but I've never been in that position. I've never worked in that. So for somebody that has that kind of influence to also now be blessed to have worked in that, I think that she can be used in a good way in that sense, in terms of encouraging them, even giving them tips on what could help in terms, because I know they talked about the marathon sex thing, although it was proper banter, like it's awkward obviously talking about your sex life, but even that tip alone was quite important, like that, they were careful about the ovulation period, and then they did it for as long as they could to obviously, get that stuff going. But I'm really just glad that everybody's happy. The wife and the man is happy, and that they have a baby together. This is one couple that have literally started in front of us, from when he said he found somebody, to when he was dating her, to when they finally got married, and now they have a baby. Like, it's all happening in the public space, and I think they've done a good job for being a public figure, a public family. Like that's not easy. So yeah, I'm cheering for them, absolutely. But let's go on a quick break. Let me leave you with Banky W's final song, Finally Say Yes, Final Say rather. So I hope you enjoy it. We'll be right back.
What if I tell you, say, me where you see, I don't so see, we're just a germinate. So be hopeful, cause waiting I no be say. The baba where we they serve, no they use us play. Ego enter, that thing where you define. Ego enter, it might take a little time, but he go enter. When the stars align, he go enter. And everything will be just fine. Cause when Oluwa say yeah, 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 nobody can say no. Baba, hello. Cause when Oluwa say yeah, 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 nobody can say no. Baba, hello. Cause you get the final say. No matter what them say, no matter what them do, yes, you get the final say. No matter what them say, no matter what them do, delay is not denial. Keep waiting patiently. You can triumph through your trials if you just believe. So don't give up the fight, cause Papa God know they sleep. One day you will surely celebrate. Yes, he will supply your need. Have a little faith and see that he go enter, he go enter. That thing where you define, he go enter, he go enter. It might take a little time, he go enter. When the stars align, he go enter. And everything will be just fine. Cause when Oluwa say yeah, 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 nobody can say no. Baba, hello. Cause when Oluwa say yeah, 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 nobody can say no. Baba, hello. Cause you get the final say. No matter what them say, no matter what them do, yes, you get the final say. No matter what them say, no matter what them do, oh, you get the final say, you get the final say. Oh, no matter what them say, no matter what them say. Oh, you get the final say, you get the final say. Cause you get the final say.
Hey. Alrighty, welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. In case you're joining in, you have missed a bit, but don't worry, we're live on our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, and you can also just catch up on our social medias to see how far we've gone with our discussions on our basketball and everything. But stay tuned, we still have a little bit more in store before the show runs out. Alrighty, so ahead of the anticipated April 25th Oscars ceremony has finally come. This thing has been moved a gazillion times, really. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science has released a letter detailing new guidelines for the upcoming event. Among the list of guidelines is the request that all nominees attended the event in person. Isn't that crazy? According to media reports, nominees and guests will qualify as essential workers to attend the event in Los Angeles. That would have been nice if it was Lagos. Nominees are expected to begin arriving in the United States from April 17th through to April 20th. In addition, there will be no options for nominees to attend the live show via Zoom. Can you imagine? For those of you unable to attend due to scheduling or continued travel concerns, we want you to know that there will not be a Zoom options to go live. We will do everything possible to provide a safe evening for all of you to enjoy in person, as well as all the millions of fans around the world. And we believe that the virtual overshadows all those efforts. Okay. Those who cannot attend, the Academy will accept the Oscars on their behalf. Depending on risk assessments, all attendees, including producers, will be required to quarantine prior to the ceremony produced by Jesse Collins, Stacey Sher, and Steven Soderbergh. The ceremony will hold at the Los Angeles Dolby Theatre. This is just really wild to me. Like, extremely wild. Like, hello, do you know what season we are in? We are in, like, a pandemic season, guys. So strange, but I don't know. I don't know if they can pull this off.
I want to believe they made up your minds to pull it off. It's just a few weeks to go, maybe like 2. Yes, so I think they made up their minds now to do this already, and I want to believe that they have the safety measures in play, and I want to believe that they are also working along the guidelines of COVID-19 when they're making this happen as well. So is it just going to be an award ceremony for the nominees and the, what's it called? But my problem is it's for people all over the world. It's not like it's just people from America.
So I'm looking at you like...
Yeah, so that's my only problem now. Now, we know the severity varies according to country, so it may be stronger in this country, not that strong in this country. So I don't know, but I just hope they're able to pull it off.
It's crazy. I mean, everything else about like no pajama, no this, no that, and like, you know, no Zoom, whatever, that was not the issue for me. The biggest thing for me is that you have to travel. Do you know how it is to travel? Because, okay, so you can cater for me at the event. Can you cater for me on the plane?
Can you cater for me when I get back to my country?
Thank you. Can you cater for me at the airport, where it's not an Oscar performance, whatever. So like, it's insane. It's just really, really, really insane. I don't know why they're doing that.
It's also a way to, you know, crowd control and all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So but you see, that's why I don't understand that, because it felt like a catch-22 situation. Like, obviously, you're making it that difficult because you don't want a lot of people. Not that you don't want. It's impossible for people to come through. But at the same time, you're not giving space for access to your events by cutting off Zoom as well. So that means that we only have TV, which is insane because we all have different time zones. The way the world works, we're not all going to be awake at that period of time. It sounds like they're trying to keep a unique element to the Oscars, but at the same time, I personally think that they're watering it down. I think that it's going to be a fail in comparison to what the Oscars are. Like, Oscars is something like uni. We did a thesis about the industry, about the academy rather. This is a long-standing historical thing that affects the entire world. It's not just an American thing, right? And then now you're saying that we're not gonna, first of all, we have to travel to America, which is like insane. And then we cannot even use the internet. Like everybody else has done that. So why can't we log in or you know, have a YouTube live streaming, Zoom streaming, something like that to keep everybody together?
I think another point they're trying to make is, if we all keep getting scared, you know, they already said that COVID is going to be around like the way HIV came and we live with it and all of that. Yes. So people are beginning to look at it that the better we start living our lives the way we used to, the better for everyone, the faster we start living our lives. So I think that's also a message like, look, we're not going to hide from this forever. It is always going to be there. COVID has always been there. And now it just became, you know, a pandemic and all. Yeah. So it has always been there.
Yeah, maybe for your cookouts and your friends and family, sure. But for like an entire organization that is built on the backs of like, people all over the entire world giving their arts and their efforts to the people. Like, this is about, in case people are forgetting what the Oscars is about, it's about art that was created for the people. And it's like important art that has now been able to stand out amongst the others. Do you know how much content is created in a year? Like, gazillions. And then for the people who have made an impact with their specific content, and now you want to cut off the entire world from that. Like,
the crazy part is that the Academy will collect the award for you. So I can't even send my brother in America to go get my award for me.
And then does that mean that also like people must have had to obviously take the vaccine? Because when I saw this, I
thought... said something about, you know,
I thought quarantine. Like it would only work, because first of all, you cannot even travel. Since they've dispersed COVID-19 vaccines, that's been the new update now. Before it was COVID test. Now you have to have a vaccine. So
have you registered for you?
No, I haven't.
You're not going to take it?
I will. Okay. Just not. I have other things in my mind right now. Okay. I'll let everybody take it so that I can be safe. Okay. I'll take when I'm ready. But what's it called? You know, not every country has done a good job in terms of, or no, I'm not saying done a good job, but has finished dispersing COVID-19 vaccines to all their all their civilians and everything. So it just seems like a lot to ask for, really. Like,
well, it is, but let's see how it plays out. I want to believe that they have something up their sleeves that we probably don't know about.
Yeah,
so
it just sounds very ostracizing. Like, obviously they have people that they need to attend, that can attend, and they're good with that. So that's the vibe I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting. But anyway, okay, let's move on. When Kim Kardashian West was first mentioned in the pages of Forbes in 2011, it was simply a tally of her Twitter followers, which was 6.6 million, just below Barack Obama and just above Ashton Kutcher. 5 years later, she graced the cover of Forbes, thanks to her for booming mobile game. I don't know if you remember that game, which helped her to earn $51 million that year. Now, in 2021, she officially joins the world's billionaires list for the first time. Forbes estimates that Kardashian West is now worth $1 billion, up from $780 million in October of last year. Thanks to two lucrative businesses, KKW Beauty and Skims, as well as cash from her reality television and endorsement deals, and a number of smaller investments. Kardashian West founded KKW Beauty in 2017, following the success of her half-sister, Kylie Jenner's Kylie Cosmetics. She borrowed from Kylie's playbook using a similar direct-to-consumer model that relies heavily on social media marketing. For her first launch, 300,000 contour kits sold out within 2 hours. Should I say that again? By 2018, the business had expanded into eyeshadows, concealers, lipsticks, fragrances, and was bringing in about $100 million in revenue. And I quote, this is from her: "It is the first time I've moved away from having licensing deals and transitioned into being an owner," Kardashian West told Forbes in 2017 when she announced her cosmetic line. She's cashed in on that ownership last year, this is 2020, when she sold 20% of KKW Beauties to cosmetics conglomerate Coty for $200 million, a deal that valued the company at $1 billion. While Forbes estimates that figure is a little bloated, Coty, which also bought 51% of Kylie Cosmetics in 2020, is known for overpaying her remaining 72% stake and is still worth about $500 million.
Amazing.
Okpo.
What I really like
OPP.
about this is the businesses that she did herself is what landed her here. So apart from all the shares from Amazon, Netflix, and all those other stuff, you know, she still put in the work by herself, and then it's actually the company she started using, the Kardashian name, the Kardashian brand, that really put her there. So there's really no confusion here on like when it was Kylie and we were wondering that, oh, what is she doing? She said she was self-made, and we had that back and forth. So there's really no confusion. It was here, but I don't know if you saw husband's reaction to this. Oh, so he has reacted about how proud he is. He said, "So I made you, this is life." Hashtag, "So I made you, this is life." Hashtag. What
does that mean?
He made her. Like, he said he's so proud, like he's done this, she's done this, she's done. And then he actually said, "So I made you, this still life. So blessed, this is still life. So I made you, this still life." So that, you know, the fourth line, or what's it called?
So
now?
I made you, this still life. He's mad.
Because that's what he's trying to say. So I made you. So you're down the Forbes list. But I like it too that both of them are now billionaires. Kanye West a billionaire and the wife. That's couple goals for me. Couple goals.
Yeah,
and your wife billionaires. Hey, they shouldn't even try
they're
to.
not married anymore.
Well, they haven't divorced officially.
Yeah.
Okay. No, they haven't. He still said my wife. He still referred to her as my wife.
Yeah, now we've heard.
Exactly.
Okay, so if there's anyone that I believe owns this millionaire thing, it's Kim Kardashian. So when they first started...
That's very disrespectful. Billionaire. It's good. Correct yourself.
Billionaire, because there's a massive difference. As in massive. Because if you know the the Kardashian family, when the dad was even alive, they were wealthy, but it was just bare. It was in the same level as Paris Hilton, as them, the other, just average. As in, in comparison to where she has built this family to. Even when the Kardashian thing started ages ago, Kim Kardashian was their gold mine. She, for some reason, was able to put structure into this reality TV influencer thing in a way that nobody else could have. I will give, if I'm going to give anybody credit to Kim Kardashian, I will give Kris, the mother. Because together, they made themselves, they found a way to make this loose, jokey, unserious industry into a multi-million. Nobody has done that before. Nobody. There was, and after the Kardashians, after Kim was able to successfully do this thing well, then we had a series of other people coming out to do, keeping up with this and keeping up with that. She was the first person to do that. Even Kylie Jenner, if Kylie wasn't associated to Kim Kardashian's hype that they have created, that entire family, it would have been very hard for her to even achieve what she's been able to achieve and stuff. So kudos to them, and I think kudos to Kris as well, because I know Kris handles.
Kris is actually
Kris handles it. I'm telling you, like, she's the billionaire mind as well. But I think that Kim Kardashian is one of the most heavily slept on people because of the way she started with the whole sex tape and everything. I think people use small eyes to look at her. And that small eyes is exactly what she monetized on to be where she is. I'm going to say again, even what's it called? Kanye's push to billionaire world had a big part to play because she added him to this billionaire company that has pushed her to, what's it called? The billionaire space as well.
So what are you saying, that she made him?
No, I don't think she made him. Kanye West has been Kanye West before we knew who Kim Kardashian was, in my opinion. I don't know about anybody else, but I knew who Kanye was way before Kim Kardashian. But I'm saying that this particular... I think I did. I knew Jesus Walks before Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
No, it's not just about keeping up with the Kardashians. We're talking about Ray J time. Did we?
Ray J time. Who was Kim there?
Wait. I'm trying to think.
Okay, I'll give you.
Well, I don't know. Go on.
I think
we'll check it out.
It's more so insulting. This guy had Kanye had a proper profession. He was doing well in the music space a long time ago. Kim was one of the 5 girls in a big family. Not the same. But she built herself up, no doubt. What I'm saying is, like, even when we did a breakdown of Kanye's Forbes list, whatever, the fact that he was able to own a part of, what's her name, Skims now, which is Kim Kardashian's business line, pushed him into that billion whatever as well. So I think that's just to show how powerful Kim Kardashian has become in terms of creating an empire, really. We've gone past brand now. We've gone past brand and just products, but into a $1 billion empire and so. Right. So I'm really, really happy for her. I think she's very, she deserves that thing a lot. She's seen her fair share of backlash, of just being hated upon. There are too many people that are against her and what she stands for, which is a different conversation. I'm not trying to say that I'm with it or I'm not with it. But the fact that she's had her own fair share of trials
I don't care what you think.
And tribulations, just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean I'm with you. But I like what she's doing. And I think that this is just the beginning because she's so far been able to sit on the throne of reality TV shows, of cosmetics and fashion, but we haven't even seen what she's capable of doing in the law space.
Yeah,
and I think that when that happens, this lady would be basically unstoppable. And whether or not somebody wants to make him Kanye, whatever, I think there's a lot that you can learn from.
Yes,
Kim.
Definitely. And I'm looking for, I like the fact you touched on that because I was going to talk about it, that, she's actually training to be a lawyer. So she's not stopping. This is the self-development I think we're talking about when we're talking about the copy story. That no matter what you do, there's room for improvement. There's room for you to grow. And yes, so I love what she's doing with herself. Yeah. So from the way she was perceived with the old Ray J thing and to where she is now, is a massive growth. Yeah. And I'm really happy.
So there's really nothing that can stop you. And to the sisters as well, I think they should start to really plug themselves in and get, why not make 2-3 more billionaires from the family? Even me said I'm talking. We're working on it. But anyway, guys, that is all that we can take on this episode, unfortunately. But thank you so much for watching. Join the conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or tweet at us at +TV Africa. Remember that you can catch up on all of our previous episodes, including this one, and all of our exclusive content by subscribing to our YouTube channel at +TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on R2TV and in London on Ben Television. A big thank you go out to my namesake and co-anchor Ife Lua Oshike for keeping it absolutely jiggy, and the entire production team. Thank you for watching. My name remains Ife Lua, your favorite. I know.
There has to be a decision point. the way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You're going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6.
So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
On September 8th, the African Union presented to its mission the list of candidates for the upcoming election of the chairperson and deputy chairperson. The nominations are expected to take place during the 34th ordinary sessions of the Assembly in January and February 2021. On this special edition of Our Voices, we'll take a look at the process to the top leadership of the continent and what's at stake come 2021. Another important vote for a key position in Africa is generating controversy: the election of the African Union Commission Chair. VOA's Anita Powell reports from Johannesburg, South Africa.
African Union Commission Chairman Moussa Faki Mohammed is running unopposed for re-election as Africa's top diplomat. But that uncontested race has provoked outrage from observers of the 55-member African Union, which they say is failing to represent the needs of the continent's 1.3 billion people. Critics of the Ethiopia-based organization are lobbying to postpone the vote at least 6 months to let more candidates come forward. The author of a petition by the Coalition of Supporters Unions of Africa says the AU did that 4 years ago, when there were only 3 candidates for that seat. He spoke to VOA via Google Hangouts.
How come that 4 years down the line, at the same time, we are having only 1 candidate, and people are telling us that that is representative enough? If 3 wasn't representative enough, how can 1 be representative enough?
Analyst Liesl Lovaudran of the Institute for Security Studies says this vote, cast by African heads of state, not by the general population, is important.
The AU Commission chairperson also has to represent the continent on the world stage, basically, when it comes to Africa's relations with the European Union, with China, with the US, with the UN. And he has quite a lot of leeway, I would say.
That's why, says Pan-African activist Daniel Mbonu, it's critical to get a leader who truly represents the continent. He supports the petition to delay the vote. He spoke to VOA from Nairobi via Google Hangouts.
He has displayed a lot of incompetency in the organization and running of the AU, of the African Union organization. At the same time, he has been unable to address issues that are facing people of African descent around the world. And there have been allegations of massive fraud at the African Union, corruption, nepotism.
So if not Mohamed, then who? Critics say one candidate, the AU's former ambassador to the U.S., a Zimbabwean national, has been sidelined after she was removed from that position last year. Both critics also claim the AU has been heavily influenced by former colonial leader France. Since 2002, 4 of the 5 commission chairpersons have hailed from Francophone nations.
Just by the uproar that came around after, the purported sack of Madame Arikana Chiombo-Rikpao. Now, come to think of it, Madame Arikana Chiombo-Rikpao herself has filed an application, and we have a situation where her nomination has gotten lost at the AU headquarters. And that is very, very strange.
The AU has not been able to meet in person in recent months because of the global pandemic. The petition to delay the election has gotten 16,000 signatories, Ababresa says. If granted, it would move the vote into early 2021. Anita Powell, VOA News, Johannesburg.
VOA reached out several times to the office of the African Union Commission spokesperson, the office in charge of communication, as well as the office of the Chief of Staff for the Chairman Mohamed Faki via phone calls and emails, but no response. We have to take a quick break. When we return, I'll speak to organizations that are asking for the deadline of the application for the commissioner to be extended. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Being part of Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Now in Ghana, the Kwame Nkrumah Ideology Institute adds its voice to the numerous petitions to extend the nomination deadline for the commissioner position. I spoke via Skype with the executive director of the institute and began by asking him what provoked this organization to begin this petition.
Our organization is taking a huge inspiration from our founding fathers. All those who really thought it wise a point in time in the history of Africa to ensure that we come together as a body. We really think that what they stood for and what they fought for is not what is reflected today, contemporary. We think that there's been some kind of problems, infractions at the AU corridors in terms of the current nomination for the African Union chair. And so we think that the processes towards that hasn't been fairly executed. And so there's the need for us to add our voice to the numerous voices out there to ensure that the right thing is done. And so we have come together with other organizations like the Global Pan-African Network, the All African People's Organization, Coalition of Supporters Union of Africa, and many more. The 1.3 billion Africans must begin to talk.
Now, in your view, why don't we see other names of qualified candidates coming from the different regions of the continent? And of course, the diaspora, which is the 6th region of the continent. Why don't we see more candidates?
That is a big question that should begin to awaken all of us. Because we have the 5 regions you have mentioned, including that of the diaspora, that makes it the 6th region. We cannot allow the position of the African Union Commission chair to go unopposed without being contested, because we believe that we have qualified, competent people from these regions.
From what we gather, Ghana had submitted a candidate for the commissioner position, Dr. Mohamed Chambers, known for his experience. After 2 days of submitting his candidacy, from what we gather, he pulled out. What do you make of that?
In the petitions, we have asked the same question and waiting for a response. The right person to explain to the 403 million people within the sub-region is Dr. Mohamed Chambers. He has to explain why he withdrew at last minute. We don't just understand, and we still want answers to that. The reason, because we've been told that he went to Chad, and in consultation with Chad, he withdrew. What consultation went on? What consultation went on?
Read once again your petition. The heading of your petition says that Africa is not for sale. Could you elaborate on what you mean by that, and whom does it seem that the African continent is being sold to precisely?
The AUC say, the commission say, it's all about who has the key, who will have the key to the African Free Continental Trade Area, right? And once you have that key, that influential key, you are in position to decide whether you are going to use that key to the benefit of Africans or not. That is where our challenge is. We want a competent person at the AU who will serve the interest of the millions upon millions of women who are suffering in Africa, who are having difficulties in healthcare.
You do not see that in Mr. Mohamed Faki. You do not see that.
Look, the important thing is that this year has been penciled down as silencing the guns in Africa. What has the AU done so far? And so we believe that those who have proven their worth, those who have come out to speak and pursue issues relevant to the growth and betterment of the African people, must be given the chance. We don't have confidence in Faki. That is His Excellency Faki. We don't have confidence in him with regard to he being the AU chair. He doesn't measure up to our forefathers, those who stood and fought for the AU, for which he is now the chair. If not, why should you make that position unopposed? Why does he want to be there? That amounts to a forceful takeover of the African Union. And so we are appealing to all the African heads of states that they should use their sovereign authorities given to them by the people at the grassroots to ensure that the right thing is done.
We also contacted Mohamed Chambers to find out what consultation went on with Chad, if any, but were unsuccessful as he did not return numerous phone calls and voice messages. Now, the vision of the African Union seeks an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens, represented by a dynamic force on the global arena. I sat down with Johannes Mesgabe, who held several positions at the African Union, including the coordinator of the African Leadership Academy. While on a trip here in Washington, he tells us the importance of the youth in fulfilling the vision of the African Union, as well as his take on the current controversy on the election of the commissioner.
Many young people, and also African citizens, feel like the organization does not represent their aspirations and yearnings. The organization is disconnected from their life, day-to-day life. It's not on the ground. Unfortunately, if you were to ask them if they know the Department of Political Affairs, Social or Economic Affairs of the African Union, they would not tell you. Why? Because the presence of the African Union in each and every one country across the continent is not really felt.
It has to come from a systemic place before the youth can actually feel part of the system, part of the African Union, to realize the vision of the African Union.
When Madam Zuma drafted the Agenda 2063, she made sure to consult the young and emerging African leaders from across the continent to give their inputs in the documents, because you cannot have a vision for the next 50 years without consulting the evaluators of the Africa in 50 years. So for Moussa Faki,
what he needs to be doing is to ensure that each department at the African Union Commission has youth desk that would be the eyes and the ears of the young people in every African countries. That has not been happened, but that was decided by Madam Zuma's time.
You are the person who, in 2016, started the first ever debate for the African Union Commissioner during the elections. And it was broadcasted all throughout Africa. We are seeing that now we have only one candidate. Do you fear that there will not be any debates? And what does that mean?
You remember on the 2016, we only had 3 candidates for the post of the chairperson. There was a decision to postpone that election because none of the 3 candidates were able to get 2/3 of the votes of the assembly. Then we had 5 candidates. So when we had that debate, we were able to bring the 5 candidates to present their manifesto and give an opportunity for the citizens to actually engage them, the opportunity to know who has what and how do they see the challenges of our continent for the next 4 years. What is their objective? What are the priorities for the next 4 years?
Now, so being inside the African Union, the current controversy that are going on right now suggesting that there are efforts to make sure that the incumbent Moussa Faki is unopposed. What do you make of that?
You remember the recommendation by President Paul Kagame when it comes to the election of the African Union Commission. He said the chairperson of the African Union Commission has to be elected through a robust and transparent governance system whereby the candidates, it doesn't say candidate, it says the candidates, more than one, hopefully 5 because we have 5 regions in the continent, at least we have 5 candidates. The candidates to present their manifesto to the public.
Now, as youth on the continent, what can be done as a way forward in making these elections more credible?
I call upon the young people and African citizens throughout the continent and the diaspora to put pressure on African heads of states and governments, particularly on President Ramaphosa of South Africa in his capacity as the chairperson of the African Union, to reconsider and reopen the submission for application. Now, South Africa, whose president is the chairperson of the African Union, have 2 candidates for the post of the deputy chairperson, and both of them are male, which means if Faki Moussa, who is only an opposed candidate for the post of chairperson, is elected as the chairperson of the African Union Commission, these 2 candidates for the post of deputy chairperson of the commission are automatically disqualified. So how are South Africans knowing that put 2 male candidates for the post of deputy chairperson when they know that they would be automatically disqualified? So I think it is in the interest of the whole continent, including South Africa, that we reconsider the application and invite qualified African citizens to participate in this process.
We have to take a quick break, but before we go, we want to remind you to visit our social media pages. Our Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter's handle is @VOA Our Voices. You can also send us a message on WhatsApp. Our number is right there on your screen. When we return, we'll speak to Dr. Chiombori Quo, the former African Union ambassador to the United States, who says her application was blocked. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, You With Our Voices. We're discussing the leadership of the African continent. One woman says her application to the position of the commission chair has been blocked and is calling for the nomination process to be democratic. She's none other than the former African Union ambassador to the United States, Dr. Arikana Chiombori Quo. Madam Ambassador, it's a great pleasure to once again have a conversation with you.
Thank you for having me and welcome home.
Before we discuss the upcoming AU elections, we also know that next year will be a key year where the implementation of the free trade agreement will begin, a key component of the 2063 agenda for Africa. Could you explain to us what is at stake there for Africa when it comes to this agreement?
What I would like people to understand is that this is a monumental decision that was agreed upon by the African heads of states in 2018.
Establishing the Continental Free Trade Area.
African Continental Free Trade Area basically says no more shall 55 different little-bitty countries go to the world stage to negotiate for trading purposes with the big boys. Africa is going to go to the world stage as one customs union. It's something that our Pan-African fathers had hoped to accomplish when they met back in 1963, when they created the Organization of African Unity, which was a compromise decision. They were not able to accomplish the building of an Africa that spoke with one voice. It took us from 1963 to 2018 to agree at a consensus of a decision that we can all speak with one voice as one Africa, one continent, going towards one destination. It is going to be controlled by the African Union Commission Chair. 3 weeks ago, Chairman Moussa Faki Mahamat, who is the current chairperson of the African Union Commission, President Nana Addo of Ghana handed him the keys to the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. That means now Chairman Moussa Faki Mahamat has the keys to the continent. If he's nominated for another 4 years.
What are the specifics of those keys in terms of how much power does the commissioner has in terms of the agreement?
You got to understand the whole purpose of having the African Continental Free Trade Area is to have an Africa that speaks with one voice. We are now going to be talking about how do we feed, house, clothe, move 1.27 billion people. Not how do we feed Nigerians? How do we feed Kenyans? How do we feed people from Botswana? We are saying, what do 1.27 billion people need?
So he'll be able to decide the railroad contracts.
The Cape to Cairo Highway, for example. The approval will go through Moussa Faki. The Cape to Cairo Highway is something that's needed. The shipping lines all around the continent, 90% of the trade, intra-Africa trade, is via maritime. Contracts to do all that on a continental level are going to come through the AFCFTA. And the chairman of the African Union Commission has got to be somebody who understands why this decision is monumental, why it is important to finish the unfinished business of our Pan-African fathers and finish it the right way. We simply cannot afford to give the keys of the African Continental Free Trade Area to the wrong person, someone who's more likely to sell us off, to sell Africa off. And so that's why whoever is going to be the next chair of the African Union Commission is going to be somebody who's Pan-African, somebody who understands that Africa's wealth is our children's inheritance, that we must defend Africa's wealth by any means necessary.
So let's discuss the leadership of the continent, the top position of the continent. Many people, civil society organizations are voicing concerns about the election process happening for the top position of the continent. I have with me here looking at about 4 petitions that are happening on the continent, in different parts of the continent. 2 things there. We hear that you did submit an application for the top position. Is that correct? That's also, correct. How was the process and experience in submitting that application and what was your outcome?
Let me start by letting you know that I actually wasn't going to apply. Why? The deputy chairperson of the African Union was going to run for the chairmanship position, and I was going to support him. I don't particularly care about being the chair of the African Union Commission. I just want somebody there that we can work with, somebody who understands the importance of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and that first and foremost, we must defend Africa by any means necessary. We must defend that which belongs to our children. And I felt Deputy Chairperson Kwesi could do that. So I was willing to support him. Unfortunately, the president did not nominate him. Instead, he nominated somebody else who was president of Ghana. He nominated somebody else who was actually very qualified. And I would have been quite happy. Mohamed Chambers, Ibn Chambers. I was quite comfortable supporting him. He was nominated on the last day for Ghana to submit his name to the ECOWAS region. On a Monday, he was nominated. On Wednesday, he sent a text message to a friend who had congratulated him to say, "You are the nominee from Ghana for West Africa." And he responded, according to the article that was later published, by saying, "Well, the congratulations are short-lived. I have decided to withdraw my nomination after consulting with Chad." Wow. The word on the street is something happened. There were some shenanigans that were played, particularly from Chad. And of course, as you know, the chairman of the African Union is from Chad. So the question is, who in Chad did he consult with? Was it the president of Chad? Was it Moussa Faki Mahamat?
So to your assessment, it wasn't his choice to pull out?
And I'm simply going to speak about the word on the street. The word on the street is he may have been paid and enticed to pull out. But I don't have any proof for that, but that's the word on the street. Now, we are now down to 2 weeks before the deadline for submission of the applications to the AU. We decided I should jump in and see if I can submit my application out of SADC. Because at this point, it was clear Faki is not being opposed. So I quickly got in touch with my president of Zimbabwe. I submitted my documents, and a minister was assigned to work with the process of getting me to be nominated by SADC. It's my understanding on 2 separate occasions, a vote was scheduled. The first one was cancelled and rescheduled. And on the second, again, that vote was cancelled this time.
So we don't have somebody from the West, we don't have somebody from the North, we don't have somebody from the Central. Now the Southern Africa region isn't sending an application.
They did not vote for me. They did not meet because they had to meet in order to officially nominate me as a region. So it is that meeting that was cancelled.
So you believe that there's also some play there to block your nomination?
It's pretty clear that every effort is being made to keep getting opposition for Faki, because they know, and I'm going to be very serious, honest with you, they could put a monkey to run against Faki and the monkey would win. They know that.
Now, if a positive response comes from these petitions that we're hearing that are coming up from different places on the continent, is it your hope that South Africa, your region, SADC, and specifically President Cyril Ramaphosa, will indeed this time submit your candidacy?
They really don't have a choice. They need, if people apply, they must at least submit the nomination. Blocking the nomination before the vote is just wrong. It's wrong, it is undemocratic. But I also hope that we can get more people. Let's get more candidates. Every position has an average of 8 to 10 people contesting for that position, from deputy chairperson and all the commissioners, except Faki.
And so you did mention about the African heads of state. Do you have a message for them?
I have a simple message to the African heads of states. I would like to remind them of the millions of babies that are going to bed with an empty stomach tonight, of the millions of women who are dying today while giving birth to another child, of the millions of the unemployed youth who are committing murders. This one is so painful, out of desperation and despair. We have an opportunity to do something. This moment is a special moment. It is a time that we might understand that it is a time that we have been waiting for centuries. So allowing Chairman Faki to run unopposed for the chairman of the African Union Commission is a serious betrayal of the children of Africa. I do hope that you are not going to allow that to happen.
So in the 4 years he's been in power, has he done anything right?
None. Not that I know of. Absolutely nothing. I don't even know what his legacy is going to be, which is why it is mind-boggling that they would want to give him 4 more years.
In the recent interview we had, you just actually reminded me, you made an analogy about Queen Yaa Asantewaa of Ghana, who fought the British to preserve and to protect the golden stool, which represented the soul of the people. Come 2021 in February, do you think, or do you deeply fear that the African golden stool will be taken, will be stolen if the right leader doesn't come to play?
The African golden stool has already been handed over to the chairman of the African Union Commission. And if he remains the chairman of the African Union Commission, I can tell you very comfortably that the golden stool will be gone.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador Arikana Chiombo-Ikwo.
Thank you for having me.
Again, we want to remind that VOA reached out several times for comments from the African Union Office of the Spokesperson, the Office in charge of communication, as well as the Office of the Chief of Staff for the Chairman, Mohamed Faki, via phone calls and emails, but no response. And that's all for us this week. On behalf of my co-hosts, Haiti Adams-Fitzpatrick and Ayan Bior, and everyone here at Our Voices and VOA, thanks for watching. Good day.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed. A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Our guest today on One-on-One is Chinenye Imba Uzuko. Has a 30-year career in marketing, communications, multimedia and enterprise software development, e-learning technology strategy, software development and change transformation strategy in health, education and governance. He founded the multiple award-winning technology solutions pioneer Infographics, Nigeria, and also worked in Microsoft Cooperation as general manager, Anglophone West Africa. Departing in 2009 to pursue his vision of a borderless Africa in his current role as the managing partner of Grand Central and lead partner of IX Consult, a boutique startup incubator. He is the president, Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria, a trustee, Education Reform Intervention Team. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so you're a technology consultant. How did you get so passionate about education?
First of all, I got into university to study veterinary medicine and eventually left veterinary medicine to start to read political science and then ended up in technology.
Okay.
So I've been through many areas and usually through the back door, kind of like figuring out, oh, this looks interesting, this looks interesting. What it has led me to is a conviction that success actually begins with education. There's nothing else. Literally, if you have, we're all born with certain gifts, certain abilities, certain talents. If you do not pass through education and a solid education, you will have great difficulty being successful in life. So I started to focus more on education technology, and that led us into education reform, looking at things around how do you actually create capacity at a national level for quality education. So I've been doing that for about 18 years now.
Wow. Okay. So let's start with the elephant in the room. How do we stop the incessant ASUU strike, and get a more progressive solution?
That's a big elephant. Okay, so ASUU strikes for a reason.
Okay.
And if you really want to solve the problem of the strike, you have to remove the reason. But I think over the last 30 years of ASUU strikes, that reason may not be so clear to all of us anymore, including ASUU, and perhaps even the federal government that actually is the protagonist on the other side. And what was the reason? The fundamental reason for a union is to protect the welfare of its members. And that's what ASUU does. It has to protect the welfare of the academic staff of the universities. And so that's its reason for existence. But it operates within a sector that is supposed to also take responsibility for. And it has broadened that understanding of the welfare of its members to include the welfare of the entire tertiary education system. So they kind of like stand as representatives, but they're not the only ones. There's the non-academic staff union, there's the students union, there are different groups that are in that ecosystem that take care of the various constituencies within the ecosystem. So ASUU doesn't stand solely for the entire ecosystem. So what does that lead us to? It means that the reason for ASUU, if you make the staff welfare as they desire it to be, or as a country desires it to be, then there will be no strikes. But when you unpack that, you start to see a lot of other issues that are involved. And one of the biggest questions that we need to ask ourselves is around, you pay somebody a wage, and you're paying that person a wage for productivity. If the output is not forthcoming, then what do? In the private sector, you let the person go. You try to get them to produce. You work on training and reskilling and retooling, and eventually, if it doesn't work out, you ask the person to go. ASUU's perspective is that if we say that they are not performing, as they have themselves admitted, that they're not producing graduates of world standard, world-class standard, they say the reason is because we have not created the environment. The owners of the schools have not created the environment for them to work. But you and I went to school. I went to school in Nigeria. You probably went to school in Nigeria. If the students were asked the question today, over the past 10, 20 years, they would tell you clearly that there are other issues which we must be truthful about. And one of the most important, in fact, we don't even need to go far. If you look at the report, so it was a 189-slide report that was produced in 2012, I think, when the government then said they would sit down with ASUU and they would examine the universities, the state of the universities. And they went to about 61 universities and they came up with this report, so 189 slides in that deck. When you go to the summary, the first problem, by the way, the president of ASUU was a member of that team.
Okay, the current president
Not
of
the
ASUU.
current president, this was in 2012.
Okay,
He was a member of that team. And the report says the number one problem in Nigerian universities, the Nigerian university system, is leadership and governance. Leadership and governance. That was the first problem that they identified. Of course, they identified infrastructure issues, which is kind of like classrooms, hostels, and things like that. But it's very significant that the truth was told. The central problem of the universities is leadership and governance. And if you trace the problems that we have in a tertiary institution back to the source, you will find that the decline in tertiary education actually began with the failure of leadership and the failure of governance. Leadership in terms of within the universities themselves, the quality of the vice chancellors that were elected into office, the quality of the deans of the faculties and the heads of departments, where it moved more into the political realm than it did into their performance for the function for the purpose for which they were employed. That's leadership. And then you go into governance, and governance is about the quality framework. What happens fundamentally when you have a system that its production, what it produces is intangible. You take a student at 16, 17, 18 years old, you pass him through a system or her through a system for 4 years, and the output of that 4 years is supposed to be a child that is ready to work in industry and be productive to society.
True.
That should be the measure. And on the basis of your capacity to produce those kind of students, you are then promoted through the system. You're also promoted through the system on the basis of your own productivity in terms of your research. Because a university lecturer does teaching and learning. So you instruct, right? And you instruct the generations that pass through you, but you also do new research to uncover new knowledge.
Okay.
And only when you uncover new knowledge can you publish. If you're not publishing, then what? So if you go and you look at that report in 2012, it says that 80% of the research of the publications coming from the university system was published to local journals. If you look at the hierarchy, the governance structure for checking out, for evaluating performance, the local journals, they're all graded. The highest, of course, is publishing when your paper is accepted at an international level. That's the highest level. If 80% of the output is in the local journals, and with no intention to disrespect anyone, but that's the way that the system is structured, it means that the research output is poor. The teaching output is poor. So where are we?
Listening to the government, it says the famous 2009 agreement signed by the federal government to release 300 billion naira yearly for 1.3 trillion funding of facilities is unrealistic and is blaming past government. Shouldn't government be a continuum?
Indeed, government has to be a continuum. So here's the thing. Government reached an agreement in 2009 and was unable to implement it for various reasons. That agreement was later on revised. And I remember that it was President Jonathan who took over the negotiations with ASU at some point. And he came from the university system himself, and he sat in those meetings with them, and they reached a resolution. And he even at some point actually is reported to have even overridden his Minister of Finance at the time, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, and insisting that these funds would be released. So clearly he knew where he was going to get the funding from. But you always have to match that to government's other responsibilities. And this is where we have to ask ourselves fundamental questions. Yes, government is a continuum, but the circumstances in which agreements are reached don't stay the same. This is where in the year 2020, approaching 2021, you're arguing about an agreement that was established, an agreement that was met in 2009. So 11 years later, you're insisting on the same thing. In fact, if we look at the at inflation, whatever was agreed on in 2009, in Naira terms, right, it was set in dollars, and in Naira terms, it is now 3 times that amount of money.
Sure.
So where is that money going to come from today? Do you want to now increment that funding from 2009? And remember, the circumstances in 2009 carried through 11 years later. The universities have deteriorated even further over those 11 years. So it goes back to that question. Yes, government's a continuum, but everybody knows that the context will always change.
Why is funding just the priority and just the focus? Nobody's talking about, the leadership problems in universities.
I think it's because you're asking the teacher to grade himself and not asking the students and not asking the parents. If you're in a society where if you are marking your own exam, there's certain things that you would ignore.
True.
In fairness to ASU, they have mentioned at a number of times that they have challenges within their body, and some of those challenges they ascribe to politics. So in many of the universities now, there's this whole indigenization thing. So if you're not from that area, from that area, you don't become the vice chancellor. The indigenes insist on a certain number of lecturers and things like that. There are politicians who interfere in the hiring process. And the structure of the universities themselves has been kind of like infused by the system that we have in our country as a whole. Why is funding brought up? Because funding is what we can all understand. Remember, ASU is a union. And as a union, they would always, they have their own strategies around negotiation. The one thing that makes a lot of sense to all people who are involved in the ecosystem is that we want fancy universities, the kind that you send your children to abroad. That's the refrain. Oh, you're sending your children abroad. The leaders send their children abroad to fancy schools, but they don't want to create the same kind of environment locally. So people can relate to that, and it's a fantastic negotiating chip. But the issue is bigger than that. Okay. And this is what bothers me the most. When we've had discussions, and we've had occasion to relate with ASU, I've been struck by the absence of a responsibility or accountability for envisioning education for the entire society.
Okay.
There's this narrow focus on the tertiary institution, as though if you solve that problem, you've solved all problems. The tertiary institutions in this country have a gross enrollment of under 2 million students. They have a staff strength, academic staff strength of under 100,000 across all 167 or 169 universities. At 2 million, which at 2 million, that's about approximately 1% of our society, 1% of our population. The global benchmark for development impacting, for tertiary education impacting your GDP is 8%. So with the capacity of our system, we are just not producing enough intellectual capital for enough human capital to drive development in this country. And the answer doesn't lie in funding the current system. Indeed, what I believe very strongly is that ASU and possibly even the federal government, they are locked into this fight that is a fight for the 19th century.
Okay.
They're struggling to rebuild structures and institutions and everything that belong in the 19th century and not in the 21st century. Nobody is talking about what should the new model of education be.
So how do we begin to get to those conversations? Because we can't get stuck here forever. How do we begin to, and I like what you said about how parents, because those are the people that have the power, the parents paying the school fees and the students benefiting from the system. But in the current situation we have now, the parents and the students are powerless. You know, they're unable to do anything. So how do we begin to move that conversation forward? How do I begin to have power as a parent in a public university? How do the students begin to have power? Because, for example, I did a course in, Lagos Business School for the first time. That was right after I left university, and they told me to grade my facilitator. I thought it was a trap. I was like, in Nigerian university, you never do that. So, but how do we begin to move that conversation, forward, as a country beyond just the federal government right now? How do we do that?
I think you've made a great point, and let's understand that in Nigeria, what is now called the Office of the Citizen is an office that has been abandoned by the citizens themselves. We have, when you think about elections over the past 20, 30 years, how has education ranked in terms of priorities that have been set by the electorate for what they want to see from their elected officials? Because you have to set your prioritization right. The truth is that we haven't set education as a priority. And if you look at our budgets, it explains that. Because in the budgets, the education budgets, 80% of the money goes to recurrent expenditure and 20% to capital. So you're certainly not growing. So you have a system where where your population is exploding. We say we have, and that, I always go to numbers because numbers actually tell a story that you have to confront. Remember I said that there are only 2 million students in Nigeria's universities. In that 2 million, only 5.3% of that is actually in private education, private universities. The rest are in public schools. Which means that if you don't solve the problem of public education at a tertiary level, then you don't have an education system at tertiary level at all.
Okay, please stay with us. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back. Thank you for staying with us. We're still on 101, talking about education. So, Jenny, please carry on.
So I was trying to make the point that you have a tertiary education system that represents about 2 million of a population of 200 million, approximately 200 million people. So if you take the numbers again and you look and you say, well, if they say indeed that Nigeria's population, 60% of our population is youth, 60% of 100 million is 60 million, 60% of 200 million is 120 million. Essentially what it means is that you have to have an education system that accommodates 120 million people from early childhood all the way to on-the-job training.
True.
So within that 120 million, ASU is fighting for funding for 2 million. What happens to the rest of the population? And shouldn't that be a concern? Why is it that the system is the way that it is? It's fundamental. I think the bottom line is really accountability.
Okay.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria says, it offers a guarantee for free education, qualitative education to every citizen of Nigeria. That's what the Constitution says. The Child Rights Act reinforces that, of 2003, reinforces that and says every child has a right to education. Because we understand that without education, you cannot be a good citizen, you cannot be a productive member of your society.
True.
So constitutionally we say so, but if you go to the Constitution, you will see there, it says where practicable. So we wrote a constitution that offered a guarantee and then provided a backdoor for us to abdicate that responsibility. And all ourselves as citizens, as well as the government, we have gone through that back door with great happiness and abdicated our responsibility. So there is no accountability within the system. If you can hold, the only person who is held accountable in the education system is the student. The student doesn't pass an exam, he fails. The student has to write a thesis, he has to develop it somehow, he fails. The student gets out of the university, out of the education system, and goes to get a job and cannot get the job because he's not ready for industry, he fails. What happens to all the people in the entire value chain, from the highest of levels to the lowest of levels? What is their accountability to the student? And how do you hold them effectively accountable? That's the role of the Office of the Citizen.
So how do we begin to do that? Because I remember when I was in university, some of our lecturers would say A is for God, B is for me, and then you guys get C, D, and E, along the way. So even the student is not even, like he's going to make an effort, but he's already even demoralized. And then I have to add it to a second question: how do we begin to change? Because I find that many times, many students who have failed within the Nigerian educational system leave the country, and then they're excellent students everywhere else. How do we begin to change that? How do we begin to enforce? So yes, you've told us that the Office of the Citizen is important. So how do I begin to want to do this? Because oftentimes, even in schools, when the students have student unions and try to make lecturers accountable, if you remember the report done by BBC, where some lecturers were exposed, even some lecturers came out to defend those lecturers, even when there were video evidence to show. So how do you begin to do that? Because when student unions begin to try and make lecturers accountable, they are victimized, expelled. How do we do that? What do we need to do?
And this is where it's a great question. This is where we have to, because we cannot abstract the education sector from the rest of the society. The challenge is in the larger society. So if we admit that we are not really practicing, we're not really playing our roles in a democracy, and then we understand that the structure that we have is top-down. That's why there is so much emphasis on who the leadership is in every layer of our organization, every layer of our society. If you go to school and you see the structures in a school, you have something called a PTA.
Yes.
The PTA holds the school accountable. Right?
True.
And the school then has to answer to the PTA for certain things that it does. When that system does not work, then the school is the school administration and ownership is completely liberated from any accountability. They can do what they want to do.
But in a university system, how do you have a PTA meeting?
Exactly.
Because that happens in a primary and secondary school.
So now this was where the unions came up, because the unions came up as a means of applying some kind of a check in its system, in the former system that we had. So you had the NANS, you had the ASU, you had the non-academic staff union and all that sort of stuff. So these guys were really supposed to be like a counterbalance to authority, which resided at that time in the public universities and the federal government.
Okay.
Over time, particularly during the military regime, they worked to break the power of those unions. And by breaking the power of those unions, they liberated themselves from responsibility. We moved into a democratic environment, and they continued, the civilians who now took over continued with the same attitude as though they were military. And so the lack of accountability is not there. What is the how? I think that there are two or three things that need to happen. The first is that, and unfortunately, all these things have to start from the top, because that's the structure that we currently have. First of all, we have to accept that we cannot, in the year 2020, be building an education system that's on a 19th century model. So that means that we have to fundamentally re-envision education for the 21st century.
Okay.
And when we do so, we will find that a lot of people, including ASU, will be uncomfortable. Because what it means is that the ASU lecturer is no longer evaluated based on what his vice chancellor or his head of department or his faculty head thinks. Because the students will have, in the 21st century learning environment, the student will take courses from a lecturer in Harvard. He will take courses from a lecturer in MIT. He will take courses from a lecturer in the university in China. He will take from Australia. And so the university lecturer in ASU in Nigeria is no longer measuring himself against his neighbor, but against the global standard. And the student will be able to pick and choose what courses he or she wants to attend from anywhere in the world. That fundamental transformation is a threat to the existing system, because then those who cannot meet up to that standard will fall by the wayside.
True.
Today I was going through a document for Eton College. Eton College is a secondary school in the UK, and it's one of the oldest and one of the most famous schools. And I was looking at the house masters and the credentials of the house masters, those who manage the students in the boarding environment. There wasn't a single one who didn't have like a PhD or a master's from an Oxford or a Cambridge.
Wow.
They had studied things like neuroscience, nuclear physics, chemistry, the classics in Oxford and all that. Secondary school. How does a secondary school student in Umuahia compete with a secondary school student who has gone to an Eton College in a flat world that has been created by the 21st century? You made a good point around what happens to a student when he leaves Nigeria. And I want you to mark it by two things. First of all, for almost 40 years, we have been doing something called Alternative to Practical as an exam.
Okay.
Alternative to Practical is an exam that was put in place for students who didn't have access to labs, who actually never did the titration, didn't do the experiments that were required to do in physics, chemistry, and biology.
Okay.
And that Alternative to Practical has become the de facto exam because the schools don't have labs. Now, you do Alternative to Practical, and then you take an exam to get into university to study medicine. You have never once done a single experiment in a lab. So what do we do? If you look at the cost of implementing laboratories, each laboratory in a secondary school would cost something between 80 and 100 million naira for one lab.
Wow.
So how many of them can we possibly build? You need to be able to understand the limitations that you're facing. If we took the entire federal budget and applied it to education, we would probably not even be able to meet up with the infrastructure.
Okay, so this leads me to my next question of how can we begin to merge technology to help with education, not just on the tertiary level, but also across board, so that we don't have to, because even, the open university system that we have in Nigeria that we assumed will make things better still is very, hands. So yes, the students don't physically go in except when they have exams, but they really don't use so much technology. How do we begin to use technology to reduce this cost and to improve education, on a whole, not just from tertiary, but from primary, secondary to tertiary?
The first challenge we have is not the how. The first challenge we have is that we don't believe it. If we believed it, we would have committed to it.
But I think we believe it. Sorry to interrupt, because the pandemic now has. What did
ASU tell us about online?
Okay, yes, well, true.
So they said it is impossible.
But it said to be practicable, because during this time, most schools now, even for the secondary schools, they've alternated the days where they go to school 2 days in a week.
You and I understand
3 days in a week.
We know it's a reality.
Okay.
But if the the Academic Association of Universities, highest, where all our eggheads are, tell you it cannot work, then what do you expect the government to do? Force it down their throats? Who's going to make it happen? The issue is that by 2014, the Indira Gandhi National Open University had more students, at 2.2 million students, than the entire 167 universities in Nigeria today have. One university, online university, had more students than the entirety of all our 167 physical
But
universities.
Jenny, I think you've also alluded to the
So what
problem.
we need to do is this. So the first thing is, and sorry, just to kind of, because I know we always have time limitations.
Yeah.
The first thing is that we have to make a national commitment.
Okay.
Right? And that national commitment can only come when we have an open and public acceptance that the 19th century model for education has to go. And we must, as a country, go to the 21st century. And you cannot go to a 21st century model without accepting and embracing technology as the fundamental enabler of learning.
There's so many questions I want to ask. There's so many questions, but sadly we can't take, time, because I want to ask about internet penetration. How are we going to have that, across the
We don't need the internet.
we don't, across the country. We don't need the internet.
No.
What do we need then? Please let's just make this your last one. What do we need to be able to go fully online?
So if this were a classroom for me, and every building around here was housed parents with children who wanted to go to my school,
okay,
what I would do is that I would set up Wi-Fi access using a simple router, no internet. My computer will be here, all my lessons will be here, and anybody who is around, just like you use your MiFi, right? Your MiFi, you're connecting to me this time, not connecting to the internet. And anything that I broadcast from my computer here, anybody in this vicinity who logs on to my network will get exactly the same content. So 80% of the content that is required, even up to 90% of the content that is required to teach, does not require connection to the internet.
Okay.
So I can create in a rural community. I can bring the world to a rural community. How would I do that? I take my laptop. I download all the content that I require onto my laptop. It's powered for 8 hours. I pass my neighbor generator. I go to a primary school, and I take a small projector, and I go to a primary school, and I project on the wall. I will run every single class to world-class standard off of my laptop, because I can have the entirety of Encyclopedia Britannica on my laptop. I can have all the lessons from early childhood through to university. I can have over 6,000, and it's not theory. We've done this in Cross River State, where we went by canoes into villages, and we taught teachers how to use laptops in their classrooms.
Wow, interesting. Sadly, we will have to go. And please, we'd like to have you again. I hope you'll make time to come again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
That's all we can take on this episode of One on One. Please join us again. I'm Fumi Onuajefe.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Fresh rounds of killings hit Kaduna as 4 females are abducted and a ransom is requested for their release. And as the November 2021 Anambra gubernatorial elections draw near, internal wranglings threatens to destroy the winning chances of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA. Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Mariana Coleman. Bandits have killed 8 people and abducted 4 female members of the Anglican Church of Kazwan Mangani in the Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State, while the State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Arwan, confirmed the killing of 8 persons, and the Kaduna State chapter of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, confirmed the abduction of its members, saying the abductors were demanding 100 million naira ransom.
It should be noted that the students of the Federal College of Forestry and Mechanization, Kaduna, who were abducted 3 weeks ago, have yet to regain their freedom. But what joining me to have this conversation is Biodun Shomi. He is a political analyst, and of course we have a security expert, Kabir Adamu, joining us also live. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you. Yes, it's a pleasure.
All right, so I'm going to start with you, Kabir, because you are a security person. It seems like this is now a recurring act. It's like, and this time around, it's churches that are being targeted. Just last week, it was the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Now, it's the Anglican Church. And one would wonder why churches have become a target. Is it because they believe that, these abductors believe that maybe churches would be able to pay these hefty ransoms?
Approach it from two angles. One angle is those who are vulnerable. And by being vulnerable, it means what security measures have you adopted? It could be, as an example, who were moving around, perhaps with the impression that because they are church members, they may not be targeted by this group. I know that almost everyone who is in Kaduna State and in fact in north central Nigeria is conscious of this threat and is not likely to travel by road. So I was a bit surprised when I heard that this number of church workers or members rather, were traveling by road, and at the time that we know the likelihood of being exposed or encountering these attackers is high. So it's one of two things, either because of what we call risk habituation, where you are in an environment and you become so used to the threat that you think the threat will not affect you, or perhaps because of the perception that, well, we are men of God, and so we are not likely to be affected by this threat. Unfortunately, we know that these groups, these non-state actors, don't make any distinction, as it were, between men of God or those who are not, as it were, men of God. They attack anyone that comes their way. So I don't think, based on the information available to me, it is a specific targeting of church members or the church, as it were. It is rather, as a result of perhaps this risk habituation that I mentioned and the inability of the church itself to take into cognizance this risk that exists in the environment. I would have thought, really, as a matter of policy, any corporate organization or any religious organization, as it were, should make it a policy that its members should not travel in group in such numbers because of the risk of exposure. And where they need to travel, then there should be requisite security arrangement to ensure that even where, God forbid, they encounter this bad element, then that security arrangement can withstand the bad elements and prevent those members or that constituency from falling prey to the activities of the attackers, as the case may be.
So it makes me really wonder, because you have said that road traveling is supposedly a no-no right now because of the activities of this man in that axis. So does it mean that the people of Kaduna State or the northeast or the north central, I beg your pardon, have become some form of I'm looking for the best word to describe it. We're now staying at home for fear of these people. Should it be the case that we're all shielding and we cannot travel on the roads that we pay taxes for because certain people are becoming a threat to that region and maybe even the whole of Nigeria right now? Does that not say something about our security in this country and how governors in states, because we always push the ball to the presidency, and I'm not saying the federal government doesn't have a stake in it, but does this not make light of our security in this country?
In fact, I would add, beyond the federal government and the state government that you've mentioned, to us too, as the people, we are partly responsible for this situation. Now, it would be very unfair to categorize completely that the entire, roads are unsafe. No, as a risk management specialist, what I do is do a risk mapping, or you could call it a heat mapping. So I categorize incidences, and then based on those incidences, I put them in a map or some statistical representation, and I'm able to see, for instance, where what route have high incidences, and then what other routes don't have. So as an example, from the top of my head, I can tell you at a point the Abuja-Kaduna route was a high-risk route. I can also tell you that all the locations around Birnin-Gwari in Kaduna was a high-route location. So these are the types of security risk management strategies that I expect corporate organizations to buy into and then make available to their members or their staff, as the case may be. People travel, and why are they able to travel? It's because they understand the risk and they're able to manage those risks. So we know, as an example, that if you travel at night, the risk is higher. We know also an example that if you leave early morning, the risk is higher because those are when the incidences occur. So understanding this risk, these threat factors, and responding to them is the way to go. Where you disregard them, then unfortunately the likelihood is that you're going to be a victim. Now, this is not saying that there are no low risks associated with even daytime travel. There are low risks because sometimes we've seen instances where the bad element block the route, even in daytime, broad daylight, and carry out their activity. So the risk is there, only that it's lower as compared to nighttime, or as, like I said, location-based risk. Abuja-Kaduna Highway, good news, there has been a reduction in that. And why has there been a reduction? Because government took some action by deploying additional security forces, by engaging with the communities around that route, and several other things that I don't want to mention here in public. So if government take the right steps, those risks would reduce.
Okay. Mr. Showunmi, I'm coming to you now. There had been fears in the past because of these bandits and the activities of abducting and asking for ransom that it might just become a big business where copycats also become, entrenched in it. And then it's very difficult to tell who is who. Could that be the situation right now in Kaduna with all of these many abductions and asking for ridiculous monies, as some form of payment so that these people can be released?
Yeah, when you look at the situation in the country currently, you would feel sorry for their country. Because the first question is, how did we get here? When you look at the case of Kaduna State particularly, I am not particularly happy with the governor for some of his actions and utterances in the past. I remember clearly, when the governor made it known to the whole country that, look, they have to pay off people who were coming into the country from outside the country, in order to ensure peace and stability in Kaduna State. I wasn't happy about that because what you're simply doing was to encourage, what it did was to encourage, banditry, was to encourage, dissidents, even though it could be well intended in terms of trying to ensure peace and stability. He has a responsibility. Being the governor of the state is perfectly okay. He must have done it, in consultation with other security chiefs within the state. But for me personally, I would at that particular point in time that it's not going to solve the problem. What we're likely going to see is a continuation or intensification, of banditry. I will never agree that we need to negotiate with kidnappers because it only prompts them to kidnap more people. There is no way how you kidnap people, you make 20 million, and you tell these youths who are in any case, jobless, not to repeat it again. They will keep repeating it. In the case of Kaduna State, there are different angles to it. What no one is sure is the motivation. Not until full investigation is carried out, no one can tell. But I can see that, look, there are possible different reasons for it. It could be because of the religious tension in Kaduna State. It has always been a hotbed either for Shiite against the Sunni sect or the Muslims against the Christians. So, and we've had that ongoing, and we've had issues of reprisal attacks against each other. The other angle to it, that is religious angle to it. The other angle to it could also be political. There are people who are not interested, in the stability of the country, particularly of that part of the country. They could be either Boko Haram sponsors or they could be politicians. I don't know. These are things that investigation should reveal, and they could also be at work. Then you also have the actual problem, which could be, ethnic in nature, because we know many Christians are in southern Kaduna and more Muslims are in northern Kaduna. So given that situation, there are different possibilities, different perspectives to this problem. So until full investigation is carried out, we can't tell. But one thing which is certain is that it shows the failure of governance.
Well, you just played into my next question, because I was going to ask you how government should have handled this issue. Because, like you have rightly pointed out, there have been several killings, there have been crises in Kaduna over and over again where the governor, El-Rufai, had been called upon to swiftly act on issues such as this. In fact, Kaduna has been named as a killing field of sorts. Could government have, because of the experience they've had in the past, dealt with or put up measures that could have reduce the level of occurrence of these killings and these abductions in today, as at today, because 100 million is a lot of money. And like you said, if we keep paying, they will keep abducting.
Yes, when you look at the situation we are faced with, it's failure of government. We now have an army of youths who the Nigerian security services will try to recruit from. At the same time, we have bandits, kidnappers, who are also recruiting from the same youth. The question is why? Many of these youths are not stakeholders in this economy. They are jobless, they can't see a way out, they don't know what to do from day to day. You can see the migration of people, from one part of the country to the other, particularly the youth and children. So that tells you that wherever they are from, they can't see any way out. They can't see any hope, economic hope in that sector or in that part of the country. So until when we begin to address the challenges, the economic challenges we are faced with, we will not be making progress. What we will see is that the security situation will get worse. Number two, the Nigerian police force is highly, under-resourced, not only in terms of money, but in terms of human resources. You have about 400,000 police officers to police 200 million people. How are you going to do that? And particularly with spiraling crime wave, with unprecedented level of unemployment. People are talking about 32%, 35% figure, percentage of unemployment, youth unemployment. So we cannot create this army of unemployed people and expect these youths not to do something. I do not support banditry. I think government needs to look at this problem and face it upfront. When we need to ensure that we can integrate people into the economy of this country. They can be stakeholders in their own economy. And this can be done in different ways. We need to concentrate on heavy, industries that can create multiple jobs rather than services industry that we're doing currently. There are so many parts of this country where you hardly can find industries of any government presence, in those parts of the country. Then
I would like to push you on. I'm so sorry, Mr. Showmi. I'm sorry to push you on. We keep saying that until we do this, we've been saying these ideas, these lofty ideas, and sometimes very easy and bright ideas have been thrown out there. Is it that our leaders don't know it, or is it that they just won't do it? Because if we're having problems with the economy and we think that reviving the economy or boosting it will help take these people off the streets, why has it taken so long? I have known about and I've reported on these Kaduna killings for years, and it didn't start under El-Rufai. So is it that the governments in these areas are bereft of ideas, or is it a Nigerian problem?
Well, I don't think the government is bereft of ideas. I probably think the government is overwhelmed with the challenges, they are facing. I don't think they are bereft of ideas. They know the ideas are there. They know what to do. The issue is this: how do they do it? And that is the major challenge which they are facing. When you look at Kaduna, for instance, the governor is a very cerebral governor, a very cerebral person. I've had contacts at certain level, at the level of SNG, with him. So I know he's very brilliant. But now he's not been able to deal with this security problem, partly also because he created part of the problem. The way he has handled past crises, in the past. I don't believe us can do it. We only need to focus on what the people need to do. Government keeps complaining they don't have enough resources to do it. But when you ask the governments, all the governors, including the president, what happened to Orosaye's report, where over 200, agencies are duplicated, what I would call quangos, job for the boys. What are they doing about it? If you continue to spend hundreds and 500 billion to sustain these quangos without creating jobs for the youth, then we're going to end up in this situation. So we need to liberate the resources, being centralized and being listed by the rapacious ruling class in the country. Okay. Until we do that and free resources for investment, we will continue to face this challenge. They cannot have it both ways. You cannot say the parliamentarians, the House of Reps members, senators, the governors, and everybody should be, handing the kind of billions they're making from this system, and at the same time, you want to invest in the economy. How? You cannot take the money, legally, appropriate the money into your pocket, and at the same time, wanting to invest. How are you going to do it? Okay. We are a country begging the whole world now for loans to invest in our country. But they also know that we have resources to invest, but it's just cornered by a few political elites. So these are the major challenges, and these youth are not unaware of it. They see the SUVs on the road. They know how many Nigerians that have aeroplanes, jet planes, private planes in the country, but they can't see a future for themselves. This is the major problem. We need to go back, to what they call social re-engineering of the Nigerian environment. We need to re-engineer our economy in a way that it's so responsive to the needs of the youth, rather than the greed of the rapacious ruling class.
All right, let me come back to our expert, Mr. Adamu. The coalition of northern groups in Kaduna State had faulted Governor El-Rufai's response to these killings and the kidnappings that have occurred and the insecurity level in the state. They have cried that there's been a long wait, that the government keeps telling them to hold on and wait for something to be done. Now, they're also threatening to protest, to go on a protest of sorts about the level of insecurity. That on its own is also a writing on the wall saying that, look, all is obviously not well in Kaduna State. Like I asked earlier on, Governor El-Rufai has had his plate really full when it comes to these issues. And I know that there are several people who are handling security in that state. As a person who is an expert, if you were called to the table, what strategy, what new angle should the government be looking at to deal with this issue? If it might not necessarily be put to bed immediately, but to reduce it to its barest minimum, what would that idea be?
Thank you for calling me to the table. It's a rare opportunity, but I'm glad that I have it. A couple of things, and one of the things I would like to emphasize, responding to what my co-discussant had mentioned, let's as much as possible not try to reduce these issues to the single victim, single perpetrator narrative. These are complex issues, unfortunately, that have been allowed to grow and have become very, very dynamic and transient, just like you've mentioned. So in terms of the responses that would help address this issue, number one is the political mechanism that is required to provide the platform for peace. In every system, especially a very diverse system where you have disparate elements tearing at the seams of our very existence, in some instances using forces that are beyond the average understanding of the best thing to do is to adopt very good political measures. You talk about centrifugal forces. Now, in a good political system, you try to replace those centrifugal forces by centripetal forces so that the dividing elements have now become uniting elements. When we celebrated our 60th Jubilee anniversary, we celebrated togetherness. And I was of the opinion that perhaps we should have expanded it to mean justice, equity, and fairness, so that the average Nigerian feels he or she belongs to the state and that the state is providing for him. Now, this political platform is the first thing. If all members of the society feel that government is working for them and that there is no distinction based on ethnicity or religion, then this tension will reduce. Number two is the security measures that are required. And one of the most visible security measures will be to dominate the ungoverned spaces. It's strange, you know, we use this word ungoverned spaces. Some people would think, how can there be an ungoverned space within the territory of a country, a sovereign country? But the reality is that there are ungoverned spaces. A good example in Kaduna is Birnin Gwari. Birnin Gwari, the forest in Birnin Gwari, has been where these bandits are hibernating. The forests around the Abuja-Kaduna highway on both sides, in Niger State to the left, if you are living in Abuja, going to Kaduna, or to the right, Kaduna State, if you are living Abuja, going to Kaduna. Now, all those forests remain largely ungoverned, where you have these gunmen hibernating and using a haven to perpetrate their activities. So dominate this forest. And unfortunately, and this is where the discussion gets more interesting, these forests belong to the states. They are not federal government. Most of them are not federal government. The jurisdiction for them belongs to the state. So it's the responsibility of the state. But the lacuna in our constitution is that security remains in the exclusive list. So the state, frankly, don't have the capacity in terms of human, security resources to deploy to this forest to dominate them. But then that leaves us the option of technology. And that's the way I would recommend. We need to dominate this forest using technology, and then perhaps a special force specifically for going into the forest and rooting out these elements whenever they are discovered. I know that there are a lot of intelligence
special force from, because
generating.
I'm so sorry to talk over you. Where are we supposed to get this special force from? Because already we have the JTF overstretched. I'm talking about the army, the Joint Task Force. The police is also understaffed. So where are we getting these special forces from? Within the people in the state, or what exactly?
We do have. Now, incidentally, there is a department within the Ministry of Agriculture. It used to be the Ministry of Forestry or something before. Now it's, I think, within the Ministry of Agriculture. And interestingly, every year we allocate a budgetary provision for that department. But the question is, what is that department doing? I've seen not once, not twice, the leadership of that department having meetings with the president. They've had meetings with the vice president. They've visited the National Assembly. But nobody has bothered to ask what is stopping them from carrying out their function. As a child, there was a forest right behind my house. And at that time, if you enter that forest and fell a tree, you'll be arrested immediately. Now, what happened to that department? Why are they no longer functioning? So these are the kind of questions. There are, 27 ministries, departments, and agencies within the security architecture. The only departments we talk about are either the military or, in some instances, the police, and very rarely the immigration and the customs. So what of the rest? I just gave the example of this unit within the Ministry of Agriculture. If they are doing their work, this forest would not remain, as it were, ungoverned. So therein lies your answer. We need to look closely at that department. We need to train that department, provide tactical weapons for that department to make sure they are able to go into those forests with superior firepower to withstand these gunmen that are inside those forests.
Interesting. Finally, Mr. Showunmi, do you see us coming back here in a couple of days or in a couple of weeks to have the same kind of conversation? Maybe this time, or soon, because, recently there was another one. Because it looks like this is, they're just taking turns around the country to heat. So different parts of the country is taking the heat from these guys. And we just keep having the same kind of responses of talking tough and we will deal decisively. Right now, as we speak, I hear that the Kaduna government has arrested one of the people who were involved in the kidnap and the killings. But do we really always have to wait for another one to happen before we deal? It's becoming a reoccurrence. Every single week we have one, if not twice a week, we have one story of an abduction or killings. Or how much longer can we keep having this happen? Because more and more people are dying, and every human life is supposedly valuable. But how valuable are we to the Nigerian government?
Well, Nigerians are highly very vulnerable. I do not think there is any governor or Mr. President are not interested in the securing the lives of Nigerians. But what I honestly think is that with the problem we're faced with, gradually, the strategy of those who are doing the kidnapping people, for ransom, is changing. We need to engage the intelligence services. It has to be intelligence-driven because nobody's sure that those who are carrying out this kidnapping are not actually doing it to fund insurgency that is going on in the northeast part of the country. That is one thing. Because we know straight away, once they can't rob the bank and once they do not have access to money from outside the country through the banking system, then they will resort to this kind of behavior. And this is exactly what we see going on. I do not necessarily believe that some of those kidnappers are not actually, terrorists. So that is why government needs to be interested in dealing with terrorists and also those who are their sidekicks, those who are supporting terrorism through kidnapping. We have not resourced the police force sufficiently, and I don't believe we have resourced the intelligence services sufficiently. We could also employ, like my colleague said, technology to deal with some of these problems. For instance, at the forest, we can get some of the advanced drones, either through the Americans, the Russians, or the Israelis, to buy the drones.
That's a whole kettle of fish on its own. We don't even want to get into that conversation tonight, but we're out of time. I want to say thank you. Biodu Shobi is a political analyst, and of course, we've had the pleasure of Kabir Adamu, a security expert. Thank you, gentlemen, for speaking with us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
All right. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we will be discussing the party politics taking place in Anambra State chapter of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, as the state elections draw closer. We'll be right back after the break.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
As the 2021 Anambra gubernatorial elections come closer, the current reality of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, is the tussle between two factions. The All Progressive Grand Alliance National Chairman Chief Edozie Njoku confirmed this when he reacted to the attack on a former governor of Central Bank, Charles Soludo, who had expressed his interest in the running for governorship. The leader of the other faction, Victor Oye, has continued to lay claim to APGA chairmanship despite court rulings that upheld Njoku as the leader. Oye claims to have the support of the state governor, Willie Obiano, pointing out that he appealed against the Federal High Court judgment that upheld Njoku's election as APGA National Chairman. To discuss this further is Tony Ifeanyi. He is the All Progressive Grand Alliance State Secretary in Anambra State, and he's also a lawyer. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Ifeanyi.
Thank you very much.
All right, great. There are reports, of course, that there is a faction at the national level of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, and there are people in the party that are loyal to Edozie Njoku, and there are also those who are loyal to Victor Oye. And this seems to be a basis for some schemes, within the party. Can you tell us exactly what the situation is right now in your party, especially in Anambra State?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. As far as we are concerned in Anambra State, there is nothing like faction in the party. The authentic and the only national chairman of APOGA is Chief Dr. Sir Victor Ike-Oye. Awesome. Then there is the authentic national chairman of the party, duly elected at the National Convention of the party on the 31st of May 2019. So we don't know Edozie Njoku, and we don't know where he's coming from. As far as we are concerned in Anambra State.
You do not know him as a member of your party, or you do not know him as the leader of your party? Which one?
We don't know him as a member of our party, talk less of being the leader of a party. Because I know before the last convention, he was among those 6 persons that were expelled from the party. The likes of him and one late Nwabweze and his other colleagues, about 6 of them. So as I'm speaking with you, we don't see him or don't recognize him as a member of our party.
So are you?
But the only thing is...
Go ahead.
Are you with me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I said the only thing is that whenever we want to go into an election like this, they will try to come out to cause confusion, especially in Anambra State. But they can never boast of winning even a award in their own states. 2017, second tenure of Governor Willie Obiano, they came in with one Mr. Abaso. Came in and they with this type of trick just to cause confusion and bring just cause confusion and bring tension into the party. But we have become used to their antics. So as far as we are concerned in Anambra State, it is only in Anambra State that APOGA is functioning very well, and it's only Obiano that is the leader of the party in Anambra and in Nigeria. If they are so serious and they want to lead, they should deliver their states to APOGA.
Interesting. So you're telling me that APGA is only functioning in Anambra State, and that every other state where there seems to be a party secretariat of APGA, that those people are not necessarily functioning, and hence the governor of your state is the leader of the party. Did he run as a leader of your party? Because I know how party politics is. There should be a running for office. There has to be a national working committee. And your governor obviously cannot be in that national working committee because he is the governor of Anambra State. So except you tell me otherwise.
Maybe you didn't understand me.
But you just confused yourself by saying that, in fact, in the whole country, your governor is the leader of the party. But then in the same breath, you also told me that you recognize Oye as the party leader.
Excuse me. Before you misquote me, I said that we will have a governor. In the only governorship seat we have in Nigeria as a political party is in Anambra State. I didn't say that we will not have a national working committee or that we didn't have the geographic spread. After all, APOGA is the 3rd largest political party in Nigeria after APC and PDP. But what I'm telling you, those mischief makers who want to cause confusion whenever election comes or draws near in Anambra State, when they cannot do much in their own states to at least increase the fortunes of APOGA in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. Do you get me now?
Okay. Let's move away from that.
You get me?
Yes, I totally understand. Let's move away from this. Let's talk about the recent attack on the former governor of the Central Bank, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, and your party's reaction to what happened to Charles Soludo. What was the reaction of your party? Why was Chukwuma Charles Soludo such a target? Was he too much of a force to be reckoned with? What would have prompted that?
See, my sister, we are dumbfounded because the attack was, there was no reason for that. It was such a dastardly act, so cowardly, so myopic, so sad, so unfortunate. So why should they attack a governorship aspirant who has not even emerged as a candidate, so to say, who is in his hometown, discussing with the youth of his town on the way forward, and they were just parleying, an interactive session. How should people just come and hoodlums from nowhere, come and attack and disrupt, and to the extent of spilling blood in the world? So it's very sad and very appalling. Anambra State is not known for this type of rubbish. It's because of politics or what. So we are surprised and we condemn it in the strongest terms. It was not necessary that they should attack Soludo. Other parties are contesting. It's a free for all, but one person must emerge as the governor. And we are ready to contest whoever comes from any other political party, as well as to bring up our best candidates. But even before then, why should they go and attack the young man? Why should they? That is the question. What is the purpose?
I'm curious to know, because I would like to know if there have been any similar kinds of attacks before in Anambra, any attacks of this nature, because I've never known Anambra to have these kinds of attacks. But for Abga, have you had any such thing happen before now?
My sister, we are surprised. It's only in the days of, in those days, dark days of these other political parties, as 2004, when some governors were kidnapped in office, when there was mayhem in the Anambra State, when some people went on rampage, burning and destroying government properties in Anambra in broad daylight. But that was some 2004, 2005, some days before Apuga came into power. So we don't know whether they want to come back to bring back those days. I don't know. But I can't see it. I can't hear of such an act within the shortest possible time now.
Now, going back to Mr. Njoku, that you have claimed to not know as the leader of your party, he recently spoke to the press and he said that the party was going into the November 6th governorship elections as a united family. And he also said that nothing was going to be able to stop that unity from happening. But how is this going to happen if there are so many aggrieved members, especially somebody like you who's claiming not to know him? If the party is not seen as a formidable front, uniting to, take back that seat or return someone from your party, knowing that you are up against the likes of the PDP and the APC, how sure are you that your party would be able to clinch that seat at the end of the day?
My sister, we have gotten used to these their antics. If you say I was beaten to one shy, this is not the first time they are coming on. I told you that in 2017, one Abaso came up and paraded himself as the national chairman of Africa. So this is not the first time. They are repeating the same old tricks and the same old ways, so it's no longer new to us.
But if there were no cracks in your party, why would there be any, division? Because I hear from reports that...
I am telling you that there's nothing like division. Anybody can say there is division. Anybody, some people are just troubleshooters. Some people are money mongers. They know this is an election year, and they want something to come out. Maybe by making noise, they thought maybe with time the government or the party may come for a bargain discussion. But it's not possible because wherever they have gone to, we have gone to court and we have quashed whatever attempt. Even when they clandestinely go to get an order behind our back, we have been able to go there and stop them because the real national convention, which was supervised by INEC, monitored by INEC, was the one that elected Chief Dr. Victor Ikoye.
Okay.
So where did Njoku come up? Who monitored, who supervised his election as national chairman? He said he did his own in the hotel, in Imo, or in Owerri. We did our convention at Professor Dora Akwili Women Center, Oka, and INEC came from Abuja and supervised it. Who survives his own election as national chairman? Ask him.
Once again, quickly, just because we have very little time to run through this, can you take us through the APGA nomination process? Because you have spoken about the fact that Mr. Njoku's was not, his own nomination didn't happen in Anambra State. Because I hear, or we know from reports that several other people have thrown their hats into the ring to contest for the candidature and to be flag bearers of your party for the November 6th elections. And some people have complained about the shadiness going on in the nomination process. Have you been privy to that information, or are you going to tell me once again that there is no problem within your party?
You see, when we get to the bridge, you cross it. We are following the INEC timetable. And I know, according to the timetable, we're talking of primaries between 10th of June and 1st of July. That is according to the timetable. Then we have 1 week, 2nd July to 9th. Then by August, we talk of campaigns and the rest of them. So when we get to the bridge, we cross it. But right now, everything, we are moving. We are not aware of, like, I'm the state secretary of APGA Anambra State. I'm not aware of any other APGA office in Anambra State, in Oka, that who pays allegiance to Njoku well. So as far as we are concerned, we are intact and we are peaceful. We are united.
Okay.
Yes, APGA is one family.
All right. Well, I want to thank you very much, Barrister Tony Fire. He's the Secretary General of the All Progressive Grand Alliance in Anambra State. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for staying with us. We'll take a short break and find out what Nigerians have to say about the unending insecurity in the country. After that, I'll be giving you my take.
Okay, there's several things to be done, actually, but I'll hammer on one thing. I think one of the reasons these things continue is because there's a lot of impunity. And the fact that, you know, how do you bargain or have conversations with terrorists, with bandits, with badly behaved people? And what government has done over the years is to pander to their ego and pander to their wants and demands. I think that at this point in time, government is supposed to declare war against this group of people. This is a time to let them know that the citizenry is more important than any other thing, than religion, than ethnicity, than anything that is holding them bound. One of the things that government needs to do is to revamp the security agencies to ensure that they are able to do the work that they're doing and to fish out the bad eggs amongst them, because it's becoming very obvious these days that there's a whole lot of intricacies around what is happening with the kidnapping. The other day, a police officer was arrested as amongst the kidnappers. So there has to be some form of, what's the word now? Finding out before employing, or continuous investigations, even about the people within the security forces, so that they can do their work effectively.
Well, it's not only happening in the north, it's happening also in the south. Killings are going on, abduction and kidnappings. It's just a sign of failure of security to a large extent. So what the government needs to do is to beef up security, to put more funding into security, and to look at strategies. I think a community-based security strategy should be the way to go, where the community themselves will be able to protect themselves, will be able to do more surveillance, and be able to do some intelligence gathering instead of relying on forces, security services that are outside the community. I think that is the best way to go. That will go to a large extent in dealing with the situation.
Here's my take. Insecurity has become a regular news item in Nigeria. It's almost becoming a new normal. Every day, 100 or 300 have been abducted or killed, and government will be talking tough. Yet, these occurrences that could have been avoided continue. It's safe to say that our government and security agencies are yet to learn the act of proactiveness, as opposed to being on top of the situation, as they always readily say when they speak to the press. When we hear those words and see actions backing them, maybe we'll start believing that our leaders prioritize our safety over everything else. It's becoming tiring to say the same thing over and over and over again. Why do we use the same tactics again and again, hoping that it works out or gives us a different, output or whatever we desire? Of course, it's time for us to step up our security and stop making these criminals feel powerful. All state governors have to rise to the occasion and put a stop to this violence. I am Mariana Combe, thanking you for watching. Do have a good evening.
There has to be a decision point. The way your baby is presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You're going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you?
Yes,
but without showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, "You can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house." I said, "Well, it's my body and it's my front room."
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6. So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us to say AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the
blood. That is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave, and when it is now sickled, its corpse is sickled. Like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the world has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings myelin crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative. People have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on? It's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much every time all about you every time. You're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they now believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they now started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for produce at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, it has helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity. I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osaiwa Sale. Yes, I'm flying solo here in the studio. But I have Temi Popola and Jennifer Nicholas joining me via Zoom. Hi, Temi. How are you doing?
Hey, Uwa. I'm fine, thank you.
So, how was the Easter celebration? I've not seen you since Easter. Yes, so.
Yes, I've actually not seen you in a while.
You have refused to come to the. You people have all refused to come to the. You have refused to come to the studio now, so there's no problem.
Not like that.
But how are you?
That was good. it was not, there wasn't too much celebration for me. I mean, it was a good time to be on a retreat and just reflect, but I didn't really get to eat fried rice and chicken this time around.
Wow. Wow.
How was your Easter celebration?
Okay, so we'll try to find fried rice and chicken for you. And you didn't show up at our birthday, Uti's birthday party. Well, I was not expecting you anyway.
I was in the retreat. Easter for me was prayer.
That's good. It's good. How about you, Jennifer? How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm okay.
What's good?
I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the studio today. I really wanted to.
I know, but how is mommy and daddy doing? How are they doing?
They are fine. My father is so excited to see me. I've not seen them since December.
Wow.
So, yes. So we need to discuss some urgent matters.
Easter fried rice and chicken.
No, my father doesn't celebrate Easter.
Okay.
So we're together now. Fried rice and chicken for us.
But Jennifer, I hope mommy and daddy will be watching you tonight, though. Will they be watching? Are they watching? So we say hello to them.
My dad is currently in church. I think he's with my mom also. I saw them earlier this evening when they got back from work. But they've both gone to church. So, I've been inside working, but they've gone to church. I don't know if they're back yet.
Hopefully they will catch up. They'll catch up by the time they get back. All right, so today we have an interesting conversation because we're talking nepotism, government appointments and all of that. We found an interesting picture and we thought to, have a conversation around it. And here's what we found as today's quote. Discrimination is never fair. It's a killer, in fact. Nepotism in places of power is a killer like Adolf Hitler. That's from worldpandit.com. All right, so can we ever get to a point in Nigeria where nepotism is totally eradicated, especially when it relates to government appointments? That's our question tonight. Now, Professor Chris Mustafa Wakobia Jr. is here, my very good friend, to discuss this. But first, let's take a break for what's in the news.
No, definitely not.
Many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election and they are hoping there will be no rigging.
There is nothing bad in borrowing for infrastructure. The minister added that he was impressed.
Please come and see yourself what we are doing with the money we have borrowed.
It's very important. The way we brand ourselves is the way people will carry us.
It's just the driver of the two vehicles that were completely bought.
This one was here screaming.
What do you recommend the government do to support this sector?
Direct intervention. That's what every government all over the world has done.
We are not a parallel security structure. Amotepu Corps is a complementary corps.
What I will not encourage Christians to do is to carry dagger and follow anybody. No.
Join us on The Breakfast, 7 a.m., Monday to Friday.
You're still watching Ways. Now, the theme for this year's World Health Day is Together for a Fairer, Healthier World. On this occasion, the World Health Organization calls for urgent action to eliminate health inequalities and mobilize actions to attain better health for all and leave no one behind. Health is a fundamental human right, and every person deserves to live a healthy life regardless of their age, gender, ethnicity, disability, economic situation, or employment. And WHO is calling on leaders to monitor health inequalities and address their root causes to ensure that everyone has access to the living and working conditions that are conducive to good health and to quality health services where and when they need them, and to invest in primary health care to achieve health for all by all. I mean, health can never, the role of, your health can never be overemphasized, And this just reminded me, when I was reading this, it reminded me of when we had a doctor that was talking about how a lot of our health challenges can be solved from the primary health centers. And up till now, it seems like the government is not serious in putting the primary health care, up to standard, like building them up to standard. But well, we'll keep on talking about it. It's an awareness day, so we hope that the government is listening and they fix, our primary health care centers. All right, so ladies, let me start with Tammy. Do you want to add anything to your health, or you just take your story?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I want to add something. So, health from the perspective of professionals, I just want to chip this in. So, there's usually this thing. Thankfully, the conversation is changing now, especially among professionals, where people, don't take their health seriously. They didn't take their health seriously. They didn't take enough rest seriously. And you hear people brag about certain things like, oh, I just sleep for 1 hour, I sleep for 1 hour every day, what needs to be done? And it's just like, oh, I sleep for 30 minutes every day, what needs to be done? And people go on and on having such conversations. But then there's now the new perspective that that's not healthy, because you could end up making so much money for yourself and eventually using the money to treat yourself. So it's like you abandon your health, going after money, and eventually you have to treat yourself, and then you have to go after health and spend your money on health. I just said this to understand the importance of taking care of our own health, of having that balance. As professionals, I find that there's a lot, and sometimes we tend to neglect our health, especially when we're doing well, but it's important to take good care of our body. It's important to take good care of our health. I just want to put that in before I take my story.
Go ahead.
So my story says that WAEC may postpone the May June examination in Nigeria. And now this is according to the head of the Nigerian National Office, Mr. Patrick Aredon. He said that the coronavirus, the COVID pandemic, disrupted the academic calendar, so there's no guarantee that the annual terminal examination will take place, the usual May June time. It may not hold during the schedule. However, the news says that in Nigeria, so I'm not clear about whether they're talking about a date for the examination in Nigeria or for the examination in the entire world. It's a West African examination, and I think we do it at the same time, but the news says in Nigeria. So according to the news, it still says that we should keep our fingers crossed. We'll find out much more much later on, whether the examination is holding May June or otherwise. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I know that COVID affected a lot. Even if it's held in May June, I'm not sure the students will be prepared for the examination. So I'm waiting for the final decision, whether or not the examination will be holding, and whether it cuts across Nigeria or just whether it cuts across
West Africa, yeah,
or just Nigeria. So that's
all right. So Jennifer, what did you find for us in the news today?
Okay, so in Vanguard, they said mixed reactions as federal government extends NIN-SIM linkage. So basically, they spoke to some Nigerians and they've expressed their views on the extension for the NIN-SIM linkage. They spoke to Mr. Thomas Adegoke, who is self-employed, and he expressed excitement at the extension, saying that it had been difficult to get registered due to the crowds at the enrollment centers. They spoke to a Mrs. Vivian Ilechukwu, who said that the extension was appreciated because it will enable her to register her child for NIN to be eligible for JAMB. And they also spoke to a SIM vendor, Ms. Blessing Okon, who expressed disappointment that the extension was putting a hold on the source of her livelihood because nothing will be done except the registration was done. So that's what is in the news today.
Okay, well, it's Nigeria. There's nothing I can do. All right. I'll just go. Because you know what? We were talking today in the group, and I said, at this point, I think I want to start taking soft topics because Nigeria is actually getting me to that point of depression, and I do not want to get to that point of depression because it seems like all the time there's just too many stories, in the news. All right. So, but my story is actually quite a fun one, and I thought to share. I'm tired of talking old doom and gloom stories. An 8-month pregnant woman, defied all odds to win a gold medal, right, at the ongoing sports festival happening in Benin, And guess what? Taekwondo. So Aminat Idris, who fought in the mixed category, together with her male counterpart, she has surprised fans, and she came out, with the gold medal. I mean, with 8-month-old pregnancy. I said, okay, this kind of woman, if you cannot try her. She just reminded me of the kinds of stories we heard our mothers tell us about, how they would go to the farm, they are pregnant, they'll go to the farm, and they will deliver their baby, remove the placenta, clean the baby, back the baby, or breastfeed the baby, and start heading back with no aid, no nothing. So when I saw this, I said, wow, I mean, this is worth celebrating. So congratulations to Amina. She's from Team Lagos, right? So she's from Team Lagos, and she won the gold medal in the female category. Wow, yes, I'm super excited for her. I didn't even know that a sports festival was going on in Edo State. And yesterday we talked about sports. We talked about sports yesterday, the international holiday that getting people using sports as a form of getting people engaged and all of that. So I'm happy that this young lady has won this gold medal, and congratulations again to her. She's a strong woman. I wish I can be like that. Jennifer.
Yeah, this is such a big deal.
Yeah. So Jennifer and Temi, you people have what you call. There's something that we are going to be watching after you are pregnant.
Congratulations to her. But is it safe?
You know what I'm thinking? Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, I said I'm happy for her and congrats to her, but I'm wondering if it is safe. I mean, she's 8 months pregnant. Is it safe to be engaging in a sport like that?
Of course. See, if you are sporty, right? If you're sporty, for instance, maybe you used to do whatever it is, sports that you were doing before. As long as I mean, pregnancy cannot stop you from doing that kind of sport. Especially if you're not at risk, if you're not those kind of people that have, difficult pregnancy. Like me, I mean, from month 1 to month 9, I'm jumping all over the place. So if you're actually a very, very agile person, you won't have any challenge, except if maybe there's a medical condition that you need to now probably take a rest and all of that. So there's a standard that she has set for 2 of you. I'm going to be watching out when that time comes.
I feel like this is a big, what's the word now? Like it's a big challenge because I'm not even pregnant.
That's what I said. I said,
I'm slim, and people just expect that because you're slim, you're fit. And sometimes I'm trying to do, climb up some staircase and I'm breathing like, and I'm like, I'm supposed to be so fit. I see people going to the gym and doing so many things, and I'm like, can I do this? So this is like such a big challenge to see somebody doing this.
Well, Temi, thank you for taking us there, because people always assume that skinny people are fit. They are not fit, oh. You have to be sure that you are fit.
But no, it's not true. It's not true.
Yeah. All right, so we'll take a break. Let's all talk Nigerian matters. We'll see you. We'll be right back.
is God from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, nepotism is the practice of showing favoritism towards one's family member or friends in economic or employment terms. One of the most common arguments against nepotism is that the emotional ties between people who are related may negatively affect their decision-making abilities and professional growth, as we can see playing out in Nigeria, especially with the fight against insecurity. Now, someone shared this picture today with me on the appointment of all IGPs since 1999 till date. And under President Muhammadu Buhari, it's very obvious which region he favors. Outside of this, almost all his appointments in other government parastatals seem to almost often favor those from the northern region where he is from. Now, is this constitutional? Is this constitutional? And what threat does nepotism play or pose in any nation, and how can we achieve appointments that is all inclusive? Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So, Tammy and Jennifer, I'm going to bring in our guests in a minute, but I just wanted to hear your initial thoughts. When you saw that picture, what came to your mind? Let me come to Jennifer, then I'll come to Tammy. Jennifer, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. So, when I first saw that picture, I think the first thing that came to my head was tribalism, and I feel like at this age and time that shouldn't be the case. We've been fighting these things way before I was born, during our great-great-great-grandfather's time, and even now that we are getting old and we're thinking of giving birth and bringing kids into this world, things like this are still happening. Where is the inclusivity? Where are other people? I'm sure that there are other people that are also very qualified. I don't know the reason behind this, and I would really love to know. I've drawn my conclusion, but at the same time, I've drawn my conclusion, but at the same time, I still don't want to draw a conclusion. But I will let the guests do most of the talking because I have questions that I need to ask and things that I would love to learn today.
All right, awesome. How about you, Tammy?
Okay, let me just mention something for the sake of people who didn't get to see the picture. I'm not sure if it was displayed here. So from 2016 to 2019, I see here that the IGP is IGP Brian Idris, a Northerner. From 2019 to 2021, we have IGP Mohammed Adamu, a Northerner. From 2021, now the most recent, we have DIG Usman Baba, a Northerner. So that's been since the beginning of the administration of President Buhari. And what comes to my mind is why? And then other people who are capable who are from other regions. That's the question that comes to mind.
All right, so let me bring in our guest. Professor Chris Mustapha Nwakobia Jr. is a passionate believer in the possibility of a world free of war, in the evolution of a racism-free universe, and in the deepening of values needful for the enthronement of love, selflessness, and service amongst citizens of the world. He is a lawyer in politics, a prolific writer, a columnist, and a patriot recognized for his extraordinary oratory abilities, and uncanny grasp of and analysis of contemporary political and social issues. Now, Professor Chris is always available to lend his voice to issues of national concerns, and we are honored to be hosting him for the very first time, even though he's my friend, on Ways tonight, and he's joining live from Abuja. Thank you so much, Prof, for joining us.
Well, it's pleasure mine.
Thank you so much. All right, so Prof, I mean, this conversation is something that we've had. Both of us, we've had this kind of conversation for years. It's not a today thing, right? And I'm wondering why it keeps happening. Because even during, I think it's only President Obasanjo that seemed to be balanced in terms of appointment when it comes to, government appointments and all of that. He was able to get everybody included. But you see, when different government, different government have their different styles of appointment, right? But this particular government, right, that's been in power since 2015, time and time again, we see that appointments in government seems to be lopsided, seems to be, favoring a particular region. And why is this so? And is it even constitutional? Maybe we should take it from the point of our constitution before we now take it, maybe, okay, is it even morally right, or is it a fair thing to do, given that we are a nation that has so much diverse culture that we have brilliant minds from all over Nigeria. So what does this mean for us, when we keep having this kind of things?
Well, let me say clearly first that when in 2014, 2015, we campaigned to get this presidency on board, we believed that we're bringing to leadership a father, a man who cares, a man who believes in probity and accountability, and a man of integrity. Sadly, as we talk, when we look at how cronyism, nepotism, and if you like, less than proper normative has become the trust of leadership, it bothers you and I. I listened to your other two colleagues when they did their brief analysis of what we're confronted with and what we face. Let me say clearly that Chapter 2, precisely Section 14 of the 1999 Constitution, provides for federal character. And the reason the Constitution provided for federal character is simply because we live in a multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious society. We live in a country that has tendencies that, if you like, are variegated. And I say this advisedly. We live in a country where you have people who are Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, the Fulanis, and the minorities. And in a nation like ours, what should be the minimum is a true sense of belonging, where the Igbo man feels truly and believes truly that he's Nigerian. The Yoruba man has a sense of belonging. The Jokun, the Tiv, the Gala, the Ibibio, the Idoma, the Fulani and the Hausa, where we live in some kind of confluence, a rainbow coalition, where every tendency has a true sense of belonging. Unfortunately, since 2015, rather than urge and nudge our president to do what is proper, right, and right, people pander to political correctness. And that is why when we talk about the need for effective application of a normative of federal character, don't even forget, that we even have a Federal Character Commission. And that's because those who crafted our Constitution and those who created that agency wanted a true sense of belonging for the disparate tendencies that live in Nigeria. Unfortunately, sadly so, since 2015, what we have are predominantly names of a particular sound and vowel. Names of a particular tendency and ethnicity, names of a particular clime and religion. And that is why Nigerians are beginning to really worry whether we have a Nigerian president or we have an ethnic president, whether we have a president who cares about the Federal Republic or we have a president who cares about his people. And let me say clearly, because I know that a lot of people are listening to us. As I talk to you, in 2017, I left the party, the All Progressive Congress, and I am back to that party. But so many of us are returning to the party because we want to correct the anomalies from within. And I think that the time has come for us to call a spade by its name. There is no need pandering to political correctness and, if you like, allowing partisanship to obfuscate our views. I think that the time has come for us to say to Mr. President, the time has come for you to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not the president of a particular section, tendency, religion, creed, or clan.
All right. Tim, you want to come in?
Yes, please. So in defense of the President of Nigeria, Dr. Muhammadu Buhari, with respect to the appointment, some people have said that there's appointed certain people to office. These are the people who can vouch for, perhaps these are people he has worked with or people who can trust. And so for sensitive positions, he rather put people he can trust. What do you say about this? What do you think about this line of thought?
Can I get that clearly? I didn't get the last part of your question.
Okay, so some people have said in defense of this action by the President, His Excellency, that such action was taken because these are the people that the President can trust. That these are people he would vouch for. So you rather put such people in positions that are very sensitive, perhaps because they've worked with them before, perhaps because he knows their testimonials or things like that. So what do you think of this line of argument? Because there's this line of argument that the President is appointing people in certain offices because he can trust these people not in such sensitive issues. So what do you think of this line of argument?
That line of argument derides competency and capacity. It mocks logic and clear thought. It's a bit worrisome to have people make that argument. When you set out to become the president of the Federal Republic, such as ours, the minimum is that we expect that you're able to have consultants, you're able to have confidants who can traverse the country and get you the best minds from different tendencies and regions. And that's exactly where I disagree with those who think that, oh yeah, he's the president and he has to get people he can trust. No, the very moment you set out to become a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the first thing, the minimum is that you should know quite a lot about the country you want to govern. And then the second part is that you should have people you can trust across we have 6 geopolitical zones, across the zones, who can recommend competent hands, who can recommend patriots and statesmen to you, and then you can vet and see those you can deploy, and if you like, appoint to different positions. But unfortunately, we have a leadership, we have a government that has refused to do justice to these issues. I'll give you another practical instance. The reason the Constitution made provision for federal character normative is because the Constitution understands that, and the draftsmen understand that across the tendencies that make up our country, there is no region, there is no space that does not have competent minds and competent hands. You cannot go to the Southwest and tell me that you can't find a man who can handle the Nigerian police effectively. You cannot go to the South and tell me that you do not have an effective hand that can handle the MPA successfully. You cannot go to the Southeast and tell me that you do not have somebody who can effectively manage the Ministry of Finance effectively. And so you can also come to the North Central to tell me you don't have people who can manage these portfolios. The failure of leadership is the lack of capacity and competency to look at these fundamentals. And that is why when some of us initially left the party and said, oh, we cannot, this wasn't what we campaigned for in 2015. We campaigned for a president who will make the Nigerian estate his territory, a president who will make the Nigerian estate his constituency. And when those appointments began to inundate our press, and you look at it and you have a slant that is notward, so many of us got a bit offended. And some of us left the party. But now it's imperative that when you look at the political demograph, we must begin to effectively critique leadership from within if you want to change our country for good. So I disagree with those who are saying that our president is appointing those he can trust. The president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria must rise above clannish interests. He must rise above ethnicity. He must rise above cronyism. He must rise above nepotism. And I do sincerely think that the time has come for those who truly love him, those who truly care about him, and those who truly care about our country to tell him, no matter how much those who pat his back are telling him, oh, it's okay, so long as Nigeria works. People must begin to speak truth to power and tell him it's not okay. It's only okay when every tendency in Nigeria, every region, every creed and clan has a true sense of belonging.
Okay. All right, Jennifer, I'm going to come to you, but you know what? We'll just take a very, very short break. When we return, I'll come to Jennifer, then we'll take some questions from our audience. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Decision point. The way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here?"
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children.
I want to have nude pictures taken. Of you? Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
without
have
showing my private parts. I want to put it in my front room. And they said, you can't do that. People will be embarrassed when they came into your house. I said, well, it's my body and it's my front room.
All the things that we do, what is the purpose of it?
I just realized that I was more trusting before I was 6. So many women, they just feel like I have to cook for my husband, I have to breastfeed my children, I have to pick them from school.
Because society expects
Then you
them
go
to.
home and you cry and you stop your career, you can't do anything, then you blame everybody. You took that choice.
Now, if you're just tuning in, we want to know what to do to stop or minimize nepotism in government appointments in this country. I mean, it's really sickening. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. And we still have our guest with us, Professor Chris. Jennifer, let me just come to you, take your question, then I have some more questions for the Prof.
Okay, Prof, nice to have you on the show. Okay, so my question is this here. With an action like this, what are the likely implications? Like in your experience, what do you think this move?
No, let me say clearly that oftentimes when I get confronted with this reality, what comes to mind is a paraphrase of a certain song that the late Anikulapo Kuti Fela sang. He said, this uprising will bring out the best. My paraphrase is the best. He said, the beast in us. Across the country, Jennifer, is a call for restructuring of our country. Across the country is a call for justice, equity, and fairness. Across our country is a call for a new normative and a new narrative. And that's because we live in a country that largely has a president that has refused to take the country as his primary constituency. This is the first time since independence where Nigerians are beginning to talk about Fulanization, where Nigerians are beginning to talk about ethnic cards and ethnic tendencies. This is the first time in the history of our country where at the same time, the Yorubas are saying that they want Oodua Republic, the Igbos are saying that they want Biafra, the South are saying that they want their own republic, and then the Middle Belt, the North Central, are saying that they want restructuring. And the reasons are simple. It is because for the first time in our country, we are seeing appointments and appointing protocols that are slanted northwards. We're seeing appointment and appointing protocols that are largely centered on nepotistic tendencies. We're seeing cronyism as an instrument of state. We're seeing things that are otherwise haven't been the lot. Remember that since 1999, we had for 8 years the Obasanjo administration. Obasanjo isn't from the southeast, but he appointed, Anambra State at that point had the highest number of appointments at the federal cabinet. I think it was about 3 ministers or so, and the CBN governor. It didn't matter to him. He went across the country looking for the most competent hands. And then after him, we had Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua wasn't Igbo, but he appointed people who were of different tendencies, and his appointments weren't largely considered nepotistic. Then we saw the Jonathan administration that came, and for the first time in the history of our country, post-Civil War, we had an Igbo man who became the Chief of Army Staff, and several other appointments like that. And then, unfortunately, I say this advisedly, the man that we all wanted and believed was going to transform this country, after having asked for our vote 3 times, the 4th time he became the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We thought that he was going to be the father of the nation and was going to outperform others in terms of inclusivity, in terms of making the Nigerian state his patrimony, his republic, his home. Has unfortunately taken us the way of the ethnic card and tendencies, and that's why we have trouble everywhere. Okay. And I believe, like my mentor Madiba, Nelson Rolish Lala Mandela would say, that it is never too late to do the right thing. I believe, like the sage Obafemi Awolowo said, that hope is the last milk in the human breast. I believe that we can do the right thing, and I still do not believe that it is impossible for Muhammad Buhari to do the right thing. That is why some of us returned back to the party after having left it. Chris, and we're saying that from within we can correct this anomaly. This president must come back to the people and do what is proper, right, and right. You cannot lead a disparate nation like ours flying the ethnic card or the religious card. Okay. So I think that he must do what is right, try to right. Across this country, we have the best minds, we have competent hands. And then if he wants Nigeria to be peaceful, wonderful, united, and beautiful again, he must retrace his steps. Okay, Prof. So achieving inclusivity, because hearing you speak, given the history from President Obasanjo to Yar'Adua, of course, with the picture that we saw, the appointment and all of that, this thing clearly is tied to a person.
right? It is tied to, nepotism is tied to a person. There are some people that they don't have the tendencies in them, to begin to draw only their people closer, while some people have the tendencies to act in that nature. So my question is, should that be the checkmate for any leadership, or what should be in place if we were to achieve inclusivity, regardless of whoever is in power? We do not want to know, because now I might come into power tomorrow and I love everybody. I'm a Nigerian, I do not see my tribe and all of that. I appoint everybody. Somebody else will come into power and says, no, it is only people from my region I'm going to be appointing. We can't keep having this kind of, hot today, cold tomorrow, right? We need to have a standard. We need to have a structure. So what must we put in place to have that structure, to have that standard that says, you know what, regardless, this is what needs to be done, and we hold the government accountable. And we will not be waiting for 4 years or 8 years to elapse before we take the person out and look for somebody that will be all-inclusive. We don't have that time. Prof, did you hear me? I think, does it mean I've been talking to myself? Prof, did you hear me?
No, we have.
Oh, sugar. Okay, you heard me, but I don't think Prof heard me. I think we're losing Prof. But let me take a comment.
I didn't hear you clearly.
Okay, because what I was saying, I don't know if they can reconnect Prof, right? What I was saying, Prof, can you hear me now? We're losing him.
Hello?
Prof, can you hear me?
Hello?
Prof, can you hear me? I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I lost you for a time.
Okay, so let me quickly come back. I said that when I heard you speak about the history from Obasanjo all the way to President Muhammadu Buhari, it clearly shows that the tendency is for somebody to have that spirit of nepotism. It is an individual thing. So today I can come into power and get people. Can you hear me? I think he's losing me. Okay, we're having troubles with Prof. Let's try to disconnect and reconnect him back, because this thing for me, I think, is just a personal thing. If somebody is not, but Jennifer and Temi, can you guys hear me too as well, or everybody's out? You see, that's the power of technology.
I can't hear you clearly.
All right, so I think everybody should just exit and come back. Exit and come back. We'll continue the conversation. While they are trying to do that, let me get Ade's comments. Ade says, good evening, ladies. Please ask your guest, why is the police minister announcing the appointment of a new IGP in the absence of our tribalistic president? What's the duty of the vice president? I think the fear of not being well educated is really affecting who now? Affecting him. Regards, that's Ade from the UK. But I think we're trying to connect. Are they back? If they're not back, maybe we should just go on a very short break. I think so. On a very short break, we'll be right back. Let's try to reconnect them back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
200 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Thanks for staying with us. So I think we've gotten Professor Chris back and the ladies. That's the power of technology. All right, so Prof, I asked the question about, nepotism being tied to an individual. So if we want to achieve inclusivity in governance, can't we put a structure in place where, regardless of who is in power, you must follow the rules?
Let me say clearly, and very importantly, that if we have a National Assembly that lives true to its constitutional provision, if we have a National Assembly that is less partisan than it is today, if we have a National Assembly that takes seriously its oversight functions, then no president will take for granted the provisions of Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution until, and this is seriously speaking, until we have a nation where governance becomes absolutely responsible and responsive to the people, until we have a nation where the people come before individualism, until we have a nation where responsive leadership takes primacy over partisanship. The National Assembly must save us from such mess where leadership decides to govern with tendentious whims and caprices that do not help for inclusiveness. And I say this strongly. Some people have said that, this call for Biafra, call for Odua Republic, call for the Middle Belt enterprise, and call for restructuring is because some people were not, did not get appointments. Some have made it so simplistic as saying that, it's all partisan, but it is not. If we had a president, or if we have a president who decides to rethink and do what is proper, right and right, some of these calls would die naturally. And I say this advisedly. The Igbo man in Nigeria wants to live in a country where justice, equity, inclusiveness, and fair play is the order of the day. The Yoruba man wants a country where justice, fairness, and equity is the minimum. The South man wants inclusiveness in a country where his resources fence and takes care of whatever happens in this country. And so does the man in the North Central, in the states of Kogi, Benue, and the likes. They want a country where every person has a true sense of belonging. And unfortunately, and I say this seriously, we have seen, like you noted, I saw the pictures that you put out since 1999, and precisely between 2015 and now, we've had the same zone, the same tendency, the same coloration, the same creed as IG of police. Is that your president saying that we don't have competent hands from the other zones?
Okay.
Is that what he's saying to us?
I like what you're saying, Prof. I like what you're saying about competency. I like what you said about competency, because when I put this picture on my status, one of our anchors, Uti, says, she's asking that, is this supposed to be inclusivity or competence, right? That we should almost like saying that most times, are we not, shifting the goalpost or changing where the focus should be? So I now pose the question to her, is she trying to tell me that there are no competent people across Nigeria, across all regions in Nigeria? Because a lot of people have argued that shouldn't it be merit that should be the conversation, right, when it comes to appointments, and I'm saying that in terms of merit, every region have brilliant minds that you can pick from. You just need to look harder to find those minds, right? So, I mean...
Absolutely. Well, let me say this clearly. that I'm from a small town called Ibuza in Delta State.
Yeah.
And in that town called Ibuza, we have competent minds, we have beautiful engineers, we have smart lawyers, we have smart bankers. At some point in our banking evolution, Ibuza alone produced 3 bank MDs. And when people make arguments that are less than proper, when people make arguments that are not properly researched, it bothers me and troubles the carapace of my mind. There is no zone in this country that does not have competent hands.
Absolutely.
There is no space in this country that does not have competent hands. So that argument is not tenable. It's basically partisan than logical. And I think that the time has come for us to tell our president that across the length and breadth of our country, we have competent hands that can do justice to whatever subject and space. We have competent hands that can police this country. We have competent hands that can manage the NPA. We have competent hands that can manage the Ministry of Finance. And beyond the logic or the argument of those he's comfortable with, if they continue to make that argument, then they're not doing great service to the president.
Absolutely.
Because the president of Nigeria should have friends across Nigeria. He should have friends who are Yorubas, Igbos, Hausas, Fulanis, thieves, Idomas. So if they're trying to tell us that a president does not have people outside his space that he can trust, then they're telling us that our president is incompetent.
Of being the president, absolutely. All right, so let me hear your final thoughts. Jennifer and Tammy, quickly, because we ran out of time. Jennifer, let me come to you first. Jennifer, are you there? Did we lose Jennifer again? Tammy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Tammy.
Mine is a question. Or can I ask a question?
Quickly, in 1 minute. And Prof, you have to
Is there enough time?
Yeah, we just have 1 minute each.
So in the middle of this conversation, I had thoughts refer many times to leaving a particular political party and being back there. And one thought that has been on my mind, the one question that has bothered me for a while, is as Nigerians, I mean, towards 2023 election, what should be priority for us? Is it the political party or the person? Is it the party that makes the person in Nigeria or the person influences the party? Which should we focus on?
Okay, Prof, quickly.
I wish I could expatiate, but I hope you understand my question.
He understands.
Yeah,
Prof, quickly, in 1 minute.
Let me say clearly that I'd rather a country where the person comes first. But unfortunately, our electoral act says that no individual contests an election, that is the political party that fields a candidate. And so until we have an electoral act that allows for competency and individual candidacy, until we have an electoral act that even allows for individual candidacy, we still have the parties that as a major contestant in electoral processes. So what do? We have to politic based on partisanship. But chiefly, I think that what we must begin to do as a people is begin to mobilize for the best candidates across parties, indiscriminate of whether the PDP, APC, ABGA, or the likes. We must look for the best hands, and we must ask for how they present and defend the manifestos of their party. That's what I think, and that's sooner rather than later we may have a situation where we can present individual and independent candidates in the electoral process.
Prof, you know me, we campaigned very well for this current government, and now we are suffering it. This one that you are telling me that you have gone back to that party, it is you and yourself alone. I'm going to bring you back. I'm going to bring you back for us to talk about that one, because that one is another kind of home that you have opened. You know, we have to talk about that one.
Well, I judge you small. Well, I judge you small. I'm judging you a little.
Please.
A little.
Please, oh,
because we are friends.
I've asked for forgiveness. If you see the way I campaign, you will think that they gave me money to do this campaign.
I know.
Because we all believe that he was, truly going to fight, corruption. And the one thing that we trusted our president with, has been the biggest, in my opinion, the biggest place that he has failed us as a people. So we're just hoping. Chris,
But the reason evil triumphs is when good men fold their hands and watch mouths agape and house akimbo. I think that the first thing we must do is to think about how we can transform the system from within.
We'll try. So we'll bring you back, Prof, to talk about that, how we can transform the system. But it's only you that will be within. I will be outside. All right, so thank you. No way. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Tammy. All right, so Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, and influence lives towards action. And this year, we started our CSR focus on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you are a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handles, as this will be an all-year-round engagement. So tell your friends to keep all eyes on Ways. Now, in case you missed today's quote, this very important quote, here it is again. Discrimination is never fair. It's a killer, in fact. Nepotism in place of power is a killer, like Adolf Hitler. Now, we'll see you live tomorrow. It's our ladies' night out. So we're going to bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy your evening.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
The big question on the breakfast this morning is, who sponsors insecurity in Nigeria? We've witnessed terrorism, large-scale abductions and banditry in northern Nigeria, ethnic strife in the southwest, and attacks on security facilities in the southeast. State governors have negotiated with kidnappers, and a prominent cleric knows where they are. But it has become difficult to get their sponsors arrested or prosecuted. We'll be talking to someone who could help us understand why. And also this morning, Usman Al-Khali Baba is taking charge of a police force that is anything but perfect. The force is stretched thin and public confidence in it has waned over the years. There are reports of bribe taking, extortion, and extrajudicial killings against the police. This morning, we'll be discussing just how Usman Baba would be able to reposition the force. And also, we'll take a look at what has been called the new oil. Technology is taking its place around the world and in Nigeria. Apps are being built for virtually everything we do, and companies are being valued at record amounts. We'd like to say good morning and welcome to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa, and we hope that you're ready for this very interesting Thursday morning. There's so much that we'll, of course, be talking about today. Netta Felix will be stepping in very, very soon. We're starting this morning with top trending issues this morning. The Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, is in the news. At least it's in the news on Twitter, and I'll tell you why. He decorated the new Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, yesterday, and the presidency released pictures of the event. The pictures were meant to be warmly received by Nigerians who, of course, had clamored for the replacement of Mohammed Adamu for so long, but not everybody was impressed. Take a look at this tweet, which says Osinbajo wasn't consulted in appointing the new IGP, which was done when he was in Imo State with the former IGP, but he was rushed back to Abuja to decorate him. Several tweets like this one, of course, that I just read insinuate that the vice president is left out of decision-making in Abuja. But supporters of the vice president aren't keeping quiet. They have come out in full force to say the vice president knows and, of course, is very, very much valued. An example is this one from the Minister of State for Labor, Festus Keyamo. And it says, in quote, "The intention of those castigating the vice president as being docile is to egg him on, of course, to rebel against his boss. They know he's dutifully performing his constitutional roles, but these anarchists who would wish this government crumbles, the dutifully vice president has failed to foil their warped fancies." And you can't take away such conversations. And every time on the breakfast, we always would say that when there is a space, when there is, any space given to Nigerians and people across the world to create their own insinuations and to create their own theories, then you would expect every single type of theory to come. When there is poor communication, when there is a body language that doesn't really tell a good story about the Nigerian government, it leaves space for Nigerians to create their own theories and, run with their own stories of what may be going on with the vice president in current day Nigeria. There's, one or two instances that people can also reach out to, and this latest one now might be, another reason and another, chance for people and Nigerians to, of course, create their own theories, conspiracy theories with regards the place of the vice president. Is it possible that he was aware that there was going to be a change of the Inspector General of Police? Was Mohammed Adamu, who was with him in Imo State, also aware that his time had been cut short as the Inspector General of Police? Is it also possible that they both were not even aware of this decision? The president, of course, is currently not even in the country, and so who eventually gave that order and who gave the go-ahead for a change of the Inspector General of Police? These are some of the questions that have arisen, and these are some of the reasons also that Nigerians across social media have started to insinuate that the vice president may not really be in the know of a lot that is currently going on in Nigeria. But of course, how important is it? And of course, I've also seen people reach back to Atiku Abubakar and Olusegun Obasanjo in 1999 to 2007 and also pointed out that they both had their own issues, but there was ways that, those things were settled. Is the current vice president facing similar issues? Is he being cut out from the major decision-making going on in Nigeria today? These are some of the questions that are being asked. And of course, does it look awkward in any way that the Inspector General of Police, who was initially given a 3-month extension, suddenly was replaced just a little above 2 months into his extension as Inspector General of Police? If you remember, not long ago, there were reports of, people or himself also saying that he could run even further than a 3-month extension. So what really also happened, made it necessary for a new Inspector General of Police to be appointed while his extension wasn't even over? These are some of the questions that Nigerians are asking across social media on both sides of the fence, and of course, those also in the middle. We also will be talking about tech being a very, very big, and of course, the new oil in Nigeria today. If you remember, not long ago, there was the announcement of Paystack being bought for over $200 million. Clubhouse is also in the news, and of course, it's supposedly being purchased for billions and billions of dollars. It creates questions and conversations about how much Nigeria really is investing in information technology. Yes, there are new companies, there are new startups springing up every day. There's new and young Nigerians, to be precise, who are getting involved in technology and information technology, getting involved in that space. Do we have a conducive environment for information technology to grow and to thrive in Nigeria? Kudos to those people who have, of course, made it out successful. There's a lot of payment systems that are currently existing in Lagos and across Nigeria that are extremely successful. So how much more does the Nigerian government need to do to create a more conducive environment, to create and, of course, give more support to the information technology space here in Nigeria? How many more of these startups will be successful? And, of course, will tech maybe be the turning point for Nigeria's economy if we can finally move away from our reliance on oil as the main source of our economy? We will be able to invest as much as possible. Of course, if you remember during the EndSARS protest, one of the things that was spoken about was how the Nigerian police force and its officers targeted young Nigerians simply for carrying, a laptop or for carrying a smartphone. Those were some of the things that were spoken about. So will Nigeria create a more comfortable and a more conducive space for young Nigerians who are interested in information technology to thrive and to continue to grow and build businesses and, of course, even change the way businesses are run here in Nigeria in the next couple of years? Congratulations to the founders of Paystack. Congratulations to those who also have started in that space. And we hope that they will, of course, break even and even become more and more successful. Those are our trending topics for this morning. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we're moving into Off the Press, where we get to share with you the major news stories making headlines across Nigeria today. Welcome once again to The Breakfast.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. And another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, they go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare, Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of
Welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and we're kick-starting off the press this morning, and we've invited public affairs analyst Ezekiel Iyeto. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Fantastic. Let's start with the Punch newspaper this morning. The headline reads, Afenifere Ohanaeze tackle ACF. Forum says attacks on Northerners provocative. Ethnic cleansing, not solution to herdsmen criminality. ACF turning facts upside down. Northerners killing in South, says Ohanaeze. Power not exclusive to any region. And that's according to Afenifere. And IYC says ACF stand amusing. Massive fuel smuggling persists amid opposition to border restriction. Emefiele, Army Chief, face reps Monday over arms fraud. Petrol rights pricing, VAT hike to increase government revenue. That's according to Dangote. And Ngige here tackles resident doctors as NARD says strike continues. Other stories here on the Punch newspaper. 50 armed herdsmen arrested. NSCDC alleges banditry, kidnapping others. PDP tells APC, stop poaching our governors. Oshun shot hunter dies. Chinese miners abductors demand 10 million naira. Politicians sponsoring crisis in Southeast, APC states Uzodinma alleges Atiku's citizenship suit part of presidential poll case, IGF. And there's a flu here. It says 376,695 birds killed in Kano, Plateau, and Niger State. Those are the stories on the Punch newspaper this morning.
All right, and now on the Nation newspapers, so we can also quickly share with you. The Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, says, I will battle banditry, kidnapping, secessionists. Okay, and of course the Vice President says, there's a lot to do. Police too centralized to be effective, says Oyetola. Doctors are moved by payment of arrears as strike continues. And 2.1 billion naira debt, court blocks 5 customers' funds in 24 banks. Gunmen kill 2 policemen and Chinese, and police begin search for missing Olu of Warri crowns. And 6 million arms in circulation, says Abdul Salami. Also this morning, community lynches returnee Owerri inmate. Oh, well, that's really sad. Nigeria and others' debts being reconciled with creditors, says the World Banks. And also South using restructuring agitation to bargain, says North's elders. Those are the ones on the Nation this morning.
And let's go now to the Nigerian Tribune. The headline reads, 2023, North won't vote along ethno-religious line, NEF. Afenifere here says, we have not endorsed any presidential candidate. Osinbajo to IGP, end culture of impunity. To avert crisis in Southwest, PDP NWC moves to reconcile Fayose and Makinde. Gunmen strike again on Ijebode Ibadan Road, abduct 3 quarry staff. Resident doctor strike. FG says house officers paid by end of Wednesday. Sounds like good news. We drank water mixed with petrol, says rescued Kaduna students. Strike. Governors committing impeachable offense. Justin. Udumaki. Southern Middle Belt Leaders Forum suspends activities for 30 days. And over 50 armed herdsmen arrested last week, NSCDC. And we see a picture of Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka and human rights activist and wife to late Yinka Udumaki, Joe Udumaki, pictured here on the Nigerian Tribune.
All right, and let's also go to the Daily Independent this morning. Auto sector accuses Ministry of diverting 10 billion naira palliative. Over 6 million illegal weapons circulating in Nigeria, says Abdul Salami. And also, there is no government in Nigeria, says Jerry Ghana. Why Zamfara Governor Matawale is leaving PDP. And several people killed in Akwa Ibom military airstrikes. It's difficult to find loyal people after leaving power, says former President Goodluck Jonathan. And also, military raids hideout in Benue, kills 12, recovers weapons. And of course, the new acting IGP says, I won't let Nigeria down. Promises to rejig security agent strategies. Osinbajo asks force to adopt community policing strategy. I think that's what we'll take. But I want us to start this morning with one of the stories on The Nation, Ezekiel Yanya talk. And it's from the new acting Inspector General of Police. It says, I will battle banditry, kidnapping, and secessionists. The last word, is that, something that the IG should be looking to battle, secessionists?
Thank you. It's as if you read my mind. And if you start on the wrong foot, it creates a problem. Number one is that I think that our IGP should be a little less visible. He should be a little more quiet. And Nigerians are sick and tired of all the talk. We want to see something. We want to hear the press reports that, within 5 days, within 1 week, within 2 weeks, he has done this. We don't want to hear from him. We honestly, sincerely don't want to hear from him. He could make his acceptance speech and give us his roadmap and end there. Fame, that's what this guy says. Just keep quiet and work. All this talk, people are getting used to talking and giving explanation and mistaking talk for action. And it's not okay. That's number one. But to the main issue that you raised, how can an IGP have an agenda for him to tackle secessionists? I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know which part of the Constitution stops people from having freedom of expression of their opinion, so long as such expressions of opinion are done within the ambit of the law. For instance, I believe very clearly that I can understand that a man like Uwazurike has been talking about Biafra for, as long as one can imagine, saying we are not okay, we are not okay. But they are extremely non-violent in nature. I also know that the IPOB have continued to say, we want to go, but they're not talking in terms of arms. In terms of what is going on today, there's a lot of IPOB have come out and say, we are not part of this. I may not agree with their agenda. I may not agree with their modus operandi and all things, but we need to draw a line between what is against the Constitution and what we feel uncomfortable with. The fact that you feel uncomfortable with what I want does not make what I want wrong. So we need to be very, very careful in that aspect. I'm very happy you brought that up. I think Mr. IGP should please go and look at the law or be advised by the Attorney General as to the legality and the lines that secession demands should not cross to become something that is illegal. I think that's a very important thing for us to note, so that he does not move his attention in a wrong direction. He already has enough on the banditry, on the terrorism, on the kidnapping. He has more than enough to bother himself on, and not for him to say he wants to take on secessionists. Maybe the people that should take on secessionists are people that maybe the humanitarian affairs or Mr. President in his appointment to look into the needs of the people, assuage their demands, and then they will now have to drop that agenda. That is not for the Inspector General of Police, in my very, very honest opinion.
Okay. Mr. Nyetoko, would you agree that one of the challenges that the new IGP would need to battle would be jungle justice? I mean, look at this story on the Nation newspaper. It reads, community lynches returnee Owerri inmates and 85 fleeing prisoners return. We've seen stories like this here and there. It was a lot more and a lot worse in the past, where somebody is accused of stealing or something like that, and they just get burnt to death, beaten beyond recognition. So do you agree that the IGP needs to begin to look into issues like this, even though it seems that, or we would have thought that as a community, we would have grown past this jungle justice and barbaric act?
Yeah, thanks. That's another very important observation. And we need to know that there are basically two systems and the third in between the two. There's a system that runs on rule of law, it runs on excellence, it runs on good governance, it runs on principles of do-rightness, it runs on a system and a society where you get rewarded for doing the right thing and you also get punished for doing the wrong thing. That is one system that thrives on people knowing that if they do the right thing, they can get to the end of the world successfully. That is one system. There's another system, which is the jungle justice, which is, the power is might system, which is the system that is controlled by the warlords, which is a system that law and order really does not thrive, does not work. As a matter of fact, if you are too intellectual, you are a problem. If you have a lot of muscles, that is where you belong and you will thrive and do well. Now that system is the opposite side. Nigeria, unfortunately, is tilting more towards the wrong side of the divide, where jungle justice is reigning, the proliferation of arms and light weapons, where warlords are coming out, where the rule of law is no longer being obeyed. Now, for as long as we keep moving towards that direction, you are going to see people take law into their hands, and in fact, law becomes a piece of paper that is worthless. And it bothers me that we come here and we do all this analysis and synthesis every single day. But the question is, I think I'm starting to have a problem with my class of people, and that is, what are we doing to reverse? Forget government. I say that advisedly and with every sense of responsibility. I think the office of the citizen should become the next office that we start to interrogate. We start to look into and ask ourselves, what can we do in our larger interest? Man, let me tell you something, my guys in the studio there. If we move more to the wrong direction, the two of you are useless. What's going to happen is that your driver is going to be more important to you, because he is used to the system, he's used to hard work, he's used to, that brutal approach to things. So in your interest and mine, we need to move beyond the analysis that we are making. We need to move beyond what is going on and start to take, maybe your programs should start to give more attention to, right thinking and people doing the right thing, and less attention to the news that makes news, the news that is easy to report. We need to start to blank out these negative reports and focus more on what is positive.
Definitely, Mr. Nyetoko, Plus TV Africa, that's actually what we do.
And at the same time, it's also, the news still needs to be reported. As much as there are positive stories, we will share them. But at the same time, we can't ignore, the important stories that, Nigerians need to hear about. Just like, of course, the fact that there's 6 million weapons, according to Abdul Salami Abubakar. It says over 6 million illegal weapons are circulating in Nigeria. That should be a problem, and it should be something of concern to Nigerians, don't you think?
Extremely so, extremely so. You see, there's another little story that is a little piece of one of that thing is Daily Independent, where you talk of Air Force dropping bombs somewhere in Akwa Ibom. And the story that has happened that came out of that is scary. I happen to be here and I run a radio program. And like I said, I try to see how I can engage. We've had in the north where a man like Gumi is engaging with the militants. I think that in the south here, things like that, people like us, individuals should be able to come in and engage and look for a young man where you have about 6 people on power bikes holding the army to a standstill. These people get in, wrap snakes, live python around themselves, and bullets cannot touch them. And, you know, these sort of things are scary. And we need to nip them in the bud. Because if people, these jobless young people, they can see it as interesting. Wow, I like to have such power myself. Man, bullets can't touch me. And out of a sense of adventurism, you know, get into it. And the more these people multiply, the worse that we become. And to the extent that the Air Force had to drop bomb. You know, it pains me because not long ago, I had a very long meeting with our governor, you know, very, very private one-on-one meeting with our governor. And one of the things that he set out and that really touched me was that one of his legacies should be making Akwa Ibom the peace belt of Nigeria. And he's been working hard at it. So a thing like this starting to come in a place like Akwa Ibom, all of us elders need to wake up on time. If the elders in the north had woken up on time and taken proactive measures, I believe that we'll not be where we are today. So instead of waiting to see how it evolves in Akwa Ibom, we, the elders, have decided to come in and engage the people, talk to the young people, use 2 hours of radio to tell them this is not okay, this is wrong, this should not be the case, and warning them of the implications, the larger implications, because to some of them it's fun. They say, no, you can't play with live bullets. It's not fun, it's life. Okay. And it's starting to yield a lot of results because the younger people are starting to say, oh.
So, Mr. Nyeto, do you also agree that in the light of this, you know, public awareness and, you know, sensitization campaign, one of the other things that the, you know, Nigerian security agencies and law enforcement could do would be to better push out the success stories that the agencies are recording. For example, we saw this story here on the Nigerian Tribune as well. It says that 50 armed herders were arrested in Ekiti, Cross River and Borno State by the NSCDC. I'm very sure stories like this happen every day. You know, arrests like this are made every day. But do you agree that they need to put out more information as to, you know, the successes that they're recording? So there's some sort of balance.
Exactly. I agree with you 100%. Because you see, sentiment can be stronger than fact. And what they should do is use a news channel like yours that has a lot of credibility and not just report. Because people are like, I've not seen it, bros, I know see them. You know, all this will just they talk. We not see this thing. How we sure? You get the point? But when they actually get your crew, let them, you know, spend a lot more money on positive media. Let them get your crew down to where it is. Your crew report it, not as government saying. But, you know, you've done a lot of stories like that, you know, back-end stories. Those stories are more believed than the news headlines. The news headlines are like staged to the average Nigerian. But when they're able to get your news reporter to go and do like investigative journalism kind of stuff, you've done it in the past. I've seen some of your reports, and they are quite absorbing, so that it even comes up almost like a Nollywood kind of approach to things. And we believe those things more than these headlines. So I want to advise that government has a budget in interfacing with media houses like yours. I will keep saying that because you've done some of the most amazing documentaries that I've seen. And I think that you people should form that partnership with government. People believe that more than all these headlines in the papers.
Okay. There's also, I'm hoping that we can get back to talking about the arms proliferation currently in Nigeria, if Abdul Salami means 6 million, somebody needs to be asked questions, and, there has to be somebody who should be blamed for, that many illegal weapons in the hands of Nigerians. But before we get back there, Jerry Ghana is in the news. It says there is no government in Nigeria. What's your response to that?
It's a very simple, as far as I'm concerned. What is government? I said it as at yesterday. I'd done 106 hours of live radio program. And I want to appeal to as many Nigerians as possible to do this. Take that on. What is it about? Strictly good governance. Do you know that a young person, a graduate, really does not understand what government is? What is government? What is politics? What is party? Who is a politician? What is manifesto? Those basics. That's why I thank somebody like Madam Obi Ezekwesili for setting up the SPPG, School of Politics, Policies and Governance. There's so much ignorance in the system. Coming back to what Professor Jerry Ghana said, how many people know Chapter 2, Section 14, subsection 2B of the Constitution that says that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. The security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. Where there is no security, where there is no welfare, it means that the primary purpose of government does not exist. It simply means that government does not exist. If it was in mathematics, you just write the QED. So the guy is just stating, he's not giving any rocket science or any revelation. He's just stating the correct thing. Except we have security and welfare, as in the Constitution. That is the primary purpose of government. And my brother, I ask you, to what extent would you say that there's security and there is welfare of the people? And when he says the people, I'm sure we understand that he cannot be referring to 1%. Instead, it's referring to the over 80% of Nigerians that live in abject poverty. Yesterday on my radio program, I was giving just 1,000 naira, 1,000 naira, one, to as many people as could call in. And the lines were jammed. It was people, I joked with one of them and said, okay, are you just calling so that he got angry? So I want the money. And everybody in the studio started laughing because it becomes so personal. It's like, don't joke with such a thing. What do you mean? How can you make that a joke? What's that? I want the money, I need the money. As if he gave me to keep. But what I'm saying is that people are suffering. So Professor Jerry Ghana is as correct as can be.
All right.
So for the ongoing strike, in the National Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, it seems that there eventually might be light at the end of the tunnel, because we've seen the federal government saying that house officers will be paid by the end of Wednesday. That was supposed to have been yesterday. So we need to check in with them to confirm that, that indeed happened, or if they actually mean next week, Wednesday. But it seems that there's progress towards, negotiations so far, doesn't it?
I am blessed to have a wife who is a medical doctor. And when you see a comparison between a medical doctor and a politician, you find it absolutely impossible to reconcile the two. Medical doctor, teacher, politician. I wish you would do an analysis of the packages of these three people. First, the responsibilities, and then the remunerations. You will be so appalled. The medical doctors, the teachers, because every society runs on one engine called education, like it or not. Some papers have said something about the insecurity and education. We've not been able to create the nexus, but it's such a terrible time bomb. Okay, and I hope that we'll be able to do that with time sometime. But the medical doctors, and at a time like this, when our president is pulling off with good, medical facilities and everything over there, we are here begging for people to be paid hazard allowance of 5,000 naira a month. A doctor. I know, I dated my wife as a medical student for 6 years. These guys go through hell, second MB, and then you come out and you are telling me how to negotiate, how to pay them 5,000 hazard allowance. I mean, it's preposterous, it's horrendous, it's horrific, it's horrifying. It's infuriating, it's irritating, it's annoying, it's absurd. I don't know the words to use. It's unfair.
All right.
It's ungodly. It's satanic.
With the last few minutes that we have, quickly also share your views on setting agenda for the new Inspector General of Police. Every time that there's a new one, I know you already said he should stop talking and get into action, but you know, what would you describe as the action that you want to see from the new Inspector General of Police as he, of course, resumes work after confirmation by the Senate? As he, of course, resumes work after confirmation by. Mr. Anyatok, can you hear us? All right, we seem to have lost Ezekiel Anyatok.
Yes, I had lost you there.
Okay.
I think you are asking me about the new IGP, his profile.
Well, I'm asking, you know, if you were going to
Am I right?
Yeah, I was asking if you're going to set agenda for him as he takes over. What would you place as very important demands on Usman Baba?
I don't have much to say. I'm told he's a nice guy. I just want him to be focused. I didn't get the question, so I hope I'm not diving. But bottom line is, I wish him well, and I want every Nigerian, even though I've tried to criticize him this morning, I want every Nigerian to give him every possible support. A tree cannot make a forest. We need him. He needs us. We need that interface and that working relationship. He has to succeed in my own interest, in our own interest. So please, let us give him every possible support.
All right. Ezekiel Anyatok, thank you very much for your time this morning and for speaking with us.
Thank you.
We wish you, of course, a very interesting Thursday ahead.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
All right. So next up is Today in History. We're going to Africa, or specifically Kenya and the UK. Stay with us.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of guns,
every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. It's time for Today in History, and I'm going back to the year 1953. I'm going to be sharing with you a short story about a man called Jomo Kenyatta, the father of current Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta. He was born in 1987 and, of course, died in 1978. He was a Kenyan anti-colonial activist and politician who governed Kenya as its prime minister from 1963 to 1964, and then as its first president from 64 till his death in 1978. Of course, I mentioned the father to the fourth Kenyan president, Uhuru Kenyatta. And I'm sharing today about the day he was arrested for leading the Mau Mau uprising from 1952 to 1960. It's also known as the Mau Mau Rebellion, and it was a